On the other side of the engine medicate.
There's 744.
Four or five. I've been in the schools on Padre. I'm clear now, thanks.
Tilting traffic.
Offline.
Gonna be out with Texas, Mary 0 George 2996. Mary 0 George 2996. Stand by for location.
Can I get an individual again? Off 31, Curbside in Charles. Curbside in Charles, 747.
Dramatic 17.
Like 17, good.
Code 3 Bay Area, 80 miles 0.
Code 3 Bay 0. 37 coming off on.
CCPD ICO, by the way. CCPD, respond if they're available.
Seven one to dispatch. Show me arriving on Alameda.
Sample. Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to be around to your facility. Code 3 with a 79-year-old male patient. Consummate Norty times 4, GCS 15. Got a chief complaint right now of numbness to his left arm and numbness to his tongue, difficulty speaking. Onset started about 7 o'clock this morning. A history of high blood pressure and hypothyroid. We do perform a stroke test and do got positive weakness of the patient's left arm with slight slurred speech. But blood pressure we got is 190 on 87. Got a heart rate of 86, O2 at 98%, temp at 98.1, and we got a PGL of 99%. We do have IV established. ETA is going to be about 6-7 minutes.
What was the finger stick again?
99.
Last thing. Go.
Talk down there.
Last mistake.
Family unit.
10-9. Toby, what fluid you need?
It's hard to tell because the gas is so dull. I can't really tell, but I guess put some transmission fluid in it. But I'm gonna need a phono.
Is it right there, right behind the cab?
It's on the where the passenger doors at. In the bottom where the steps are at. Careful.
Three Charles 2841. Do it.
645, 10-8.
645, 10-4.
Four, same traffic.
Tony.
Yep.
7-1.
You might want to go ahead and send them as well. Does not want to go to the hospital. We're just staging or standing by in the meantime.
Yes, sir.
Medically received.
I'm not wanting to move to Colorado. Right now,
Yes.
Agent, roll call officer, equipment checking off, check over the status on MDT. I'll check over the status on MDT.
Rock 12, 4 down, 3 up.
Samson, I'll be clear from this close zone. Out to the cactus. Cool. Clear.
They need to stop dumping it right there at the front. So your side? That's not. Yeah. 20 to 10 radio.
Sounds clear.
It's quarter at the City Hall for radio check. How do you read it? When the books will be available at the shop, over.
Looking 611 Ellenmore, 611 Ellenmore, area 3301, work off.
They're supposed to let us know when they got more in at the shop, over. Motherfucker.
That's right. Off 31 boy. Boy 806. I'm just waiting for her to call me back. I called her and she wasn't in her office.
What's my question?
2056 2056.
Then, put it up. Yeah, jump. Alright, let's try to even it out. Definitely.
Higher center, Matthews. Dispatch medic 10. Arriving 3.6. 3.6.
Seven eight dispatch radio check.
There.
10-4, thank you.
Right, fire watch. 810. Thirty-four, 35, 10-8. Trying to hide. $25 a base. I'm going to deviate and drop off at press first.
10-4.
Dispatch Taiwan.
What's that one, go?
Show me out of service for training.
What's it?
Pretty clear off the Santa Courthouse.
648.
660, see Charlie. Airport 23rd George.
Wait, right?
Does anybody know where to pick up,
Frontier report.
Phone call.
We're in the unit.
Unit.
They do have DVI books for you.
Thank you, I'm on my way.
Sector 114, conducting radio check. Female.
Just corner.
Station 2, copy. Tower 2.
Just copy.
Augusta and Calixco Road. Going to be out of Nora George Mary 7317, Nora George Mary 7317. Or 7.
.646 at the courthouse. Lodge 588. 588.
646, cancel.
To the rookie. Go ahead.
Individual, please engage in.
.36.3, 36.3.
Boy, 823.
Radio check 1413. You got a force on this door?
10-4, yes, 1092 A baggage claim West roll up, correct?
Correct, thank you. Copper, engine 6, Max 6, engine 6, Max 6 for a seizure over the apartments. 6602 Alpha, unit number 168. 6602 Alpha, number 168, area 1403. Work off EMS 1 at 825.
Engine 6 receive.
Next 6 receive. Nothing, never mind. 10-4. 10-4. Check 47 and family. 16 radio say. Female at the courthouse, 9781.
5-4.
Treasure the time out of the outreach.
Dispatch Mag 9.
Alright. 10-4. 16 going behind brush.
One, 6.
Ops 44, David.
646, 10-4.
Yeah, be 10-8. I'll be 10-8, ma'am.
645 at the courthouse, Indians, 781.
Medic 72.
Something again? So. Are you in the jail or you're here in the boiler?
The boiler with 2 guys watching them take the nipple out of the top of the boiler. I'm in the boiler room.
646 at the jail, 588. 588.
646, 10-4.
Ninja 14, kid.
Ops 24.
Website 830.
Show me out at the high school.
.646 to the jail out of the courthouse. Call from Medic 10 for a headache at 2810 Kitchens, 2810 Kitchens, area 1019. Work off fire dispatch at 832. Medic 10 received.
Dispatch from Engine 6. GTA.
GTA 833.
Nonsense.
So go ahead and start pushing that pile against the wall. Airport 20, officer.
Good.
I just got a call in front of the American counter. And she's okay. They helped her up in it and everything, but it's just talk to her or anything.
I'll make contact with her, but I'll find out more information.
Copy that. I'm just departing QTA.
10-4. Did they relay any information about what she's wearing?
Negative.
10-4. Airport 20, I'm going to go make contact with American.
10-4. Also, Fox 24, just to confirm, it's going to be the American chicken counter downstairs, correct?
The American counter is where she fell.
10-4.
Yes, sir. So we clear Alameda and Alvin. I'll be headed back to the yard. 1062.
Landing clear, be safe. This is electronics, 3059 is good to go. Yeah, sorry. 5401, 1044. Yeah, forward, turn safely. Yeah, 4.
David, 837.
Easy 6.
Do you have any calls for parking control? 10-4, thank you.
Ops 24, Edward.
For Edward, 838.
I got a call in reference to possible subject under the influence at Boscus and Avenue D. Throwing things at vehicles.
To the queue.
Airport 20.
Airport 20.
And be advised, no medical treatment needed. She stated that she fell on her suitcase, broke her fall, so she'll be fine.
10-4, 840.
Did you have a description?
Really, say he was wearing gray sweatpants or a gray sweater. Table.
.206.
9:45.
504.
Speed was on me on County Road 1910 with 1 mil.
D.
Radio station.
Did you cancel somebody else on medicine?
I'm gonna be out on 1910 with
10-4.
That's an exit.
Yeah, Mexico.
Code 1 south, 10.
Anything go with you, dude?
Okay.
17, we're going to be out with a Richard Soltel, date of birth 10/23 of 1996.
There you go, off my hot rush.
Yeah, tier 4 JJ, they're just standing by. I mean, they're in line, but they're standing by. Plant's working on something.
Row for 1 behind brush.
17, return on Richard. ID card only. He is on conditions of 1.
Room for 2. Family planning back to the jail. Copy beginning.
645.
1. Copy. Bay 1 or Bay 2?
Will be 2, sir, P2.
Cool. Silver, Bay 2, ready.
Give one.
Communications to Mike Unit.
Sound 26.
Yes, sir. Is that door over there leading to the ramp, custodial break room? Is it secure?
Yes. 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, it's closed. Is it not showing secure?
It showed held on our end.
It's showing now. Roger that.
$13, going behind brush.
Shoreline, this is Medic 10. Male, possible stroke. Patient has slurred speech. Height, left-sided weakness. Velocity normal was 9 p.m. The pituitary tumor. Vitals are as follows: 158 on 74, 51 9 glucose. Patient is GCS 15, pain 04. Future location approximately 8 minutes. Nice, you good?
Intel 1.8.
Is the patient on any blood thinners?
Nothing up. Code 3 shoreline beginning mile at 0. Negative.
What was the glucose?
Glucose was 149, 149.
Copy that. We'll see you when you get here.
Call for Angel 1 Medic 1, Angel 1 Medic 1 for cardiac, 317 North Toronto, 317 North Toronto, area 1006. Or call PMS 1851. Angel 1 will take that for the engine. Or Angel 1 will take that for Angel 1. Angel 1 will receive. Angel 1 not sure clear.
Of course.
Engine 101 and Medic 1. Court access is going to be 317 North Coragua, 317 North Coragua. We'll get that update on.
Yes, sir. We're good.
I'm there.
Presenting 2, check out Boston District.
Go ahead.
Will you show me en route to 2933 West Guard Lane?
10-4.
This is room number 117.
117 received.
Dispatch by 10.
Anything up?
Arriving 2.7.
2.7.
32, please.
Six 47. I'm out at the courthouse.
Do you roll it in the back of your truck, or their truck, or who's going to haul it off, or somebody coming to pick it up? Sit there on top of the dock, and I'll get it. Airport 15, please disregard force on 1092.
10-4.
Please leave the address.
Can you go ahead and show us our route to 4409 Jose Drive?
10-4.
Work off fire. Just nice to 858.
12, 10-4.
618, I'll go check out the other game room.
618, 10-4.
I'll be cleared. Go for it.
Well, 77 first. Disregard at 1292.
Check. My car went down. And also,
154050.
5 November. Brian Hopper, Christina Levine, out of Corpus, -29.
Temple.
City School, Harvard County, any mileage 69.7.
$3066 to dispatch. Can I get an individual, please?
$318 out there.
Dispatch. Bar lane.
$12.10.
Eighteen on a 1-2. Dispatch, can you show us a rider working at 4509 Jose Drive?
Clear for 20.
Communications here, for 20.
Call from 93 engine 10, 93 engine 10 for chest pains, take parameters of the piece, 1802F1, 1802F1, area 1010, work off MS 1906. We're already lined up that way, but I guess you... Part-time service.
Locate one unable to make contact with RP.
49, clear from the courthouse at the annex.
Joe?
Seventeen, you can check at 1200 East 44.
Yes, we're
10-490.
dispatch from engine 10.
Engine thing up.
Yeah, we're going to be out of service in route to Del Mar West.
Okay.
Part 4 in service. Aluminum trailer with the in the middle, phase 2, no scale. Aluminum trailer, in the middle, phase 2, no scale. Over. 2401, 10 from 10-7.
Right. service around to the hospital. Off it.
Great mileage 0.1.
Medical under facility code 3 with a 78-year-old male patient. APR progress. Service going up, looking along 3 staff at hospital. 8:45, after eating breakfast, not breathing, no pulse. She is currently in TEA, prescribed at facility. We are running TEA algorithm, prescribed to doing high dose tablets. We get fibron, water on the dark end, and 1 bicarb. Sugar was 251. We'll keep it on your front mouth.
Has any epi been given?
Medic 6, Engine 6, Medic 6 for non-con over at the Security Service Federal Credit Union at 6502 FRO, 6502 FRO, unit number 1403, work off UMS 1914.
Sheriff on Corpus 9, show me 17, Bucks County Jail with the male subject in entry, starting mileage 97922, 97922.
Ladder 15 good?
Yes, sir. Show Ladder 15, Squad 15 out of service, and we'll be out to the shop.
To the shop.
Robert.
Dispatch medical.
Okay, thanks.
Dispatch for medical safety.
Nursing Rehab, 2735 Airline, 2735. Dispatch 915. Prison all right? The computer stuff there, and I'm kind of halfway in the slip here. So, I'll let you know when the tournament. All that.
Make you ready. Make you ready.
Hey, come back.
Okay.
Complete my call at 926 Rosedale Drive. Result code will be 1 patrol, 1 unable to locate.
Medic 9, Rescue 3 for suicide overdose, 2403 route, T403 route, area 3318. We're talking this 1918. Again.
We're going to be out of service. Go ahead and send another medic in, please.
Dispatch medic 10, location. Clear. Or 4409 Jose Drive, and have the reload codes when you're ready. Rescue 3, yes, sir, clear. And then show us en route to 5901.
10-4.
Roger, Johnny Soto.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's your 20?
Chapman Ranch, County Road 6, sir.
10-4. 4622 clear.
Ten four.
Control cell phone.
Dispatch Medicaid, we're arriving 3.6.
3 contacts.
Dispatch medic 3. Yes, sir. Show us code 1, spawn shoreline starting 0. 12th in traffic. 400 block of East, Sittenwood, Texas, Victor Boy Frank 6453. Victor Boy Frank 6453. 645.
Location.
On the 700 block of Oakville, Texas, Sam Frank 5862. Sam Frank 5862. Route 6, cancel to Norfolkville, huh?
Kenworth. AC 917 dispatch. Go ahead. May you complete my call at 3130? Kenworth.
What is it, Roy?
Also, I was clear of that escort, my show point.
Airport clear for West First Row, boy, 1928.
Mateo, you on?
Yeah, my radio's working now.
Yeah, take it to Joey, because I think he's been wanting it over there.
Careful.
Kenworth. AC 917 to dispatch. Dispatch, shows going code 1 response, L starting at 0.
Call 170.
10-4.
Thanks, Scott. Richard, there's a car coming. Richard.
Full base 10-44.
AC 901 dispatch, show us arrived and working at 5901 Weber.
10-4.
I don't know what it is, but
Medic 3 arriving, 3.2.
Present. One laser.
Unit 3042. Can I have an individual, please?
2165 Shirley Drive.
Medic 6.
Go ahead. May complete my call at 501 Atlantic Street. Result codes will be 1 patrol, 2 unable to locate, 1 contact notice, 1 educate.
Bay 1 or Bay 2?
No, Bay 2, sir, Bay 2.
Bay 1.
Two point three.
July.
With a car in the middle and the still, Bay 2, trailer with a car in the middle and the still.
They usually arrived and working at 10-4.
Dispatch medic 10. Mile 0. Medic 72.
972.
Dispatch 78. Fabricate 907. Heading to Southside Station. Is Jupiter's not issuing
5 and patrolling at Shirley Drive. Ten four, I'll dispatch it. And if you can show me where. 10-4.
CC5.
10-4.
7.
Sir, can you swing by the corner? It's going to be bus stop 1075. He's calling in about loiterers there at the bus stop.
10-4 with Staples and what?
Blowing the McDonald's right there on the corner.
10-4, heading that way right now.
Yeah, well.
Yes, Corpus.
Six 45, 10-4.
139 and 142.
47, 10-10.
Dash camera and your body camera at the same time, and just leave it on for a few minutes and testing something.
Make you ready, make you ready.
10-4.
Medical 11 for a diabetic call, 4905 Keene Street, 4905 Keene Street, received on 7007, for cost of dispatch 944.
One 142, you can shut it off. 139 124, can you activate your body camera?
Okay.
Dispatch medic 10.
Okay.
1.6 received. Riding 4.8, received.
142, 10-4.
Driver, it's going to be a gray Dodge SUV coming in distant from top all over the roadway.
Way to beat us.
Can I? Oh, Nicholson.
Supervisor, can I get an individual, please?
Zero 4 standby. Right. One patrol and 3 unable to locate.
The 270 all clear, how do you mention?
Single caution. $4,900 constables.
6,000 kilos of cocaine,
6,000
kilos of meth, and 1,500
really
kilos of fentanyl.
Not to be nitpicky, but it's 89,000 kilos of cocaine and 7,300 kilograms of meth.
And we're saying,
And isn't it also true that the FBI Tampa Division's Panama Express Strike Force specifically seized nearly 67,000 kilos of cocaine valued at more than $1.6 billion from illicit maritime vessels?
One of our best operations out of Port Tampa, and I was down there.
Hasn't the FBI arrested 59?
397 Medicaid Farming accidents, Redwood, Aspen, Redwood, Aspen,
$1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals, of probably the most influential medical journals, New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
That's correct.
So Dr. Walscott, as a vaccine injured.
And 75% of those reported they were hospitalized, emergency room, or urgent care. And on average, They sought medical care 2 to 3 times each.
Followed 140 over 87, heart rate 112, 100% on room air.
$1 a year.
I'd like to comment on that first.
What is he doing? Why doesn't he lower these rates? I shouldn't have asked. I congratulate her. I don't care. I think it's great.
What would it be? I mean,
it's very interesting.
We could be talking about different forms.
Why did I ask that question, Mr. But in a few moments, I'll sign 3 pieces of legislation that will kill, totally kill. You can't do anything about it. They can't take us to court. They can't do any of the things they can do.
Billions of dollars in order to keep this cover up going. I also believe there's a legitimate reason for the cover up in that there is.
And we appreciate it. We reviewed some of that material, and you give us a lot of material we didn't get from Director Ray. That specific question, I think, is important to the American people.
Against the Russians and the Chinese, which is what I have been told by Senator Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival.
One was recommended for prosecution. My understanding is, by the information
yes, it's real. It's from somewhere else.
Were they
without
actually
revealing?
4925,
Ocean, 4645 Ocean at the Nature Apartment 315.
Just a second. I'm just going to be here for now. He was
4742.
$500 million from your budget?
The craziest thing I've ever heard. They spend $5 billion. It's no and Hyundai announced that it will invest $21 billion in America. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric cars.
Fortunately, some have become violent. Some have even committed mass shootings. And the partner of one of them assassinated Charlie
Kirk. Given the option by the
Director Patel, is the FBI looking into the role that these gender clinics may have in recent attacks in
that when it blows up your guns, though, it's over. The craziest thing I've ever heard. They're going to spend $5 billion. It's no and Hyundai announced that it will invest $21 billion in America. If you want to buy electric, you can buy electric cars.
Fortunately, some have become violent. Some have even committed mass shootings. And the partner of one of them assassinated Charlie Kirk.
You should be given the option by the
Director Patel, is the FBI looking into the role that these
probably not hydrogen,
because
hydrogen has a tendency that when it blows up your guns, though, it's over.
$178,000 annually for these services that we provide to seniors. Meals 5 days a week, both in our congregate setting and on the Meals on Wheels program. So the Meals on Wheels program is about a $200,000 budget, and then $379,000 is in the congregate setting. But every little bit helps, and we're proud and happy today to announce this $75,000 grant for the Meals on Wheels program.
$9 billion they spent for eight little hoses. $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved, Governor, $9 billion they spent for eight little hoses, $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved, Governor, $9 billion they spent for eight little hoses, $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved, Governor Gavin's ridiculous. Is so ridiculous. By the way, you would, if I didn't bring the military in, $9 billion they spent for eight little hoses, $9 billion. Now, I'm sure they could have done it for about, 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved, Governor.
No, it doesn't work.
Away from Henry and not focus.
431. You're in the hot association driveway on 21 Canteen. Instead of the courthouse on Highway Street.
The hearing. You're going to point the American
I want nueces. We're at 25
on this topic. What would you suggest, sir?
Of them, and nothing against the gentleman, that kind of see your side and you're really not getting the public side. Hillcrest is the only African American.
I'm sorry, Leo Dahlbeck. I live at 8100 South PID.
She's advising that she hasn't seen her in 2017 Chevy Tahoe in about 2 months. She lent it to an African, who then lent it to a cousin, who's now refusing to return it. On her speak with an officer, deputy.
Run around I feel like the council really should. I copy. Are they located for?
Immigration negative, I can check another. Immigration negative, I can check another.
Impact their workforce. These are companies that are worth billions of dollars.
470 Bravo 4, move 822, the accident. Vehicle's back on the road. Hey. You tell those the freight liner app. We wonder if we get back on the phone status.
Christi, to go to sorry, to the Tony advisors about 3060 machine. She was last 12, 1300. Charlie 270 clarified rate. Charlie 230. Charlie 270 closed burglary open door at Town and Country. A previous one is 84 ounces. Searching for you.
Give me 3063 is usually up the 8 and 30. Did you say the answer?
Two 10 4 661. Are you there? That's location.
11 last 4. County Court along 2.
Okay.
Can you show me clear and put me on that alarm?
09 Tommy.
3740. Give me a call and wait. I'll check on it. Early 260 traffic. Oh, well, man, just to make sure.
I
52 back in the city. 129, do you want me to go to 19 to assist?
2 hours from regular.
6 for
Okay, Okay, Joey, you want to speak to? We got trouble. Working control from dispatch. Okay, thank you. 3, code 1 shoreline 0.0. 141 shoreline.
Communications to Airport 14. Radio.
Going back to Afghanistan, that still is a number of countries, particularly in Europe, have also tightened up their immigration rules, and so it's a lot tougher for some of these immigrants that were here as refugees.
It's brought in by a DPS.
Watch that zooming in and kind of showing us what you're looking at.
If you run that gear for that gear,
Chief, just for the sake of time, Mr. Nucatelli, has RO, the Air Force, and the FBI
if you want to, I would check
to
out the one that
Nothing with the Air Force.
At 4402 Bastille, then Mary
recognize the gentleman from the
powerful men, including
lunatics. This is the president who just yesterday, this is the NBC, says Somalis should go back to where they came from. Yes, you are right, Mr. Thompson. You said it starts at the top. This is
multi-legal and medic, Interpol 913 kilo.
Call for medic 146, ESV 1006, 602 Staples, 602 Staples at RTA.
Location. Buccaneering and B-Boy, 208 Buccaneering and B-Boy area. 336. Charlie 440.
Sign 4505, 28 return on Sandboard Paul 3835, so 6 December of 25. 2016 Nissan silver and color registered to Benjamin Avila out of Edinburgh. Insurance sales confirmed, negative point.
Location.
Negative point.
Location. 4150.
19 copy, move up station there.
30 290. Over 57 and wheel off 4. Unit 2. In there 41.
Room 206.
Charlie 3 times. Yeah, on the air. Demo. On there. Paranormal Lincoln, 8276. You're going to do 10 for your location downtown? 10 for 28. 6 Engine 31. Yep, 1 half. Right. Yeah. Engine 10 receive. Engine 10 receive. Engine 60 good.
And for 360 and 323, not sure whose address this is.
Unit 3, Dock 4. No dock damage. Low dock 10, currently Lincoln, no dock damage. You can move 158, correct? Power dock not has the 930, 3500, 37 north, I'm sorry, 37 south. Wait, reset here. Code 1, vehicle, female, 37, 4, 39, blood pressure, yeah, obviously, call, board 2, 4, 631. Temperature, second,
at a townhouse next to Woodland. 1261, 10-4. Can you show me clear another voice?
Reporting this dispatch. Dispatch. So far.
Headed that way. Go to 438, we'll do a call back for me if there's someone here on the property.
We usually
I'll take your CVT with the direction of travel.
Drive.
Or what is right?
123, 23, 36. Bravo 115, are we clear? We're still in route.
10-4.
What's in the coming out in time? 645, 41, channel disregard. No dark channel this morning. Fire from engine 13. Charlie 40. Adam 110, Charlie 139.
Central license plate. Lincoln X-ray call 4707. Lincoln X-ray call 4707. Primo driver West Coast 17. 102, 1317.
Certain times of the year or seasons when it's less conducive to producing fresh water, and we'll explain more of that.
348 gray passenger car. Impact on another towards the equivalent goes toward the patrol and 415.
UCL when you're running in the area. Where's the yeah?
Yeah, right. Turning out to 203, correction, 203 East 70J, 203 East 70. What was your place?
18906 dispatch.
Charlie for 40, you're at 164. You can show George 4 to Corpus. Noise from one truck, spot on the curve. No, I don't know. 3 clear for another operation.
129.
We need to get this patient's vehicle moved. She's asking if we could take it to the strike.
Go ahead.
Okay, be advised, that subject is being loaded into the ambulance. We're going to check the situation. Mom's can follow in her car. You can show myself 117 clear.
Where's it? I can get this house on this control.
On a call, 6 agent, 9111, the same thing beef. ESE is 2012, Crush Street of Clarkwood. We're going for a flight dispatch, 1535. Repeat, I think he's currently in front of marshals and security.
Traffic.
129.
Okay. Operating budget that we have for this year, on page 343, it says that we have outstanding principal in our utility system.
There's 120 in the area.
Like that.
10-4. 17, heading southbound on Staples, Patrol 3, 1850, heading in 24.
Conflict. I'm working engine 6. This could be a GPS device activation.
2420, 10-4, Charlie 190, copy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, radio won't see you.
Charlie 110, I'm 10-4, close.
My knowledge, no one's arrived. Turn 2 went to do the turnaround. Charlie 140, what's your location?
Here, boy, I just want to make sure you guys wrap up.
110, I'm in the area, stand by.
That's my standing by.
Are you in your office?
Can you give me my last 4? Patrol 3 is tied up. Those, unknown if she took it today.
I will be able to find him in Eileen. I'm going to call. 10-4, Delta 50, Delta 120, false alarm. I'll take the call for the Delta 120.
Go to the hospital. So we don't have to everybody walk. Around 210 and 230. Texas right person. Around 7 p.m. last night. Deficits are on the left side. 671 Reverend Berlin 14.1.
720.
7.
747.
7 last 428. 0428.
Unit 7.
We're 4 line around that.
10-4.
0.
3514 Larry Lane. Contact Veronica.
132, I'm in route to him.
Okay.
327.
1, 4, and plate will be 16412. 136.
Companies to report into the FBI without liability for criminal investigatory purposes, and that's the kind of stuff that they keep going.
Engine, Medic 91
Thank
for
you,
rescue.
Director Kelly. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Director, I want to thank you again for being here while we're waiting for
Yeah,
members to go back to record their vote.
7 at 10, 11.
Need to stay around for for these kind of motions. We appreciate the service you're providing the country, appreciate your testimony today, and appreciate the fact that you did it 5 hours straight. That's amazing. So God bless you.
You can put us on that.
Witnesses dismissed.
Opposite. 77. Just no other
Valley Regional right now.
Techno wearing shorts. David.
Around the block and in the surrounding area.
Good morning at 8 a.m. Eastern for raw, unfiltered coverage of celebrations.
Also, can you notify the record
Thanksgiving This Thanksgiving, and enjoy the interruption.
Also 3 230 5
Now we're working on other ways to get into this.
I only have 1 minute left, so Mr. Knapp, I'm definitely going to watch every documentary. You guys have done, you and Jeremy have done a terrific job. I usually have more questions than I have answers. I think we all do. You guys are doing a terrific job to bring information to the public. Do you think this is a PSYOP by the
Our government and other governments have tried to use UFOs to conduct projects. But I think
we also never the clock goes around and turn right back. What was the cross street on
division. There's one time on the call, and she's always pending on 2. That's going to be 4 2.
30 for the gen. Gabriel, 406 Gabriel. Review contact.
Mike 46 communications.
Just be advised, we're hoping to update it. There's now how they can map to it. 20 for the religious occurrence. 45 no passenger. 001 3069 radio check.
117200.
101B 244 400557. Repeating 20400557. Should come back to a Joy Nathaniel Porta.
020166.
0628 08
G George 1742 using G George
01B
1408 1016 staging walk off fire dispatch at 854 0466
911 go ahead.
12 receiving flight.
You want a sample? 2337 Burger King on 1 tomorrow.
And 137.
No, yes.
Wait, can you copy 2800 Dunbar?
Northbound and Leopard flying to the Chili's.
Delta 350, Delta 3. Alpha 10, Alpha 30, Alpha 40. The service is 11, it's 4137 Milford, 4137 Milford.
1008.
Dispatch, mention 401.
Dispatch at 1302.
Charlie 174. Enter 411.
Negative. I'll just take it easier now.
Battalion Chief, do you have en route to Flower Bluff Drive?
They're not on the pursuit. They were told by the Air 20 that you guys were on the pursuit.
What Battalion Chief do you have en route to Flower Bluff Drive? That's been
physical damage to any of the vehicles.
708, working off of EMS 1 at 1346.
We got to see him. Single vehicle off the road, hit a gas line, everybody's out of the vehicle.
250 Delta 2. 020166.
Confirmed everybody's out of the vehicle. We do have approximately half inch movement. 0160 near the Tesla truck.
FM 624, Highway 77, not on the vehicle. Copy.
666 and 1833. It's going to be 8 gold.
You're coming around to 229 Drive. 40123.
130, Charlie 230, further alarm. 5142 Cape Fear.
01091.
Number 1422. Number 22. 7. Medic 11. ESC 3304. 3304 for an unconscious call at 2618 Bonner Street. Correction. That's going to be 2618 Brandon Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254.
Yeah, you did have back 4 round. I believe back 4 had the EV display. EV 11110110112511110103 3175 03 South Oso Parkway 5603 South Oso Parkway. The caller's name is Brad. 03. Dispatch from Ladder 2. 053 207 4005 Copy that. Should come back to a Joey Nathaniel Porta.
Delta 250 Delta 2. 020166.
008151. I repeat. 41 008151. 0160.
FM 624, Highway 77, not on the vehicle. Copy.
One and mileage 87. 2421 airs. Charlie 270, clear my park.
053852. 1505, last name is going to be Garcia, common spelling, first name Janie.
505 Anastasia.
6782. Charles 250 6782.
I think that's the area.
Boy 706.
Rank 0072554. 590746. 0259 0746. Clock.
09916283. 09916283. Notice. Copy second.
0160.
FM 624, Highway 77, not on the vehicle. Copy.
0162.
032-969-23-007. I'm with you. The first page I brought in my packet is the memo that was given to the city manager from the fire department regarding the accusation that I did, that I accused them of for the...
This is not
So,
something new.
I'm fortunate...
0391. 040. I'm starting them up there right now. 04, the unit's responding.
No fight. How we clear?
Sound vehicle in entrance vehicle.
So 160, do you have a unit available for 08?
Fire dispatch at 1020.
94 plus 80.
Copy MS fire 1020.
Delta 2.
0081. 41 call for 0081 territory. Right, Mike. 666 and 1833. It's going to be a gold BMW. License plate Wayne Charles Bowen 7008. Charles Wayne 7008. Possibly 600 back to the drop down. I think it was 245. 250 lane. 455 201 at 1820. 8733, I'm clear. Charlie 350 work.
Probably fill it up and light it up.
14, I'm trying to project.
Charlie 310.
3056,
radio check please. 3056, 3056. We'll have 44, 3779,
3779, Rebecca, we're off of Friday Dispatch Center. 1400. Maybe it's 29. I'm calling, so if you can get the information, I'll call the TV and give them an update on it.
251102 717 begin at G271.
You see us first. Page
2008, -29, copy deal number.
Charlie 220, copy plate.
Henry Charles, 6573. Now we're speaking up, forcing the heads up vehicle.
31 Catalina. He is the 7013 cautious center. EMS 1 2026.
20 is me, right, check on my word off. William Sam.
1,000 firearms off the streets. 6,000 guns are no longer in the hands of criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found and located 4,700 child victims. That is a 35% increase year-to-date last year. We have arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year-to-date last year in just 7 months. We've assisted our partners with countless counterterrorism operations around the world. We've captured at the
1,000 deaths. He said 600 people die.
1,000 violent criminals have been taken off the streets, which is a 125% increase from the comparable period in the previous administration.
Now we're seeing one very clear reason why you want to build a political FBI. The Epstein files. You want an FBI blindly loyal to Trump and to you as his enforcer so you can continue your cover-up of a massive international sex trafficking ring with more than 1,000 victims betraying all of the survivors.
1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor Gavin's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. By the way, you would, if I didn't bring the military in, $9 billion they spent. 8 little hoses, $9 billion. Now I'm sure they could have done it for about 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. They approved Governor
1,700.
I think we all agree that this hearing and our efforts in this subcommittee ought to be nonpartisan and non-political.
Mr. Wiggins,
and that we should depoliticize
your background testimony
science. I remember
what you were looking at. What were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts
were 7 into 1 contact.
Michael. 1044.
1,200 miles northwest of Christmas in support of the high-altitude program, while at the same time carrying on with the Christmas airdrops.
1534 2285.
16318 Northwest Simple.
Is that the same number that called from the 412 earlier?
1,736, or 36% of those deaths occurring within the day of injection or within 1 or 2 days. Now, I was raising that issue. I was going on media. I was showing this chart, and I got censored. Radio talk show hosts, when I talked about this, they were deplatformed. Now, again, I realize VAERS doesn't prove causation. I realize it's grossly underreported. 1,736, or 36% of those deaths occurring within the day of injection within 1 or 2 days. Now, I was raising that issue. I was going on media. I was showing this chart, and I got censored. Radio talk show hosts, when I talked about this, they were deplatformed. Now, again, I realize VAERS doesn't prove causation. I realize it's grossly underreported.
1739. 1739.
1900 Holly. William George Victor 3686 10-4.
1,500 kilos of fentanyl.
Not to be nitpicky, but it's 89,000 kilos of cocaine and 7,300 kilograms of meth.
And isn't it also true that the FBI Tampa Division's Panama Express Strike Force specifically seized nearly 67,000 kilos of cocaine valued at more than $1.6 billion from illicit maritime vessels?
One of our best operations out of the Port of Tampa, and I was down there in South Florida when Panex did their work.
Director Patel, since October 7th, 2023, Hamas...
141, can you open me up a jail check?
8163752, and it's Miguel Garcia.
141, can I get individual, please?
1443 9007.
1327304. 17992. 182, I'm clear.
917.
Dispatch Medic 11.
10650.
Ranger 4, you show us some service in here.
Pilot mice.
13 7 emergency room 1659. That's 832-450-1659.
1 South Elementary Street call.
12527.
18913.
10082.
Sorry, 498 2022. Alpha. 132, checking 45.
1 unable to locate.
Yes, sir. Ladder 15, squad 15, or hold on course.
029. Repeating 12909029.
Medic 14.
Come back to Alicia, Daniela, or Jordan.
Clear, close enough to valve and isolated the middle boiler. Yeah, the main king rod that you did.
Bravo 140 available. 57.
1601 North Bolton.
1102042511020420.
Police station 13368. 1368.
1361. 225 11140047. Repeating 25 140007. 184. Okay.
19. Second one is 333743. Repeat 333743.
Route 5. Medic 7 for backup for PD. The Eddie westbound and Carroll. That's the Eddie westbound and Carroll. ESC to 8001. The PD on scene requesting medics for Eddie westbound and Carroll.
1147.
1A 10-8. Radio check from the yard.
Okay, 1 check with that 815.
MDC. Hey, girl, I'm going to continue to choose to have to walk out on last second.
195619 says 511190033. That's 251-119-0033.
145-145. I don't know what I'm on, you go. 1034 River 1, Unit 111, Crusher Turtle Creek, EMS 1, 1132.
Reporting at 50 feet of pass.
It's the original call.
Can you call this 301-107? 7 of 8. Can I get a private, please?
Yeah, very good.
Can you show me an route to the facility?
Case number is 1728. 1728. Item 220, are you logged in?
4410 traffic.
There. Can you show me 6?
123.
120, signal 4, Pro 130, signal 4, keep smart.
251-110-4346, repeating 2511-045346.
15409. It's a market contract on Gun K, please to be 102. 15409, Gun K, Unit 102. Level 3. 134, radio check, antenna from the yard.
18247.
10121 Kingsbury. 511110106.
November 14, 25th, number 22.
7. Medic 11, ESD 3304, 3304 for an unconscious call at 2618 Bronner Street, correction. That's going to be 2618 Brannan Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254.
211, show status, shoreline.
711 at 75 out of South Furious, Texas.
11 30.
11 base, are you trying to contact me? Unit
11110106. 2511110106.
1114, 25th, number 22. 7.
Medic 11, ESD 3304, 3304 for an unconscious call at 2618 Bronner Street, correction. That's going to be 2618 Brannan Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254.
211, show status, show line.
711 at 75 out of South Union, Texas.
4B, we have a flood in here. 2110. You could bring some weapons. 11801 SPID. Right copy. Then ESC of 1508. Driver of roadway. 1044 is in route requesting an additional engine. Work off Christ 9, 1837. 240 vehicle on the roadway. 3100 Holly on Victor North 8140. One male, one female. 31. It's going to be some junior high. Everything's in for this time.
For how you mark this clear. Did you get a hold of Sean?
103 and 204 in service.
10-4. 10-4.
10-4, I just got the anyway, just a second.
10-13.
1107
9. 124. Are you still to fix the discount?
132, checking 45 2. 1 unable to locate. 1290 repeating 12909029. Should come back to a Alicia.
AC 906 to dispatch. For 1145. 1213 Mendoza. 1213 Mendoza. Can you show me arrived and working at K Chris? Level 140 available. 56.
4421 for radar check.
13123 at your location.
164 and plate will be 16412 136 4.
Station 2 141 beginning mileage unit 4762.
Base 143 radar check coming from the yard.
Yeah, check.
48163752 and it's Miguel Garcia.
Very good. About 141. Can I get individual please?
110.
443 9007.
1327304. 179 182. I'm clear.
917, go ahead.
Dispatch Medic 11.
10650 361. I'll advise.
13 Everhard.
0650
Kitchen 4461.
I'll advise.
13 Everhard. 1659. That's 832 450 1659.
1 South Alameda Street call. 12527.
189
650. 132 checking 45 2. 1 unable to locate. 182 RT show me out of service.
18580887 repeating 1558.
631 10
Negative. 102 250 102 250. Unit 4720.
Adam 130 arrived. Any mileage 5.8.
10.519 return. It shall expire January of 26, 2018. Porsche blue in color, registered to a Navy Morales out of Huntington. Insurance shows confirmed negative.
440.3, they've got it just north end.
1899 dispatch.
4.
To educate.
FM 1889. Tower 44. Lincoln Boy John 1534.
Show me 305. Show Rover Property Patrol.
Location.
Unable to locate.
14100 Texas.
Total pressure 140 over 100. Blood glucose 175.
This is still rolling.
They
interview Augusta on all of that, and again, the administration has complied with our request, and
175, Washington Security.
110.
Yes, ma'am. That's the vehicle is already on the highway.
You can show sandals, black socks.
Black 1 at 1254. 711 at 75 Alpha.
And we're taking number on the gentleman, Hispanic male, 010, black hoodie, black backpack.
01 working with you and the oversight committee to address these critical issues. I look forward to
area.
Charlie 130, Charlie 230,
Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why your car...
109. 693, fighting on us. Let me know when you're ready for a second.
10-4 at 1042. 10-2033. And TP21, I copy Tom Frank X-ray 3222. 10-4.
Charles Henry, 9608. Tom Charles Henry, 9608.
1419.
104432. Is there an event going on today?
Contact RP. 1 contact
10-9, engine 10. It's going to be for medical alarm. 2118 Harriet Drive. 2118 Harriet. Work off of EMS 1 at 1145.
1006.
And then the event number 251-102-5905. Repeat 251-102-5905.
1009 radio check. About 12-10-70. 9 times 4, CCS at 15. Chief complaint of leg pain. Current vitals show 98 temp, 123 over 70 blood pressure, setting at 100% on room air. Be at your facility in 3 minutes.
1012, working off BMS 1 at 1012.
10-4, I just got both of them loose. I'm on a heavyweight just a second. 10-4, 10-4 will do. 10-4,
10-4, Route 23, stand by.
10-4,
744, second first half, land second half.
10-4.
News measure meeting 91, can you show us available on there? Call number 35505.
320 King, I'm arriving. Is the RP still out here?
Started 398.
Everything, vehicle's not blocking the fire lane, it's just parked where they have it marked off. It's nothing that we can enforce.
Do y'all have enough units for traffic control out there?
10-4, we'll... 10-4.
10-4.
10-4.
10-4.
10-4. This is and they're showing me around to 4614 CB lane. This will be 135 male preventable service. Patient possibly took in unknown substance. Vitals are as follows: blood pressure of 120 over 73, rate of 10-4.
10-4 Corpus. Go ahead and show me 10-8 from this traffic. Family member moved the vehicle from the roadway to the rest area. And he's all counting for the Bruce County lot tomorrow.
10-24, you copy?
10-3.
Charlie 262, back there,
334.
131 over 98. 26. Westlake Circle.
Trauma, away facility on Port Airs. 4126 Air, 4126 Airs, area of 8005. Work off EMS 1 at 1040.
Did you just want a unit to go on there?
100. Vehicle parked at Authoritarian Avenue I-4. Describes a white van that's been stopped there for some time.
Please arrive at 6434 14th Street.
They know they're going through some soft sales period.
That's true.
They're in it for the long haul. What's your message to thousands of auto dealerships across this country that are kind of navigating through this tariff?
Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product.
And they're behind you 100%
Call.
behind you right
This is the Great Pit Bull that attacks another little dog.
It's true.
The Great Pit Bull was resting on Texan Trail, but it also attacked a male in a wheelchair.
kind of navigating through this tariff.
Yeah, they're going to do better than ever before. They're going to sell cars in America at levels that they've never even thought of before. And they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car, too. It's going to be a better product.
107, again, that's at that kind of reporting ratio. This is why people are outraged. And what people are denying
Tom 8800.
192.
We have RP
Racewood on Robert Sam Henry 0660.
Traffic from 440 at 12 miles southwest. Rooster.
And for both.
292. Dispatch rate
523 scope. From the location, house, Creek.
420.
Yes, I have a customer. Yeah, I don't know. That's a 4 mobile.
That's 420 area.
And we just went out. We do not control one
And
seen thousands of veterans expressing their support for Pete. This is a man who can reinvigorate that warrior ethos, and this is a man that will lead.
693. 100 Blocker Stables, Robert David Sam 1250.
100 extremists were identified in the ranks of 3 million.
It's been expanded and
Direct, indirect, overt, and subtle. Standards have been
2926 Santa Ana Street.
Training units, Ranger School, infantry battalions to ensure that
Give me one example. Please give me an example. I get you're making these generalized statements.
Quotas have a certain number of
I forgot to dispatch it myself. I will do that if you can please show me where it is.
Those women.
Commanders,
1024, you copy?
2262,
334.
131 over 98.
I said, you said you track.
1806 dispatch. I put the call in my block. You don't have to show me working yet. I am en route.
Did you get a hold of Sean?
103 and 204 in service.
204, 2500 with one.
103 and 204 in service.
10-4.
10-4, I just got both of them loose. I'm gonna head your way just a second.
10-4 will do.
10-4, thank you for your temperature, make safe. 10-4.
10-4, Route 23, stand by. 10-4.
10-4, this is in Unit 2. 102 is 1044 at the Gregory parking lot. 107 traffic. 107.
County 246, I'll tell you out. 107.
1012 radio check.
1028 when ready.
11.
10-4.
For commercial along with the Queen. 5-4 and 12, 9-4 national. 24 call fire. 17.
617.
Cool, thank you. Delta 185, we're right.
Engine 1, medic 3, engine 153, Corpus 10 Martin Luther King Drive, 10 Martin Luther King Drive, apartment B, EC 004, working off of EMS 1 at 1205.
10 years ago, 15 years ago, now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control. We've had a couple of days where there isn't a boat to be found. And that, I view that as a good thing, not a bad thing. But we had tremendous amounts coming in by boats, by very expensive boats. You know, they have a lot of money.
10-475 in the air.
1013.
10-4. Medic 10 to doctors. 1107 UTL.
Medic 11, ESV 3304, 3304 for an unconscious call at 2618 Bronner Street. Correction. It's going to be 2618 Brannan Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254.
1127 924.
Unit area. So, interclaver 10-4.
Unit 5. Turned on scene. That two-story residential. Nothing showing. We'll be investigating.
Hey, Lincoln John 73633 Gun Tasco 10-4.
170. And search the trash.
913 Jennifer. It's going to be a print block. I was unable to clear it.
40 traffic.
40 traffic call.
Engine item. That one. Yeah, we're working a facial right now. We're going to be transporting engine for receipts.
5800 Williams, Paul George.
1108 North 4th Street for a 62-year-old male, lethargic, slurring his words with lack of balance. He does have a history of seizure and stroke. At this time, he is conscious and breathing. 62
I'm sorry, 1108 North 4th Street. 1108 North 4th Street. 12 male lethargic, slurring his words with lack of balance. 9850 LaGrange Street. 9850 LaGrange Street. Apartment 23 at Westwood Apartments. ESB 2011. By dispatch at 34.
0106. 2511110106.
Number 1425. Number 1108 North 4th Street for a 62-year-old male. Lethargic, slurring his words.
11110106.
Number 1425.
1108 North 4th Street for a 62-year-old male. Lethargic, slurring his words with lack of balance. He does have a history of seizure and stroke. At this time, he is conscious and breathing. 1108 North 4th Street. 1108 North 4th Street. 12 male. Lethargic, slurring his words with lack of balance.
9850 LaGrange Street. 9850 LaGrange Street. Last two locals are just in.
9/11. We know that was mishandled by the past director and by the past FBIs. Our family members here, our family members who are concerned. God Almighty, we want to get to the truth of that. I ask you, please, to meet with them, to talk to them, and to investigate this with truth.
10-4 will do.
1107
UTL.
1107 and 4.
1108 North 4th Street. 12 lethargic, slurring his words with lack of balance.
9850 LaGrange Street. 9850 LaGrange Street. Apartment 23 at Westwood Apartments. ESB 2011. By dispatch at
0106. 2511110106.
Number 1425. Number 22.
Engine 17 medics. Engine 17 medics.
65, good.
Chest pain at 4834.
211 show status shoreline.
1111 at 75
All people in the Texas. Phone number 361 232 1492. Looking for a group of pit bulls that are being aggressive. I don't have any description. Medic 11, ESV 3304. 3304 for an unconscious call at 2618 Bronner Street. Correction. That's going to be 2618 Brannan Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254.
211110106. 2511110106.
Number 1425. Number 22.
1148 gas leak inside. ESB late address 1312 airline. At a Thai dental worker dispatch 10.
Go and tell you.
Will be 1 made contact RP, 1 made contact R, 3 made contact, 5 educate, and 5
1 2.
You give us a 168 55.
10650 State Highway 361. I'll advise.
13 Everhart. Several line emergency room 1659. That's 832 450 1659.
1 South Alameda Street call.
127.
189
Station.
Santa Ana Street.
2022.
132. Checking 45.
119 Lockins Street. 211 show status shoreline.
1111 at 75 out of South Furious, Texas.
11 to base. Are you trying to contact me? Unit 3035? Who has this unit?
1107 civil.
11 Jewish worshippers in Pittsburgh in 2018, and it was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack. So do you admit that happened?
I'm not saying the other thing didn't happen. I'm just asking for a little information.
Patrick Cruces, who posted a manifesto about a Hispanic invasion, walked into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019 and began firing. He murdered 23 people that day, and the youngest was 15. You admit or deny?
11. And the manhunt for the foreign terrorist organizations overseas in places like Afghanistan and Iraq, the FBI received certain authorities to go out there and dedicate a mission to go after them both lawfully and investigatorially and collect evidence and provide it to our agency partners. Once the foreign terrorist organization designation was labeled over to the Mexican drug cartels, we can now do that here and in Mexico and in Colombia and in Venezuela and anywhere else they are. And so that's the best analogy I have.
11, you'd have the book that thick, and the hearings would literally run all day long. go through in detail. And that's kind of what I'd like to do here tonight. It's not all day long, so we only have the afternoon, but we're going to get into a lot of detail here. Dr. Scott, you did mention you treated about 100 COVID patients. Can I just ask you, what did you treat them with?
11 were shot. I would say, and that was not a bad week for him. Okay, that was not a bad week. He said somewhere 18 or 19 were murdered. And you know what his excuse was? Yeah, but that was a long weekend. Okay, can you believe it? He said that was a long weekend. He's bad. And the mayor is worse. I mean, that mayor is worse. Low IQ, very low IQ. And we don't need low IQ people. We need people that are going to take care. And I love Chicago. And
1107, so 3 Charles, 1004 to 3 Charles, 1003, track 14 and 15.
12th, 2025, just 2 days after Charlie Kirk's killing, that the DOJ removed that report from the DOJ website. That's why Americans are concerned that there seems to be a separate system of justice, that if you are a Republican and you are attacked, you will get the full weight and authority of the FBI in this administration. But if you are somebody serving in the Minnesota State Legislature and you are assassinated in your home, that the response is different.
1205 East Highway 44.
1521 Airline, 1521 Airline, the Weber Airline SPID, work up by dispatch at 1529.
12130. Yes, I haven't cleared up. We were not able to locate anything.
You're available for calls, though.
Can you see 914 to dispatch? Could you cover that while I take care of this?
Negative. You wanted to show me.
2293.
1522 Charlie, 3
Airplane EZ 1420, 32 Airlines. We call from F11, Engine 11, Lake 11, Engine 11, for test planes, EZ 1130, 4721 Princeton, 4721 Princeton. Go ahead and work off EMS 1, 555. Last update. I was going in and out of business. Medic 3, should call at 500 South Tronquola, 500 South Tronquola, at South Bluff Park, ESV 3313, working off
At the I guess 707 left. There's nobody in front of Miller.
Go there.
Yeah, I'm going to three over at 5 fabricate. Next one for you. Transport LS PD90. That's fabricate.
I'm going to Alfred right now. He said that he was in front of Miller earlier. Let me contact.
Route 23, 1070.
12:30 in the evening. I actually made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second time, and he picked up. And I told him, I said, you have to get investigations for that in Congress, but we're going to find out who they are, because they're really...
to take away from that day, what would you hope that they would remember? And also, Mr. President...
I think this latest
and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. You know, it's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, it was the end of world...
1261, 10-4. 10-4, just let the operator off the border and I'll head that way. Hancock and Santa Fe?
27, 104 over 127, you're looking at an 82% miscarriage. So the key is
128 MGD that will be coming to the table. We have a $1.4 billion tourist revenue that could be negatively impacted by discharge in the Corpus Christi Bay. Of that 128 MGD that's coming to the table with all these different, through these different projects at a cost of $57 million, none of it will take the community out of
12 years and thousands upon thousands of decisions. I kind of wouldn't reduce our service to the one that got away. I'd rather focus on all the ones that landed just right.
But basically, it's a West Virginia to Washington, D.C. support, and it was
1996, the FBI has ignored tips.
One minute one for a diabetic car on 405 16th Street, 405 16th Street, area 3317. Work off by dispatch 1513.
12.2 miles,
13, 53, 16, 14.
10, 13, Pueblo. Full Delta. ESD is 1301 at 926 McDonald. Apartment 3. Work off EMS 1959. 13.
132 traffic. 132 traffic.
131. I'm in the area of 15th and Staples. I'm going to go ahead and look to see if any of you people have surveillance.
Yeah, I'm 10-4 on it, but I'm out of building 5 here. I got to swap some tires.
Okay. 135 functioned as an airborne ionospheric observatory. It utilized radar and optical techniques to collect data on radio signal attenuation. Also in the southern area, 2 RC-121s were aloft, checking on radar clutter and interference caused by conjugate point phenomena. Finally, a U-2 was standing by at Hickam for its long pre- and post-shot weather sweeps over the Central Pacific.
327.
37 north. I'm sorry, 37. Wait, 365. Code 1 female 37 blood pressure.
My truck, yes.
Area 14, ESD 1404. 1404 first. Roll call 7013 Smokewood Drive 7013 Smokewood.
Mohawk Street.
Proceed working off of EMS 1 at 922.
These levers.
Dispatch, Hawk 34, Packet Plaza.
Route 14, 10-7, no passengers.
1804 dispatch.
1 girls in 24. See her cousin that is going to be a small pink house on the corner. Cousin's going to be
2260, 2280, disturbance in progress at 3514 Lariat Lane. 3514 Lariat Lane. Contact Veronica.
Routine's arriving, 12.7.
At 119.
14600 SPID on Sam Lincoln X-ray 2099.
14700 Whitecap, X-ray Frank Victor 4219.
147, you did not come
3018, 301B, stand by. I have 4959.
Engine 14, Medic 14, call for Engine 14, Medic 14, first stroke, ESC 1408 at 2006.
13 to Bay.
I got lost location.
Verified.
Flag will be Hollywood West at Carroll City.
13, another unit.
Call for Medic 14, Medic 14, unknown EMS at 1645 Airline, 1645 Airline at House of Burger, ESV 1408, working off the fire dispatch at 1217.
14100 Texas.
Don't tell me clear from it. 14. 14. Never 19, 43, 17, 61. Postos?
I'm
43 status.
Base 143, radar check, coming from the yard. 145 traffic. 145, I'm out of Allen.
6501, 1044.
145, I'm out of Allen.
1439. Fire dispatch. 1437.
140 traffic. Base 143, radar check, coming from the yard. 145 traffic. 145, I'm out of Allen. 145 traffic. 145, I'm out of Allen. 141, beginning mileage in unit 4762. 143014.
Location.
14100 Texas.
Don't tell me clear from it.
714.
CFC. Negative.
19, 43, 17, 61. Postos?
Oh, 143 status.
145, I'm out at Allen. 145 traffic. 145 traffic. 145, I'm out at Allen. 14600 SPID on Sam 9.
And Florida, please return safely. X-ray Frank Victor 4219.
147, you did not come through.
154, 161 49 15 last
115, 2000. Also.
Routine's arriving.
Hey, Roger.
7.
118.
14600 SPID
All
on Sam
information for
X-ray 2099.
147, you did not come through.
14 White Cap X-ray Frank Victor 4219.
2047, repeating John Henry David 2047.
CFC. Negative.
1403, crossing of Everhart Road. Going to be a vehicle versus bicyclist. Work off of EMS 1, EMS 1, 1524. Right, evermore.
Ops 23.
Additional number.
28, Staples Lodge.
2430, cash out of the roadway, I will be clear.
We're just on the comments, it's us out here, we're kind of settling the situation, we're good. Go for the area. 14 years old, 14-year-old female. Her main female is
14, ship Eagle Barcelona, departed at 09:53. There's no dot damages and has 2 private cars in sight.
14 El Monte Martinez Auto, no 29 confirmed. 27 Martinez Auto, eligible Class C 2033, no 29. 510 traffic. Received. 1205, you clear? 772, V250, 262. 250, 262.
40 traffic.
Again, the racing hasn't worked out, but it's 21, not 20 Alpha, EMS 1, 801. Try one time on the crash, are there 2 separate ones for you?
Is anybody art museum? Isn't that a ways off, or the other art museum?
He's one of the workers here. Break. And for 2700, the bike units are arriving at 13. Can you repeat? It came through unreadable.
At the end of March 2023, I agreed to meet with Arrow following
51% ownership by Americans, and we have a company, a great company, Nippon. They're coming in from Japan. They're going to spend $17 billion, and somebody said, well, what happens if it doesn't work out? I said, they spent $17 billion. We can't put it on a trailer and drive it to Japan. This is a steel mill. You know, some businesses you can move. You move your office, and that's where the business is. With this business, they're spending...
102 5905 251 107 5905.
Hunter Walker Staples, Robert David Sam 1250.
No ×4, CCS at 15. Chief complaint of leg pain. Current vitals show 98 temp, 123/70 blood pressure, setting at 100% on room air. Be at your facility in 3 minutes.
10-4. Engine 14, medic 14, call for engine 14, medic 14, first stroke, ESC 1408 at 2006, airline Christi with apartments, book off EMS 1, 928.
CTC 2910 and CTC 29147, 925.
154 million lives saved. But when you look at the study, unlike the Henry Ford study, it has no confidence intervals. So what is the confidence interval at 154 million claim?
14, clear from CDC.
155. Precinct 5 case number is 25250-510. That's 5250510.
159, go ahead. 115, 15 of 2000. Check for 29, also.
Routine's arriving, 12.7.
Medical services, 215, can you bring out to the approaches? Michael!
1044.
34, 94, 88, 68.
No dock damage. Meter 1127 924.
Unit area. So, insert labor, 10.
Unit 5.
We're not saying that two-story residential, nothing showing. We'll be investigating.
Lincoln Johnson,
15 years ago. Now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go into every city.
15. We're in a route of Viking Drive.
6, and I'll be stand by, we're Stephen.
10-4. 10-4.
Unit 5.
Turn on the left lane near the shoulders. Medic 1, go ahead.
CCPD location.
Yeah, license plate readers that it shows
986. What is your location?
Well, so you need to change out the batteries.
15 years ago. Now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your next group. You'll get great support. Every American deserves to live in a community where they're not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot. And that's exactly what our administration is working to deliver. I didn't realize I was going to make this such a big factor in the I didn't really campaign. I campaigned on crime, but I never thought we'd go
50-person organization that you actually raised a lot less than what you actually spent. Did you drive costs down in a 50-person organization? Let me tell you, we've got to drive costs down dramatically in a organization of 3 million people and hundreds of billions of dollars. You don't have that experience that you can talk about.
160, right to main tagging.
60 to Charlie 4, mobile 3.
162, I'm direct on all traffic. I'll be en route to Lexington.
1626 Chula Vista Street. 1626 Chula Vista Street. Signal 1 in sight.
6116 stairs, Bolero, bowling lanes.
617, the expires October 2026. 2022 Nissan Ontario, black in color. Gonzalez and Torres on Santa Rosa, no 29 confirmed. 27 comes back to Torres out of Santa Rosa.
620. 6211 around.
316, Unit 751, first half Viking bus, Marine.
16 minutes and 4 seconds, and it was at 12:30 in the evening. I actually made a call, didn't pick up. I called him a second time, and he picked up. And I told him, I said, you have to get your ass in gear because you're going to have a problem there. And he would have. If we didn't bring the military in, he would have had, you would have right now something. And I went through it because I follow the rules 100%. And I watched in Minnesota where you have the man who ran for Vice President of the United States.
16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded 2 other students at Evergreen High School. We've seen lethal anti-Semitism.
1724, 1724. I got my custody at 1308. My custody at 1308.
I'll refer back to Russia. One incident I did not mention. There are 40 incidents.
1,600 kilograms of fentanyl off the streets so far in 7 months. Year to date, 25% increase. To put that in perspective, that's enough to kill a third of the American population, 120.
Dugan for interfering with a federal law enforcement operation. Could you tell us a little bit about that? And is a judge above the law here in the United States of America?
Well, no one is, and that case is ongoing. But as you stated in these allegations, that there was an interference in federal lawfully executed federal law enforcement priority.
316.
17, 18, number 5.
6, 17, everything is code 4. I'll be standing by.
7013 Smokewood Drive, 7013 Smokewood. She's working off of EMS 1 at 922 and 13. Pueblo. Fall Delta. DSD is 1301 at 926 McDonald. Apartment 3. We're off EMS 1, 959.
Anna and relocating units. I think I'm going to 1724, 1724. I got my custody at 1308 on Zero.
1739, 1739.
Contact City at 1308. I'll see you now.
1739. 1739.
911.
79, 13, 14. Over.
US 1. 419. AC 912 to dispatch.
182 RT out of service.
1651. 1901 Shoreline. 1901 Shoreline. American Bank Center. Work off our dispatch. 2000. 1900.
745, 44. 280, 7657, 7657, 196, 7986.
317, Indiana 758. Sun Land, then Marine.
17 gunshots. We saw an arsonist set Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence on fire. And of course, last week, we saw the horrific, cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation. 1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, a 16-year-old shooter in Evergreen, Colorado, radicalized by white supremacist ideology online, opened fire and critically wounded 2 other students at Evergreen High School. We've seen lethal
17 other states follow California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, but and trucks and they have a lot of them for
around the clock to not only keep our country but our world safe, and that's what Operation Summer Heat did. Thank you, Director, and to the Deputy Director for everything you did on behalf of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage.
17 other states follow California. That's the problem. 17 other states follow California. 17 other states follow California. That's the problem. 17 other states follow California. They have the most ridiculous laws I've ever seen for a lot of things. This is just cars, but and trucks and compared to what we rebuilt. Give it to Afghanistan, one of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our country with the whole withdrawal. And they're handing him, and then he stopped handing him. They just went down and picked him up.
614.
AC 912 to dispatch.
18, I think there was 2 locations, sir.
2019, and in that residence, the FBI found a safe, correct?
I don't have the catalog of evidence in front of me. 18, I think there was 2 locations, sir.
It's 2019, and in that residence, the FBI found a safe, correct?
I don't have the catalog of evidence in front of me.
18.
Email with.
And remember, just state your name and city.
Wasn't off-duty doctor that they...
But it has to be done correctly. It has to have intake. You want to intake it from the Gulf and then do so.
From the other end. 4491. 35 southbound, 4491. So it's coffee that is running on in the roadway.
Lived on aircraft carrier.
180 times the general population's average. Hillcrest is not invisible. Those are...
Damage, no pilot cars. Water meter reading is 505,372.
Got it.
181 north. It's going to be Victor. 202, 181 north. Heart rate 84. Respirations 14. SpO2 97, room air, temp of 97.9. BGL of 135. Lung sounds are clear in all fields. EKG is a sinus rhythm at 84. No ectopic. We do have vascular access. We're currently administering fluids. We'll be at your facility in about 3 to 5 minutes.
Expired 2008.
Delta 240 for the destruction just occurred in Lanky Seafood House, 600 North Shoreline, 600 North Shoreline, contact Brian.
1651. 190019. 19, medic 17, medic 91. 113, 17, that's 91. Major at Caribbean in Jamaica. Caribbean Drive in Jamaica Drive. ESV 1313, working off of US 1 at 1823.
Have a pandemic. Vaccines, unfortunately, sabotaging treatment using effective generic.
Dying of acute COVID-19. It was abundantly obvious that the COVID-19 vaccines did not reduce the risk of death. I don't want America to be fooled by the stream today, thinking that the vaccines save lives, because they didn't.
Leader Thune.
Hold on your...
This gentleman right here.
Hello.
What?
496 Going to be right in front of West Haven. Paul Lincoln. 1901 Shoreline. 1901 Shoreline. American Bank Center. Work off our dispatch. 1901 Shoreline. American Bank Center. Work off our dispatch. 2000. 190019. 196 Going to be right in front of West Haven. Paul Lincoln.
Okay. 1900 R. William 8821. 910 last 4.
4 BP of 187 77. Pulses 67. She was at 90% on room air. I got her on nasal cannula for the use, bringing her up to 95%. Temperature of 96.0. Blood sugar of 187.
Second will be reentry door.
History of diabetes, hypertension,
right before
opiate utility about
right before the interchange door. It will be I'm dropping that.
What was the time of the last day normal for her baseline? 1922.
Last night, about 9:30 last night.
EMS at 11:30 Waldron. 11:30 Waldron.
1929, 1929.
1970, the first autism prevalence study in the U.S. found an autism rate of less than 1 in 10,000 children. According to a study by the EPA, sometime around 1987, the autism rate in the U.S. began to skyrocket. The most recent report from the CDC showed that 1 in 31 8-year-old children in the U.S. in 2022 were on the autism spectrum. That's a 32,158% increase in the last 52 years.
Engine 13. Unknown EMS at 11:30 Waldron. 11:30 Waldron. Laundry Depot. ESV 1303. Working off of fire dispatch 1258.
1996. The FBI has ignored tips. Then, U.S. attorneys gave Epstein a sweetheart deal to avoid significant jail time. The government simply disregarded the law and ignored the victims of these crimes. It was and is unacceptable. For the past 6 weeks, the House Oversight Committee has worked tirelessly to request documents and testimony regarding Epstein and Maxwell. 1996, the FBI has ignored tips. Then, U.S. attorneys gave Epstein a sweetheart deal to avoid significant jail time. The government simply disregarded the law and ignored the victims of these crimes. It was and is unacceptable. For the past 6 weeks, the House Oversight Committee has worked tirelessly to request documents and testimony regarding Epstein and Maxwell.
1900 R. William 8821. 910 last 4.
19 vaccines and others have helped save lives and been safe and effective.
Thank you, Senator. So when it comes to safety, I personally am not a big fan of the slogan "vaccines are safe and effective" because there are nuances. Right? Nothing is 100% safe. Are COVID vaccines 100% safe? No. Are they generally very safe? Yes. Are they the least safe vaccine ever? No.
19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile...
Determined to end these cycles of
I look forward to working with all of you as we conduct oversight investigations to uncover and expose the truth
on issues that are important to the American people.
3-1, just one top receive.
Ridge 0-2 John Ridge.
Deviation, close it out over the phone. I'm headed to Eldon.
Lighthouse Point Apartments, apartment 5101 for parking B. Gregory Griffin.
Engine 6.
And Delta 46 to be clear. Transport only.
Tony Blue in this area. 30 clear. 30-35.
Pretty close. Dispatch. That's from all one.
Victor Young Sam 7146. Victor
2,000 deaths. He said 600 people die.
2743.4 and 742.3. The fan is 525 shoreline.
5,700 airs. Tom Vic 5584.
421, 10-4, 7-4.
279 Henry Nora Henry, repeating 279 Henry Nora Henry.
2511017679, repeating 2511017679.
2327 515
2327 5152 Garcia.
24 now, Harry. The number is 251102 2513. Repeating 251102 2513.
2 3 4 1 5 1 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 1 5 1 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 1 5 1 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 2 3 4 1 5 1 4 2 3 4 2 3 4.
I advised Adam one over the phone. I'll be clear.
We're in 661 Common 23.
Can you start that last record for me, please, and give me a precinct 5 case number?
26223. Base 1201 Alpha bus 3071 needs a individual 204 Phantom PD, sir 204.
Sir, who?
Route to 1023 Starlight 1023 Starlight. RP advised the child's bike was stolen from 1022 North Cliff.
Mary 2465, Paul Joyce, Mary 2465.
251. 26. Showing the EAB RP Center.
Number 26, base 3435 is back on track.
299.
2.3.
2006 Airline, Department 1206. Making you out a case number of the call. That's another 14.
No, 1 Gonzalez, unit 2.
1 and Mom 87.
Start Morgan.
23. Repeating last 4. 0123.
Charlie 130, Charlie 230, burglar alarm. 5142 Cape Fear.
Yeah, she needs to go back to Mary Street.
0152.
001 3069 radio check.
017200.
401B 244.
Yeah. Call for medic 696 for a headache. ESV 1411 6421 Saratoga 6421 Saratoga.
80%. You see these outbreaks, and then you have fatalities and lots of consequences. We're going to see pertussis. God help us all if we start seeing meningitis or polio break out. These are diseases that have been eradicated. And so what I would say is I really appreciate the chairman's focus on truth and making sure there's transparency and going through the record. I appreciate that. I appreciate individuals who I disagree with fighting for their voices. But what I don't appreciate is
70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
Suggest Hamas needs to hurry up and disarm and follow your comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
That it was the head of CENTCOM saying that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world?
2019, August.
2019. Okay, so a lot's happened over the 20 years of this. Well, thank you for what you're doing. I think that the public needs to know as they do on most everything. There are a lot of questions of the government involvement in the shooting of President Trump. I mean, that's going to come out at some point, not only Butler, Pennsylvania, but the golf course. So is there anything you want to add to what Mr. Garcia or any?
No, I just think that
Pandemic year, 2020, 3.38 million, a little under 3.4 million. So that's an increase of a little more than 500,000 people died in the first year of COVID. The following year, 3.46 million people, more people in the second year of the pandemic, 2021, when the vaccines were rolling out. And I think we were close to 70% take up of vaccines by fall of 2021, I believe.
Some of the estimates are that by the second quarter, over 60% of Americans had
A self-luminous, tic-tac-shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects. The 4 then disappeared simultaneously with the
20 trans ideologues that you were aware, I believe you said many more. Many were aware of and possibly complicit in the assassination. Director Patel, in light of the increased violence emanating from the far left, is your FBI investigating?
270 for the stolen vehicle at Weber Northtown, trailer 120, rerouting it back him up.
2020, traffic, 35.
2029 Stardust. Moving to Patrol 4.
Apartment 2601. The stage. Do not have to go down the 6th Street.
6th Street.
Sam 3 to more.
Are you coming here? Where was your parents?
Call for Lake 41. Lake 41. For difficulty breathing. ESD 2601 6th Street. Apartment 29. SS 2826. 4909 FM 2826. Work off DLSD at 455. 327.
Henry Charles, stop, 73. Now we're keeping forcing our heads up there.
1031 Catalina. He is the 7013 Crossroads Center. Work off EMS 12026.3.
6,000 kilos of cocaine, 6,000 kilos of meth, and 1,500 kilos of fentanyl.
Not to be nitpicky, but it's 89,000 kilos of cocaine and 7,300 kilograms of meth.
And isn't it also true that the FBI's evidence Panama Express specifically seized nearly 67,000 kilos of cocaine valued at more than $1.6 billion from illicit maritime vessels?
One of our best operations out of Port Tampa, and I was down there.
Hasn't the FBI
200,000 American auto workers would be going to be a great day.
What would you like folks to take away from that day? What would you hope that they would remember? And also, Mr.
President, and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. You know, it's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, it was the end of world anniversary, end of World War II, and I called France and Macron, who's a good man. I said, what are you doing?
3,000 violent criminals, more than double the number arrested in the final year of the Biden disaster. The FBI has also destroyed or severely disrupted more than 170 organized criminal enterprises. A weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many.
Cataloged 1,088 randomized controlled trials from 1941 2001.
637, 27 Guerrero Cynthia, deals eligible, expires 2029, negative
700 Airs, William King, William 2485.
10, total 1.
She has complained of abdominal pain. She says she feels crampy and tight. She has a umbilical hernia. She said when she leaned over to grab something off the floor, her
William Mary Tom.
7315. Bravo 410, both distance.
entire area.
He's in the breakdown line. Assuming a T55 area 1410. Work off CMS 1 a 1012.
24.
Ryan Shoreline 4.9.
2014 was the first year. We discovered a 2013 op-ed I wrote about the need for a Pentagon audit because an audit is an issue of national security and frankly, respect to American taxpayers who give $850 billion over to the Defense Department and expect that we know where that money goes. And if that money is going somewhere that doesn't add to tooth and instead goes to fat or tail, we need to know that. Or if it's wasted, we need to know that. So I think previous secretaries of...
Engine 14, unknown man down at 1645 Airlines, 1645 Airlines, PSV 1408, return to like 5,
Does that ring a bell?
They were told to keep quiet.
28 expires July 2026, 2018 Chevy pickup, Danny Walker, San Diego, 29, insurance confirmed.
When another patrol
18903 to dispatch.
triangular craft.
2019, August.
2019, okay, so a lot's happened over the 20 years of this.
He watched it for a few minutes.
Well, I think, thanks for what you're doing. I think that the public needs to know, as they do.
2017, unsure of the make. To allow out of the city expired September 25. Insurance is confirmed. Object. Ballot.
617, that 28 comes back to a 2015 White color Chevy van. Status is valid. One Medicare on Omega, Georgia, clear, 29.
117, usual mail service. 328, patrol 921 Northport.
28 expires July of 2026, 2018 Chevy pickup, Danny Walker, San Diego, -29, insurance confirmed. 18903 to dispatch.
Second patient at
2019, August.
2019, okay, so a lot's happened over the 20 years of this. Well, I think, thanks for what you're doing. I think that the public needs to know, as they do on most everything. There are a lot of questions of the government involvement in the shooting of President Trump. I mean, that's going to come out at some point, not only about Pennsylvania, but the golf course. So, is there anything you want to add to what Mr. Garcia or any?
No, I just...
89 at 1701 Thames Drive, version 1418, we're compensated special 1133.
Encourage veterans to apply for every government benefit they can ever get after they leave the service. You stated you don't want to, quote, be dependent on government assistance from the VA based on injuries or illnesses that might have arisen from your military service. So I'm just going to ask you a few yes or no questions about veterans, understanding you don't have jurisdiction, but this is important to our morale, it's important to our recruitment.
201 Edwards, number 8. I've got the information. Make you good.
2020, 3.38 million, a little under 3.4 million. So that's an increase of a little more than 500,000 people died in the first year of COVID. The following year, 3.46 million. 2021, with the vaccines were rolling out, and I think we were close to 70% take up of vaccines by fall of 2021, I believe.
Some of the estimates are that by the second quarter, over 60% of Americans had some form of
immunity. Then in 2022, we...
328. Show booking is clear. Nothing found in units.
Pandemic 2021. With the vaccines were rolling out, and I think we were close to 70%.
I'm curious what you do know, though.
Take up of vaccines by fall of 2021, I believe.
Some of the estimates are that by the second quarter, over 60% of Americans.
2021, had it not been for the vaccines, more than 5 million people would have lost their lives in America.
The Taliban taking over. Do I
have that? In 2022, 4.8
71 or major accidents, 345 weather, 12 people by weather. 7, we're compensated dispatch 1134.
Contact Toy.
320, Delta 630, showing you around.
Fire dispatch, Medicine.
An artisan.
2020, and about 9 million in those first 6 months, and they got a form to fill out every day for 7 days after the shot, then every week for 6 weeks, and then 3 times after that. On that form with checked boxes, there were basically 2 types of checked boxes. The first checked box was for symptoms, but the symptoms that the CDC chose to include were the ones that they say are normal and fine after the vaccine, and they only collect after 7 days. What they call reactogenicity. They're good, they show the vaccine is working.
2021, dying of acute COVID-19. It was abundantly obvious the COVID-19 vaccines did not
not reduce the risk of death. I don't want America to be fooled by this hearing today, thinking that the vaccines save lives, because they didn't.
Dr. Vaughn, please, audience, please. Dr. Vaughn.
At this time.
So I challenge the vaccines to really return to the two C's of medicine, which is care about the person, the actual human being.
2021, had it not been for the vaccines, more than 5 million people would have lost their lives in America. In 2022, 4.88 million people have lost their lives. Dr. Scott, is that even close to credible to think that we'd go from 2.85 million lives lost in 2019, have a pandemic, no vaccines? Unfortunately, the NIH was sabotaging treatment using effective generic drugs.
2022, Treyway Lane, apartment 142.
Morning in 2022, I was fired from SSM Health because I brought it to their attention. It was never discussed at a department meeting or at a division meeting or at a grand round. That's not science.
A lot of great questions from our viewers, so this is exciting.
Looking at 29.
So about 3.5 years from the start.
So 2029.
Advising that I'm going to be here at the Salome call for a while. I'm probably
around DSAL because we saw that it wasn't for the people, but we were going to have to pay for it, both in terms of our dollars, but also in terms of our health and our future. We've been for parks and libraries. We tried to fight the budget cuts in 2018 around that. We adopted a park because we wanted to show
2024, the number of civilian employees in the Office of the Secretary of Defense has nearly doubled from 1,500 to 3,000. Civilians on Joint Chiefs has increased from 191 to almost 1,000.
2025, just 2 days after Charlie Kirk's killing, that the DOJ removed that report from the DOJ website. That's why Americans are concerned that there seems to be a separate system of justice, that if you are a Republican and you are attacked, you will get the full weight and authority of the FBI in this administration. But if you are somebody serving in the Minnesota State Legislature and you are assassinated in your home, that the response is different. And
you know, Pete gave a speech at
2025, just 2 days after Charlie Kirk's killing, that the DOJ removed that report from the DOJ website. That's why Americans are concerned that there seems to be a separate system of justice, that if you are a Republican and you are attacked, you will get the full weight and authority of the FBI in this administration. But if you are somebody serving in the
2025 article by The Guardian entitled Ghislaine Maxwell hinted at Epstein's ties to Trump officials. Why wasn't she pressed for names? Stating that Maxwell told Deputy U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche that some of the, quote, cast of characters.
Out of 120, can you show me out at Kellam High School?
FBI. There will be no retributive actions taken by the FBI should I be confirmed. And
301 radio check, hey, for real.
22 is going to be vacant. 43 calls.
2030 comes around. That's more or less the time frame that we're open. Are we going to have everything we need to be in regulations?
So Councilman, reverse osmosis, or RO, is the preferred and proven technology to remove PFAS from water. And that would be the same treatment used in seawater desalination.
And I also want to be transparent in this whole process. Even
204, we have been advised that the gates were completely open this morning when they got over to the bus terminal.
6640 Yorktown, that's the Pro Solar Apartment.
201070. $2,700 coming back clear. Expired in 2008. Negative 29. Copy, do you want to make contact?
Early 220, copy, please. 20 for me, right track on my word, off William 8065.
20, Delta 1, Mobile 2.
20 trans ideologues that you are aware, I believe you said many more. Many were aware of and possibly complicit in the assassination. Director Patel, in light of the increased violence emanating from the far left, is your FBI investigating this violent trend of anti-religious, Antifa, and transgender-driven violence?
All of it across the board is being zealously investigated, no matter what your motivation.
20 times more. It's the most incredible disaster I've ever seen. That's one. The cars are just as bad. Everything's bad. And now you have this situation. So his own sheriff, who's a good man, by the way, said 2 days ago or 3 days ago that we could not have done this without the military. They were going to take over this whole, they couldn't have done it. Now today they got him to change his tune. He said, oh, I think we could have handled it. It's so sad.
20 election for the great King Donald from Sleepy Joe. And then in the third book, Cash takes down the Dragon of the Jalapenos, nicknamed the DOJ. Your supporters had hoped that you would graduate from a...
BP-21 received medical and copy. 801 Roster. Show it's clear. All 3 dogs in custody.
30.
Crazy what's going on the social media platforms. There are
120
And Bay 1. Bay 1. Bay 1, combat. Plus 21, 28 plus.
210% in the last 7 months alone. And transnational organized crime, which Stephen Miller has been a great partner in, is up over 12% alone. These numbers are historic just as a snapshot. But just so people don't think we're focusing on violent crime alone, the national security mission, Mr. President, under your leadership has never been stronger. We have gone after espionage activities against our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. In China alone, we've had over 50%.
2 18th Street, 2102 18th Street, ESV 3315, working off of the statute for
225, cancel our crash number.
1824, traffic 3467, 3150, restricted area.
3162, 87 miles, 87.
Case number 19-0019.
2801.
21, you can 18 everybody else. I'm not finding anything right now. Can you try to do a callback or is it a ghost phone?
Found 21. We're going to be making
it was right there in the study.
23
cases of autism back in 21
Let any of these
and I explained exactly what it is. It's exactly what it says. The data should say what the data says. And unfortunately, that's not what typically happens with bats and science.
And there's supposed to be a Congress and the
I also just want to say
campaign. I promised to end this disaster, and today our Republican majority
all filed between 1990
delivered, and I don't know, I can't imagine. It's so obvious.
Call at 2222 airline, I'll take that one and clear this. You can show me in the area of the 1601.
129. Transit base to 73.
127, 27 for Flores, Fernandez, 29, Sylvia. 225, I have work order 794, 595, 79495. It will be one no go. I don't want to come here.
1042.
2692 00272692. Robles.
745.4.
1739. 1739.
175, locked and secure.
196. 7657. 7657. 7986.
2300 Holly. William George Victor 3686 10-4.
180 times the general population's average. Hillcrest is not invisible. Those are...
2220 Charlie 110, short to the Center Place Apartments, 4315 Carroll Lane, 4315 Carroll Lane, first room in progress. Show me clears offense report for got the power on. Back route 444.
128 MGD that will be coming to the table. We have a $1.4 billion tourist revenue that could be negatively impacted by discharge in the Corpus Christi Bay. Of that 128 MGD that's coming to the table with all these different through these different projects at a cost of $57 million, none of it will take the community.
8206, Azimuth Court.
22 Williams Road. 3 40. November. 633. Registration expired February 2026. 2018 Nissan Simon 129.
33. Whiskey Delta Zulu 4733.
10-4. 1210. What was your traffic?
23 curbside. Delta 350. You can show me curb cross 332. Do you have traffic? 332. Show me everything.
334.
5360 FM 1069. 73-year-old female. She was at dialysis today. She's complaining of weakness more than usual.
340 Delta B. Northwest and 889 at the Stripes parking lot. San Zebra Tom 7468. 8.2, what's it? 8299. 8299.
8318.
44 traffic.
47 0047. Class number 6837. 6837.
850. Sam Henry
7300.
33,000 perspective.
But whether we have the
My
courage
predecessor
to face
in 7 years produced
True
13,000
leadership
pages in
requires
total
vision,
to the
a
United
willingness
States
to
Congress.
confront
His
the
predecessor
unknown
in
with
4
transparency and resolve. So I ask the Congress to help we the
I do want to
people
highlight one thing about
enact this
DC,
vision.
and
There are
we are
3
working to
goals.
bring them justice.
Fund
And, Mr.
independent
Chairman,
research.
in my
and
16
treat
years,
UAP
now my
study
17
with
years
the
of
same
government service,
seriousness
if anyone has any
as we
questions
would
about
any
my
other
service,
scientific field.
bring it on.
2,
Thank you,
end
Director. We will now proceed
secrecy
on
and
the 5-minute rule. The chair
overclassification.
recognizes the gentleman from California.
326 Robin Akiva. 326 Patrol Engineer and NASDAQ.
322 South Archer. 322 South Archer. It's the ISD admin building. Silent panic alarm.
Go ahead. 7 David.
23 status. 123.
22 setting at 100% on room air. Via your facility through
23.
They had almost $15 trillion. They had almost nothing last year, and the year before, they had very, very little. Nobody wanted to be back here. Nobody wanted to come to our country anymore. Because we were like stupid people. We looked like stupid people. We were laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I can tell you that. But they wanted to shatter our domestic supply chains and literally grind civilization to a halt. We would have gone so far back. Okay, everybody.
David Henry 5.
David 009.
2410-7.
2043 20 version 3.
Michael, let me keep you up, but it's coming through.
So get both lanes open.
728 or site one going info.
329. Yeah, is that record gonna need to block out the road on that side for the 18-wheeler, or is it 18-wheeler?
2022 Alpha.
132, checking 45.
Okay, 1 unable to locate. 12909029. Repeating 12909029. Should come back to a Alicia, Daniela, or Jordan.
1145. 1213 Mendoza. 1213 Mendoza. 44787 218. Bravo 140 available. 456.
62189491121. Last names.
345 for an unconscious patient. 1720 Morris. 1720 Morris. A 21-year-old female that is unconscious. She is breathing. Highly intoxicated. Delta 3, Delta 4.
Suspect arriving 0.6.
1 male.
24-hour shifts to mine roughly 100,000 Epstein-related records to redact President Trump's name from the files. Bloomberg reported this, that you directed FBI special agents from the New York and Washington field offices to join the Bureau's FOIA employees in Winchester and another building a few miles away, and that while reviewing the Epstein files, FBI personnel identified
We have been calling on Seattle person automatic location, work off EMS 1 with medical and 11605 Emory Drive, 3605 Emory.
240. 2400 Johanna. Robert Paul, 9216.
Medic 14, difficulty breathing. Fire State Retirement Home, 27097. Apartment number 163. DUZ is 1410, Coastal Valley for 2 class. We're off of flight dispatch, 1802.
2 minutes 41 numbers. Making coverage area.
2418, radio check, 10-8 from your Adam 420 and Adam 430, showing you're not for loud music. Mallard and Widgeon.
2470, they're advising it's going to be in hallway 46. 100 East Highway 44, 1200 East Highway 44, right there by the Lone Star.
285, case number 48, 304. 477, 3700, what was the signal?
2600, let me get a chance to look at the sequence 0482, 0482, Charlie 360 call. 0485, show me en route to me for tagging.
One more.
Temple, we've already for those 180.
How it is on the other side? I'll keep going straight.
Can you get paid? 2440, 2464, global disturbance in progress at 3514.
So what do you want me to grab?
514 Lariat Lane.
44 10.
4925 here. Ops 24 clear curbside Charles.
24, Apollo is going to be 40 minutes as well. 4614, Leonard and Annabelle.
There's a car from the side over here. Where was that? Grab a little.
Delta 140M at 37 up.
40 Sound Tender 83, William Henry X-ray 9483.
135.
45.
45.
45 location.
4542 Sheffield. 4522 Sheffield. 4542. 60 arm.
4542
45 Saratoga at Champions Park. DSC 1050 working off VMS 1 at 1054. 4565 Leopard
24, documenting that 1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals, probably the most influential medical journals, New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
That's correct.
So Dr. Walscott, as a vaccine injured, do you believe you received informed consent?
Absolutely not.
24 years, yes. Yes, they saw a safety signal in theirs, yet from May 25th to May 27th, CDC officials provide up-to-date information on the status of the Han to Pfizer and Moderna representatives. Not to the public. They're warning the injection manufacturers, indicating CDC's preference to keep those companies more informed about vaccine adverse events than the American people. On May 26th.
24 mixer.
Doors to the, got him elected. I got him elected, please. Go ahead.
Sir, Mr. President, sir, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
Peter? I do. I look forward to seeing him, actually. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate to get. Probably won't get him. But he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine.
Well, we're not talking
24 nautical miles south of zero.
24 and 305.
Hey, sit down on this side.
124 clear.
Ceiling pound, wait, 1043, 24 Delta Strap.
124. Bravo 115, comment 30, we're clear.
46 on 4, Station Ward.
430, cast out of the roadway, I will be clear.
40, we're just on the comments. It's us out here. We're kind of settling the situation. We're good. 40 area.
Wait, can you repeat the location?
445 complete. William King X-ray 3347.
Charlie for 40 for backup EMS. 4111 Manhattan Drive. 4111 Manhattan. Charlie for 40 area.
There's a couple of vehicles.
25% increase from the comparable period in the previous administration. He's rescued 4,000 kids. He's got 1,300 predators who he's arrested.
25% if they don't make the car in the United States. And because of that, and this could have been done long before Trump. This could have been done by any one of the presidents. I did it with China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it in my last term. I actually asked the question. I said, Do we have any Chinese cars here? No. Why? Because you imposed a 25 or 27.5% tariff on Chinese cars. So 25% if they don't make the car in the United States. And because of that, and this could have been done long before Trump, this could have been done by any one of the presidents. I did it with China. The reason you don't have Chinese cars here is because I imposed it my last term. I actually asked the question, I said, do we have any Chinese cars here? No. Why? Because you imposed a 25 or 27.5% tariff on Chinese cars. So then
25% of those who identify as very liberal believe that political violence can sometimes be justified. That's far too many, is it not? It is. One is far too many. That's right. Only 3% of very conservatives said the same thing, and we can agree that 3% is far too many. But there's an astounding
over the weekend. I think Charlie lived that scripture verse, 2 Timothy 4:7. Fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith.
25% if they don't make the car in the United States. Because of that, and this could have been.
And in full disclosure, I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue, and it took 14 months for us to get DOPSR approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks.
25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and investment in American manufacturing and auto manufacturing. All manufacturing is surging. And I might go up with that tariff in the not-too-distant future. The higher you go, the more likely it is they build a plant
24, off 31.
Ford has just announced that it's going to invest $500 million.
24. Faith ever, period.
Hey, nor should they.
Nor should they. I don't mean to interrupt you, but my God, of all the amendments to the Constitution,
25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and investment in American manufacturing and auto manufacturing. All manufacturing is surging. And I might go up with that tariff in the not-too-distant fields for 20% less money. And I want to thank you, man. You have done some job. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everybody. You guys want to come up here?
648.
We'll be headed back to 4101 Arizona.
2925, you'll handle that copy.
2025, just 2 days after Charlie Kirk's killing, that the DOJ removed that report from the DOJ website. That's why Americans are concerned that there seems to be a separate system of justice. That if you are a Republican and you are attacked, you will get the full weight and authority of the FBI in this administration. But if you are somebody serving in the Minnesota State Legislature and you are assassinated in your home, that the response is different. And I think just 2 days after Charlie Kirk's killing, that the DOJ removed that report from the DOJ website. That's why Americans are concerned that there seems to be a separate system of justice. That if you are a Republican and you are attacked, you will get the full weight and authority of the FBI in this administration. But if you are somebody serving in the Minnesota State Legislature and you are assassinated in your home, that the response is different.
December 25, 30, 25.
25, 30 years ago, they were all coming back. They have now almost $15 trillion. They had almost nothing last year, and the year before, they have very, very little.
Cover engine 101, engine 101 for a GPS activation area of 974 North Water, 974 North Water,
that we will not
area 1005.
That every day Attorney General Bondi and I talk with all of our partners, making sure that they know that if any one of our federal agents, our state or local agents working under the HSTF banner, are even
2055 2055 15 925 115 50 or 2000 circle 29 also
routines arriving 12.7
1 534 2285 510 traffic received
50 05 0509
10-4 3 15 can you bring up 7 5
Day 147570. It's going to be confirmed with October 2025, October 2025. Traffic at DP 30, please.
Baldwin at Hi-Ho Convenience Store, 3948 Baldwin. Contact Mario Espinoza. Just wanted to advise of pending 2 priority 3s, 1 priority 4.
John 124. Charles Sam.
John 124.
John Charles Sam.
Corpus above number C29, Charlie 29, area 2012, walk off EMS 1, 12.
Dispatch from
45, sir. Sir, give me 17, report.
I'm sorry, 288, talking advisors, Nicole. 3016 machine.
270, I'll be transporting the juvenile female back to 12.
Hopefully we go medic, interpol, 930.
1213. Sorry, 270.
25 jail. Have a private on 126 and 25 last one, please. 25. Charlie 216, clear traffic. 333. You can tell me clear.
Give me a play here in a second when we catch up phone.
8306.
Supervisor 292, Ronnie, headed to you now.
Give me a call back at 512-598-1551. This is Richard with the Better Business Bureau, Heart of Texas branch, 512-598-1551. Give me a call back at 512-598-1551. This is Richard with the Better Business Bureau, Heart of Texas branch, 512.
25 largest field offices to divert thousands of agents away from chasing down violent criminals, sex traffickers, fraudsters, and scammers to carry out this immigration crackdown. Director Patel, you treated the men and women at FBI with disrespect and paranoia. You've assembled a roving band of freelancing henchmen within your office and charged them with conducting unauthorized investigations, targeting and harassing career FBI employees.
25 and 50% tariffs on steel, right?
Mary X-ray Paul,
John James,
7441.
we put
Mary
tariffs on steel, and we were doing great with steel.
Mary
Now
King
we're
Paul,
really doing
7441.
a big investments being made in Pennsylvania. You've been reading about it. They're going to spend $17 billion on U.S. steel. And all the steel workers wanted it. And we have a golden stock. We have a golden share, which I control, or President controls. Now,
155 to 34, coming inside.
26 Logan Avenue, 1326 Logan Avenue. I'll show you working. I'll provide dispatch at 711.
Call 2615 Countess.
26 Logan Avenue, 1326 Logan Avenue. I'll show you working. I'll provide dispatch at 711.
26. Delta 39, I'm going to show you back up Delta 33.
Good one, Bay, beginning mileage 0.
316, sir there.
Which one is
323 Delta 10-4.
26. Throw in the EAV RP Center. 260, give me that PSI.
26, the gentleman mentioned the select committee. There were 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. 4 entered the Capitol and thereby broke the law. Do you know if those individuals were being paid by the Ray FBI?
60.
26. Delta 39, I'm going to show you back up Delta 33.
Good one, Bay, beginning mileage 0.
306-336.
26 to base, radio check. 75725 SPI.
2797.
27 Vulture on Rockford from the got clear.
2801B to base, can I get an individual, please?
2801, can I put the yard radio check? Staying at 2810 Regan Street. 2810 Regan Street. ESV 3305. Working off CMS 1 at 1044.
Okay, with 110, sorry.
2815 lost in the call. 2615 Countess.
The zebras are on the way.
26223.
262, over. 2562, 23 on Port Safe, clear.
264 what? 664, 10-4. 24 FM 666, David William 4, John 60124.
306-336.
Yes, sir.
10-12.
10-4.
Yeah,
323 Delta
10-4. 27. Yes, 2 individuals on board.
2618 Brandon Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254.
It's over on 27 and 15.
ESD 3304. 3304 for an unconscious call at 2618 Bronner Street, Correction. So it's going to be 2618 Brandon Street. I'll show you working off of EMS 1 at 1254. Give me a Christopher Cunningham, negative 29, insurance 615. That's 27 comes back to Christopher Dean Cunningham. Report to Christi. Field clear, expires 2032, negative 27. Vulture on Rockport comes back clear. Yes, sir. You can head over to the
287 with a temperature of 99.5. We did administer 2 milligrams of Versed. Patient stops seizing. Location facility approximately
2810 Regan Street. 2810 Regan Street. ESD 3305. Working off EMS 1 at 1044.
2801B, the base. Can I get an individual, please?
2802.
It looks like you are back online.
2801, 10 yard radio check.
2028.
Senator, I appreciate your work on this topic, which you've been involved in for a long time. You mentioned Concerned Veterans for America. I just want to clarify, we have very generous donors who set a very clear budget that we stuck to every single year. So the latitude there was restricted, and we worked very hard and diligently inside it. You've also been a leader on the Pentagon audit for a very long time. I think when we met, Senator, I said 2014 was the first year. We discovered a 2013.
2815 Lawson, anything?
2 different plate numbers.
Yeah, do that, and then shoot it out on the MDT across all districts. Guard duty has been canceled. I'll send out an email as soon as I can in the next 20 minutes.
I think he's drunk. He's got some damage to the front of his vehicle.
Go ahead and cancel that EMS call. APS just showed up.
1066 is secured.
2811. Item 2, Adam 223.
Let's see on duty. Can I get your number?
Okay, for my
886
4332 4433. For the custody issue, I'm just going to do an answer report. So a case number, and then for the assault, report number.
For the court issue is 1751. 175.
I'm sorry,
28 years. You were chairman of this committee, the Rules Committee, from 2019 to 23. Now, if this is all of a sudden so important, when you as chairman, you had every right to bring up everything we're talking about now. What did we hear from you? Crickets. So that's the big confusion I have. And referring to the thing about political grandstanding, that's all this is.
Well, I didn't
and I don't.
hold on,
I'm not talking.
28 expires May 2026. 05 checkup, Wilson color, Holden Auto out of Taft, no 9.
2022 trailer, Apartment 104, easy. 1408, the interesting day, work off EMS 1, 2112.
1029.
To the groundbreaking ceremony.
Report taken, 1118 Dakota on routine control.
In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 27 of the scriptures, God brought the children of Israel to the Jordan River.
1002 was instructed. Charlie 2 to Charlie 210.
The promised land.
That way before.
Charlie 134. So he's advising that their sister Cynthia Martinez of Sulphurhead,
Just
11 of Fort West Tahoe.
down there, still on the bus with the chopper defeated, 4900 block, line 37 north. William Charles John, 3226.
4900 I-37 North. 2.8 received.
Delta 320 clear. 09 Sam, signal 4.
09 French. 9 years of age. Her hair is light, about shoulder length. Says she's only 4'10". 4910 your last 4. 1029.
To the groundbreaking ceremony.
616 your tag number is 2502 6101 25 02 6101.
2 and 5.
Ma'am,
616
you were supposed to swap at Momentum.
Second thing, the other bus is going to meet you there at the university, so stand by and wait for him.
0.28 times the rate of developmental delay and 4.47 times the rate of speech disorder.
All of these findings were statistically significant. There was also other conditions for which there were numerous cases in the vaccinated group but zero in the unvaccinated group, hence a rate cannot be calculated, including brain dysfunction, ADHD, learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and tics. For example, there were 262 cases of ADHD in the vaccinated group, and there were none in the unvaccinated group. In this study,
we have 28 and 42 at this time.
34%, which is about our U.S. population as compared to the rest of the world. That's over 900,000 serious adverse events to COVID shots here in the United States. And I think it's time to recognize these people, to research them, to provide them care, which they are not getting, and to consider getting them, and really getting them fair and just compensation. Thank you.
3% of very conservatives said the same thing, and we can agree that 3%
Conservative Cato
Institute, they've obtained ICE documents showing that over 2,500 FBI personnel are now working on immigration enforcement. A yes or no question. Did you sign off on this?
I know exactly what's going to happen.
Considering that you've identified these people as, quote, government gangsters, will you recuse yourself from making any...
3,000 pages in total. I repeat, I have produced 33,000 pages in 7 years to this Congress and will continue to do so. I'm dedicated to restoring the trust and the mission and the integrity of the FBI, and we cannot do so without congressional oversight, and I promise you I will continue to do so. On the Epstein case, the original sin on the Epstein case was how it was handled by Mr. Acosta when he first brought the case in 2006, 7, and 8. The original case had a very limited search warrant.
26, 34, 93, 1.
Driver of a
Staples, William, Mary, John, 83254.
206 and 304, 4732.
One on location. The civil vehicles. Trying to back out right now.
2401, 2677. D14743.
43. Just for your 43 on 27 and 28. Fair guys.
3530.
3019. So 10 95.
23 and 4.
3715. 83715.
30302, standing by outside the gates.
4303.
Hey, who's that? What's his name? It's Toby Fry.
Oh, go off, I'm sorry.
Can you have to gate 104? Make contact with the CSO.
336410.
We are going to be 8 for Adam 0277.
342 from off city. 3 dark 331. If you can print and hold those returns I gave you for this call. 320. 204. He's advising we are going to have to more than likely block it off due to a blown out tire.
We're going to be nice. Delta 3, 330, 348, 350 around.
344, sir.
Adam 230. I'm not on the team on the red truck.
7974.
340 Delta 3, clear my park, 59.
3810.
We'll take that call for engine 17.
4 received, engine 17 will show you available.
350.
323.
343.
That's 28 for the trip factor and 120.
21 Toyota to the port, expiring 7.
Great. That's great. 322 by VND.
3837, 314, and 104 out of 700 North View Court, executing search warrant.
333, South Staples, acknowledge.
3, 4, and 5. And Patrol 4 has one pending party for tonight to contact other apartment complex.
Staples and Elizabeth, the waiting female got robbed by
Victor X-ray John 2673. Victor X-ray John 2673.
Suspect left running towards Elizabeth. No description as of yet. 12-2 and 1233.
Show me clear from this location. I was going to be with animal control. Charlie 260. Show me signal 4 at 442 Holly.
410 334 334.
5360 SM 1069, 5360 SM 1069. 3043, the firearm has not been brandished in any way. The RP stating he has it on him at all times, though. 49286 in Holly. 340318.
141, we check in 45, number 3.
923 left. 4923, last 4, 7318. 7318.
Agree.
Yeah.
President Trump's 2018 nuclear posture review that preventing adversary nuclear attacks is, quote, the highest priority of the United States?
Senator, yes, I do.
If confirmed, will you commit to supporting all three legs of the nuclear triad and to using every tool available to deliver these systems on schedule?
25, connected code 1 with a 65 LLC. To the fall. Make sure 1 unit house. What is your all
3225, George Whiteboy, 3225.
34
632, 41. West Heath 3, Medic 12, West Heath 3, Medic 12 for a sick call at 2701 Morgan, Unit 400. 2701 Morgan, Unit 400, Area 3304, report call, EMS 1, 1216.
304 3056 to 3057.
Please number, arrest time. Copy, Robert Tom Frank, 3066. Copy plate, 4984, Young 74.
I'm with Victor.
Send me out to the 5203 Avenue Street.
It's going to be
We're back in service. We can take that call from there at 12.
it's going to be attitude plate. I can't read it right now, but it's going to be David Charles, 55114.
Hey, does Earl have a
2700?
Be dirty.
143?
3 Charles 2, 1840.
328, Patrol 921 North Quarter and Hillcrest.
133, Whiskey Delta Zulu 4733.
10-4. 12-10, what was your traffic? 334. 923 left. 4923, last 4, 7318.
7318.
23 curbside. Delta 350, you can show me curb on 7.
March 347.
3, Medic 3, Major at Baldwin and Prescott. Baldwin and Prescott. 33, they're working off of US 1 at 1835.
Bill, so of course I do. But I also represent the ratepayers, and that is one of my biggest concerns. I don't want their rates to be so high they can't afford it. And I don't think you do either. But I would like to challenge the industry. Y'all are really great about giving out scholarships, all kinds of things that you do for the community. You're wonderful about that. I would challenge you to think, because we've got so much cost right now with Evangeline and other projects that we're doing, and it benefits everybody. Give to that fund. If we go forward with this, give to that fund.
3025 Coral Springs, 3025 Coral Springs. Unit 2.
1044.
34, 94, 88, 68.
No dock damage. Meter 1127 924.
Unit area. So, enter Clover
5. Turned on saying that 2-story residential, nothing showing. Okay, investigating.
Mary Lincoln John 7633 Guns Hospital Top.
170. And search the trails. 913 Jennifer. It's going to be a print.
370. Looks like it's going to be 481, 481. 323. I'll be patrolling Hillcrest, 921 North Court.
Charlie 350 work.
3030
to road supervisor. Can you come to unit 3030?
And be available for the sanctuary. The event is free for everyone to attend.
Our installations are visited by these craft. They come in and do whatever they do.
As you can imagine, over the years here in the test kitchen, we've made lots of different types of apple pies. And each one seems to have its own personality. Some have plum toppings, some have no toppings.
Courtesy ride, one note female G2506 Nogales.
370 on 58.
330. The vehicle still inside BMD? 30. Go ahead.
1730.
EMS is returning to 517 North Michelle for the third time on that malfunction.
9733, I'll be clear.
10-4, 301, 10-7.
301, 10-7. 301. Hold on, my foot, 12 speed, Washington medics. Go ahead. 604 Robert.
Under 15 out of service will be in service on the air and squad.
Latitude, what is Medic 2's destination? They're leaving their location, London 95 Mesa. So 50 will take that call from Rotterdam.
Car wash. Cover and 5, and 6.
301B, 1044.
4092, B1. From transportation. He's transported as one.
139.
Charlie, 10-4.
To be not 169.
18. You got that back now, I'm sure.
326,
328, patrol 921 on the word and hookers.
328 citation issued.
I completed with the 119 Mohawk Street. And then whenever you're ready. 43 North, the point mattered was the HTC with 3090, departed at 1640.
33. Registration expires February 2021. 2018 needs fireman out of Orangeboro, 29.
133, Whiskey Delta Zulu.
Third Code in Swansea on Robert William Mary 2215, solid vibes.
I have a question for you. Which one is the real one?
The greatest scam in American history, the Green News scam. It's a quest to end the gasoline-powered car. This is what they wanted to do, even though we have more gasoline than any other country by far. And people want the gasoline car. They want anything. They want electric. They want to have lots of alternatives, but they do want the gasoline car. Right now, it's leading away by a lot. The car business is a very interesting business, but we want to keep it that way. I want to thank Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Deputy Transportation Secretary Stephen Bradbury, as well as CEO of Ford, Jim Farley. Jim, where is Jim? Let's see. Hi, Jim. Congratulations. You're doing a great job. CEO of Stellantis, Antonio Filosa. Thank you very much, Antonio. Chairman of the National Automobile Dealers Association, Tom Castrida. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Tom. Great to have you. And Manager of General Motors, Orion Pan, John Urbanek.
Yes, sir.
Great to have you guys here. We're going to say a few words in a minute about how ridiculous this was, but we've just freed you up. So you're going to have a good day. You're going to have a good number of years. Thanks as well to Senator Shelley Moore Capito, Ted Cruz, Kevin Clay, Marsha Blackburn, Eric Schmidt, and Bernie Marino, as well as Representatives Sam Graves, Vern Buchanan, Mike Kelly, Roger Williams, Lisa McLean, and Corey Balderson. All great people. These are great people, and I know there's a lot of support going beyond the people that are here. We have tremendous support on this. From day one, I've been taking action to make buying a car more affordable. I signed an executive order to end the unfair, expensive electric vehicle mandate. As you know, we had to have an electric car within a very short period of time, even though there was no way of charging them and lots of other things. It would have cost $5 trillion to build the charging plants. And as you know, in certain parts of the Midwest, they spent, to build 9 chargers, they spent $8 billion. So that wasn't working out too well. That was done before me, by the way. I wouldn't have let it go forward. We're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standards, one of the most important things. I've never had a group of people come to me more powerfully and really just devastated that they had to do it. It was killing them. The automobile manufacturers, the tailpipe emission standards. And I can tell you, your people at Ford were coming to me all the time and they were saying, like, please, it doesn't do anything and it's killing us. And it's driving the cost through the roof. We revoked Biden's emissions waiver for California so that California communists could not regulate the automobile industry and ruin the entire nation of automobiles. And they were doing that too. But we have that now under control also with your governor, who's got much more than he can control. Now, under the new rules being issued today by Secretary Duffy, the Department of Transportation will rescind the Biden fuel economy prices. And I hate to say that because they were really not economy, they were really, they were anti-economy. They were horrible what they were doing to the costs and actually making the car much worse.
Everything we
But
need
these
to be in regulations.
policies forced automakers to build cars using expensive technologies that drove up costs, drove up prices, and made the car much worse. The action is expected to save the typical consumer at least $1,000 off the price of a new car, and we think substantially more than that. Under the Trump administration, $70 billion are now being invested in the American auto industry. Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Kentucky and Michigan plants. Is that a correct statement? That's right. That's a lot, $5 billion. You could do more. Creating at least 4,000 new jobs. Stellantis announced that it will invest $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing by more than 50% and open new manufacturing facilities across the country. And I think a big part of that is also the tariffs. Because of tariffs, they're coming in. Not only the automobile industry, AI, we're leading China in AI, we're leading everybody in AI, we're leading everybody and everything. We have the hottest country right now. I will tell you, a lot of political people behind me, great political people, very successful political people. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world. 1 year ago, we had a dead country, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it started from November 5th, but it also started when we did the tariffs. We had tremendous support on the tariffs. It's bringing in trillions of dollars of wealth. It's bringing in national security. And I've stopped 8 wars, and of the 8 wars, 5 of them have been because of tariffs and trade, so they're very important. And General Motors plans to invest $4 billion as it brings its manufacturing back to the United States from Mexico. After falling by 5% under Biden, U.S. auto production has surged by 10% so far this year. You know, I won the auto workers vote, but now even the head of the auto workers said Trump is the greatest president we've ever seen. And we're protecting our auto workers, and we're making it easier for every family to afford high-quality cars. In other words, we're bringing automobiles back and the manufacturing of automobiles back into this country. We lost 52% over the years, 52% of our automobile manufacturing. You see it, closed factories all over the place. Now they're all opening up. They're being, in most cases, being knocked down, and new ones are being built in their place. And a big beneficiary is the state of Michigan, but South Carolina, even states that didn't really do too much with the automobiles, they're opening up plants. It's been amazing. So between automobile plants, AI plants, and plants of every other nation, really every other type.
If you live in a Texas zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years, and what I'm about to tell you could save you up to 80% on your auto insurance. Here's what the industry doesn't want you to know. Texas drivers pay the most for car insurance out of any state in the country. Insurance companies are now in trouble for overcharging Texas drivers by as much as 80% for the same coverage. We call drivers in this state gold tier clients, the ones we'd fight to keep because of inflated commissions. But here's the dirty secret. If you're in Texas, they won't let you know you can lower your rate now, and they're happy to keep overcharging. My neighbor Jessica from Houston, perfect record, was paying $180 a month for 15 years. I told her, try out my new website. She found the same coverage for $72. Saved 60% after filling out the form through my official website. After 30 years
including chips, we're going to have a big percentage of the chip market very soon. Not because of the CHIPS Act, which was horrible and ridiculous, where we just gave these companies billions and billions of dollars. They just kept the money. But because of what we did with tariffs, they have to build here, otherwise they're going to have to pay tariffs and won't be able to do business in the United States. And we are bringing, we're going to have a big percentage of the chip industry. As of about a year ago, 2 years ago, we had none.
The original Senate
on
now
the
we're going to have a
Epstein
very
case
big percentage
was
where
how it was
law
handled by
finishes
Mr.
out.
Acosta
So I'd like
when he
to
first
ask
brought the case in
Secretary
2006, 7, and
Duffy
8.
to speak,
The original
and then
case
Mr.
had a very
Farley,
limited
and then
search warrant,
Velosa,
had a
and
very
Urbanek,
limited search window, had a
and
very limited
Castrita,
investigative window, 33,000
and also we're going to ask some of our political leaders to speak, because they went out of their way. This was not easy. People were brainwashed. This is a green new scam, and people were paying too much for a car that didn't work as well. And now they're going to have a great car that's going to be environmentally friendly, but it's going to cost you a lot less, and it's going to work great. All of the nonsense is being taken out of the cars. So, Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yesterday at the cabinet meeting, the president was talking about affordability, and the way that Democrats talk about affordability is a lie. Today is a perfect example of that. So these CAFE standards used what was contrary to the law. The Congress set a rule that says you have to look at combustion engines. Biden and Buttigieg actually did an analysis using
has not been branded in any way. The RP setting he has it on him at all times for 49286.
62-mile-an-hour per gallon standard, which the car companies will tell you is completely unattainable. Trying to meet the unattainable standard, driving up the cost of a car, number one. And then number two, if they couldn't meet the unattainable standard, they had to create for carbon, costing billions of dollars and again driving up the price of the cars. Mr. President, what Democrats were doing were not making cars more affordable, they were making them less affordable. The consequence of that is going to be that more Americans can afford to buy a new car, which means they're going to be safer on the roads because of all the great new technology we have that save lives. So we'll have less death on
4,000 pages, and
these rules
we're
are going to
hopeful
allow
there's more,
the
and we'll
automakers to make
look at that and then post it online as quick as we can.
not vehicles that Joe Biden
would you yield for me?
wants them
Would you yield
to
for
build.
me?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll yield.
Sure, I just wanted
But
to
also this
seek
is important
unanimous
for American
consent
jobs.
to
The
put
more
in the
cars we
Newsweek
sell,
article
the
from
more
August
jobs we have in
1st
this
of this year,
country.
so
And
just
this is
last
jobs,
month,
this is
in
freedom,
which it talks about the
and this
fact
is
that
common
Trump's
sense,
name
Mr.
was in the
President. So thank you
just
for your
free Epstein
leadership.
files,
And I
and
appreciate
that
what the
1,000
Senate did with the
FBI
big bill
agents were
and what we've done
redacting
here
those
today. So
files.
thank you
very
much.
Big, beautiful bills. It's something, it's amazing when people see the benefits and the lower taxes that they're going to have, lower regulations. So, how about
Mr. President, Secretary, all the important lawmakers here, competitors, today is a victory of common sense and affordability. We're very proud of Ford to be the #1 auto producer in our country. 80% of vehicles we sell here we make in our country. And we never left, like many of our competitors. We're the #1 exporter. We have the most factory auto and this CAFE standard that is aligned with customer demand is the right move. For a lot of reasons. We were #2 last year in EV sales, we were #3 in hybrid, and we're the leading brand for combustion. We believe that people should be able to make a choice, as you said, Mr. President, and we will invest more in affordable vehicles. This allows us to invest in affordable vehicles made in the U.S., which we will take the lead on, and will allow us to make vehicles more affordable. So thank you for making this step for all of you.
Thank you very much. One of the other things we're doing, it's separate from this meeting, but I think everybody here would agree with it. If you go to Japan, just left, and if you go to South Korea, Malaysia, and other countries, they have a very small car, sort of like the Beetle used to be with the Volkswagen. They're very small, they're really cute, and I said, how would that do in this country? And everyone seems to think good, but you're not allowed to build them. And I've authorized the Secretary to immediately approve the production of those cars, so you'll be able to buy they really are, they're actually, some of them are really beautiful, actually. If you take a look, Honda, some of the Japanese companies do a beautiful job, but we're not allowed to make them in this country, and I think you're going to do very well with those cars, so we're going to approve those cars. Would you like to say something about it?
Well, no, just that he never stops working, so even when it's on Asian time, he's calling me at midnight. He gave me the directive to clear the regulations on this, which we have, and so if Toyota or any other company wants to make smaller, more affordable cars, fuel efficient.
If you can't quit the P word or you're constantly bombarded by lustful thoughts, I want to let you know that Scripture tells us that successful men are often the ones that deal with this, from David to Solomon to Samson. For the last 4 years after opening the door to Unchained Leader, we've seen a very similar pattern of what's described in here, of guys coming in that are from every major sports league that you can imagine.
We have cleared the deck so they can make them in America and sell them in America.
They're really nice and less expensive, and it really gives people a chance to have a car. You know, have a brand new car as opposed to a car that maybe isn't so great. And so new car companies are thinking about that. I think it's going to be a tremendous market. Please, we've got to say something.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great day for us at Stellantis today, because it's the day where we see CAFE regulation reconciled with the legal customer. That's why Stellantis, we decided to invest to Jeep, Ram, Dodge, and Chrysler $13 billion in the next 4 years, increasing production by 50%, delivering to the market 5 new vehicles, and creating 5,000 additional jobs. That's because we believe in what you, Secretary Duffy, and all your team is doing in this country. We believe in growth. We're ready to invest to the moon. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for this great news of the Cape, which we are very interested in, and we are very looking forward to work with Secretary Duffy in the future for us. Thank you very much.
Because we've already cleared the way. You can start right away. Thank you very much.
596. 7596.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having me. We support your leadership for this issue that is so important to the auto industry. I'm here representing the hard-looking men and women of Boeing Assembly in Michigan. The facility, our manufacturing facility there, is currently going through a retool so that we can build additional U.S. manufactured pickup trucks and full-size sports cars for our customers. And we're so excited about that. Thank you for your support. Secretary Duffy, thank you as well.
And this is largely coming in because of the tariff situation. We're taking in trillions of dollars, actually, trillions, and we have so many other advantages, but these great companies are coming back to the United States. They left the United States. If somebody was sitting behind this desk that knew what they were doing, that wouldn't have happened. They would have said, well, you can sell your car here, but we're going to put 100% tariff, and you would have never had the auto industry leave. Again, we lost more than 50% of our auto industry, and now it's all coming back. I think it's coming back. Ultimately, it's going to be bigger. I believe it's going to be bigger. But it's an honor to have you here. Please, would you like to say something? Thank you very much.
Tom Camstreet, sir. I'm the chairman of National Automobile Dealers. They represent 18,000 dealers in the country, along with 3,000 heavy-duty truck dealers. And what the actions that you've done as the president and your administration is definitely going to save our customers money. And you made your promises that let the consumer buy what they want, sir, and you delivered on that. And the other thing that you delivered was your promise in the big beautiful bill,
one of the most
important
pieces of
legislation some years back, and now that makes it affordable for our buyers.
It's going to be something very special.
Can save money through that loan of the tax, anywhere from several hundred to several thousand. So again, sir,
Secretary Sean
on behalf of all the dealers and our customers, we appreciate what you and your administration have done, and of course our legislative support as well, Mr. President.
Thank you. That's very nice, and I'm glad you brought that up. We're allowing people to deduct. So if you go out and buy a car, and this is for middle income, lower income, no matter what. They never really had deductions. You know, rich people like deductions, but middle income people were never really afforded deductions, which is very unfair. You borrow money to buy a car, you're allowed to deduct the interest from your income tax.
New agent applications
And I think that's going to be one of the most, in terms of your industry, I think it's going to be the biggest thing that we're talking about, maybe even bigger than cafe standards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and Director,
People are going to be able to borrow money, deduct
carefully
it, so it's going to cost them
all
essentially
discussion in
half.
this hearing. I've reached two
And,
top-line conclusions.
It'll help. Yes,
First,
sir.
I am
think it's
glad
gonna
I
be
don't have your
tremendous
job.
country. They've never had a chance to do
Second,
that
I am
before.
glad you do.
And that's
Thank you
all
for
done.
being
That's
willing to
all in the
step up
great,
and
big,
serve in
beautiful
this role.
bill. So
I'd like to
it's
plow a little bit of
really
ground that
terrific.
we've not
I'd like
spent
to
a lot
ask
of
a
time
couple
on
of
so
our
far.
political leaders to say, because you guys have done an amazing job. This was something that was going to be very tough. We had to fight lunatics to get it done, and they had no answers. You know, you just present them with the facts, and they just say, well, we're just not going to vote for it. They couldn't talk about it, but they didn't want to vote. I see Mike Kelly, my friend back there, has been with me from day one. Right? What do you have to say, Mike?
Well, you know what, I think you hit the key, everybody's talking about the same thing. In America,
They like each other. There's no hatred between these two guys.
no, as long as I beat his price, we're friends. No, but you hit it right on the head. The American people have always been able to choose what they want to buy. They don't want to be taken out of the market by people who, quite frankly, don't even drive their own car, and saying, this is the way you've got to go going into the future. And say, well, you may say that, but you're not in the market, you have no idea. And I know the business we're in, at the end of the day, you were there with me and say, so Mr. President, other than price, what's keeping you from taking the car home today? It's always price. And the fact that we can build a car that's affordable, that people want to buy.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific.
That's the key to it. What you've done is unlock the most ridiculous statutes ever committed. It wasn't done by the Congress. It wasn't done. It was done by President Obama after the courts made a decision. Thank you for doing what you're doing. You're making America great again in every single way. Thank you.
It should be so big for the oil manufacturers. And people aren't even believe the impact this has. You know, Mike used to come to my rallies all the time, and we'd have a rally. It was like 0 degrees and freezing, and he'd sit there without a shirt on. And I didn't need that.
During a number of the Christmas aircraft,
I didn't say it was pretty.
C-54s and C-118s flew the 2,400-mile round trip from Hickam with test animals aboard.
You lit it up.
The purpose of this project was to conduct chorioretinal burn studies and to further develop fire protective goggles for aircrew use.
Thank you, Mr. President. I represent
Heavily instrumented KC-135 aircraft were also...
this is huge for the dealer body, the local car dealer. We're going to be able to sell what the customer wants, the manufacturer's going to make what the customer wants. We've got all kinds of options to the big bill. It's going to enable people, as we talk about, to deduct payments and so forth. As they say in the business, it's never been cheaper than they are today, Mr. President. And it's going to be a great opportunity for the dealer body to sell what consumers want. And 99% of the businesses in America are small businesses. Many are car dealers, employ a lot of people. It's going to be a great year for us. We appreciate your leadership. And we appreciate it from a retail standpoint. We appreciate the manufacturers.
He's also very brave congressman, because he was there on the baseball field that horrible day with Steve Scalise and some other people. He was hit, but he took it very well. Great job, appreciate it. Kevin, could you say a few words? Listen, really smart economic forecasts beyond and
to what we're doing today. And the way to think about it is that the car that has the best gas mileage that you can buy that has all the gases is a Honda that gets 136 miles per gallon. Joe Biden wanted to make every car on average be above 50. So there's no car made in the U.S. that you would be able to sell 2 years from now, 3 years from now under that rule. Because what he wanted to do was make everybody have an electric car, as you know. But here's the thing. If everybody had an electric car, then nobody would be buying gasoline anymore. And they'd have to take all the miles that they travel and put it on the grid. And so we would have to increase the production of electricity in the U.S. by 25% over the next couple of years if they had their way. And so you've really stopped a massive disruption in this something.
That wasn't the main reason, and yet it certainly is a main reason. You wouldn't have been able to do it even if you wanted. It's just so crazy. That was the mandate. which we ended.
Making these men.
Troy, would you like to say something?
No Kings protest planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on this?
What are they doing? No Kings?
No Kings.
I don't feel like I have to go through hell to get stuff approved.
I had more fun in the dealership.
A king would say,
I miss it.
and the fake news is saying, oh, if you fired him, it would be
I
so
remember
bad.
under President Obama, when the cafe standards changed, as Mike brought up, going through those challenging times.
You know, we call him too late. Too late is his nickname, like Too Tall Jones. He was too tall, T-O-O.
Thank you very
Time
much
is
for
of the
being here
essence.
and making these changes.
This whole bid process that you're talking about the whole year before we even run this type of meeting.
Let the charge
I don't recommend that. Give my water situation. So there's ways to. Tomorrow's the game.
I just wanted to
I like our race. He's going to be a great congressman. I think so. Really, like us. One of my early endorsements, right? Can we talk about it? Right here.
I thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership, but the thing I've admired most, you've been in business, you've been in the battles over the years, and you're helping us lead us out. Most people that are up here have no idea about business or small business, it's a big difference. Number two is, I would just say, in terms of the tax stuff we're talking about, one of the things that get missed in Florida, Sarasota region, is the ability to deduct.
I say,
Most
okay, you
people
can
have a
take 2
small
weeks for
business,
that
they'll have a lawn
approval.
business, they'll have
It
this,
used
that,
to take
buy
20
a
years,
used truck.
then they wouldn't
They
approve
can
it.
take that deduction, let's say
Now
they're
I say,
22% tax bracket,
nuclear,
but the vehicle's
I'll give you 2
60
weeks for
grand.
approval.
They can take 20% of the 60 grand, get a $12,000 write-off.
You only get a couple of days, and oil and gas will
That's
give you
a
a week.
powerful
Okay, this
tool we
room,
don't
he's the
talk
man.
about, I don't know why.
I get nervous when I
But
talk
at the end of the day,
to him.
because of what you put in place,
He's doing a
full
great
expensive,
job.
No public
that's the
health
tool they
training,
would use.
whether it's a senator or someone who's one of our colleagues, and they make a assertion to move away from science and away from prevention.
And you could just think about all the people in Florida, just general places, they're buying old vans or new vans, they're buying trucks, mainly trucks, and they're getting a deduction, they don't even have a payment for a year. So it's one of the best things for
One of the biggest
Florida.
things in the
It's been one of the, expensive, it's a powerful tool, they can write the whole asset off, first year, take that deduction, $12,000 in their pocket.
Go ahead with the 28.
They got into the e-vehicles. Electric dealers that come in and talk to me, and basically, they couldn't sell one, they couldn't give one away, and they got it because of whatever political pressure from the Biden administration, and they end up realizing that they got no market because their cars been sitting there a year. They can't get rid of them. So they don't understand the market, the people produce the vehicles, and that's made a big difference in your leadership. Thanks for what you're doing here today. It's big, it's huge, it'll make a big difference. $12,000 and a $60,000 vehicle up front day one. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know, we just talking about something that's interesting. Ford would make, and I don't want to speak for Ford because we have one of the top people right here.
No easy panacea, no truth drug at this stage. But White and later colleagues would not stop trying. The goal remained the same. As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
Monster, I'll tell you what, that, no matter where you
But
go.
it was a discovery here in Basel, Switzerland, at Sandoz
But
La.
isn't it a ridiculous model when you have to build 2 or 3 cars that you know you're not going to be selling or not be selling for much in order to really do something that you should have the right to do, which is make a car that you want to make and that the market wants, right? So congratulations on the 150.
Thank you. Best selling vehicle in the United States.
Just saying.
Now it's 100% built in the United States.
Now it's only going to do, no, but it really is, it's amazing. It's an amazing brand.
There was a lot of good things that he
What would you like to say?
Yeah, I thank you, Mr. President, and Secretary Duffy, and all of us. You know, one of the last times I was here was when you signed the Electric Vehicle CRA, Congressional Review Act, that all of us participated in, the beginning of really making common sense, because it was going to impact 17 other states and really a large part of our economy. This is about affordability here. I'm just going to say one thing.
Or warranted. That is a
Well,
quote.
maybe I already said one thing.
What
So now I'm
happened,
going to say
Mr. Patel, is that
when we talk
suddenly
about a car,
you discovered
auto,
that Donald
we sort of
Trump's
talk about
name was all
just,
over
oh,
these
we need a
files.
car.
And
Do you know what a car
started
does
a
for a
giant
family?
cover-up.
You can take your children to
So
school, you
are
can go to the
under
store, you
oath,
can
Mr.
visit your
Patel.
mother, you can go
You
to
just
church,
testified to
you
Mr.
can have a
Swalwell
job,
that
you have the
you
flexibility
did
that
not
you
speak
need.
to the
A
president
car
about
for an
the
American
Epstein files.
family
To your
is about
knowledge,
a
did
roadway
a
to prosperity.
regards
It's a big deal. And so by making it more choice driven of what families want and need, today is a great
on their own.
Well, thank you,
In
Mr.
place of the
President
relatively
and
roomy air
Secretary
operations
Duffy,
center on the
and
ground,
to my
the
colleagues that
entire
are
array
here.
was
In
controlled and
Tennessee,
positioned
we
by
make
controllers in the
great
airborne
automobiles, and we have
RC-121.
a fantastic
Also, for the
workforce.
first time.
And whether you're GM or Ford with their new investment in Tennessee, or Nissan or VW or Toyota with the engine plant, what you see is the components that are necessary to build these cars. And removing these standards and making cars more affordable does mean that more people will purchase them, but it also means we're going to have to make more
Anybody could have
cars
come in.
to meet
They
that
emptied out
demand.
kids.
And for
Nobody's
Tennessee,
ever
that
seen
is a
anything
great
like it,
thing.
actually. And everybody feels
So,
safe.
you know,
You
I'm
can
just
have
saying,
a child
like,
walk right through the middle of
well,
the
biggest
road.
Teams
We have to
for fall.
listen to this man
If
say
you have
that.
we have 2735 airline, 2735 airline,
They're walking around with
airport.
MAGA hats.
Yeah, look up in this one.
Beautiful black women walking around with MAGA hats.
They're not like, well,
Please
maybe
let
we'll
the
do it.
president
They're
in,
doing
and
it
we don't
because
care
of
how
tariffs.
it is. They're not
doing it
interested
because
in
of
National
maybe
Guard.
they like the president and we're doing things like this with them. Which frankly, no matter who you are, this should be done. And we're doing things like deductibility of interest when you borrow money. To buy a car, you're allowed to deduct it from your income tax. That is a massive tax cut.
No more WebEx, but there are some people who say
they're going to be trying to buy
signed
that
up
car
in person
anyway.
but are not residents.
I really
but
think that
I don't know if
interest
those folks
factor
are
is going to
here.
be one of the biggest things.
Matthew
But
Rotan,
I was proud of that
Ashley
because I
Griffith,
thought of it, and it seems so simple.
Steve Snyder.
Other people are allowed big
Chris
interest.
Goya.
If you're a rich person, you're allowed to have big interest
I don't hear
deductions
any
for different things you do.
folks.
But if you're
So,
a middle-income
that would
person
conclude
just
the
to buy a
public
car, you
comment
were never
period then.
entitled to
Mario
anything. And now you're getting a full
Nobody at the
interest
FBI is doing
deduction
that.
on the
I didn't
loan.
ask you about the FBI,
And
this is
I
the
think that's going to
administration.
have
I
one of
speak
the
for the
biggest
FBI.
impacts. But we're
I would
here
like to enter the record in
with
part of
companies that are
today's New
investing
York Times
tens of
titled
billions
Trump
of
invokes
dollars in our
Kirk's killing
country
and
as we
justifying
speak. It's not going to be in 2 years,
measures
3
to
years.
silence opponents.
A
The way
lot of
Charlie
it's because
Kirk's
of the
killing,
expensing
President Trump and his
provision of the
allies
bill, and the big
have laid
beautiful
out a
bill.
broad plan
But,
to target liberal groups, monitor
a miracle
speech,
is happening in our
revoke visas,
country.
and designate certain
It's a
groups as
miracle. This is
terrorists.
just the auto industry, but we have other industries where it's the same
Nobody
thing.
asked
They're building
directly
all over our
about
country,
Epstein
and
before this committee.
something-
Nobody
this is
was that
a
concerned.
revolution is
Where
happening.
was the concern
It's
for
a
the
business
victims
revolution.
then?
It's a
Where was the
jobs
moral
revolution.
righteousness then? Where was
Most
the
Christian
outrage
men
then?
think
Where was the
ministry and
sense of
business
duty
don't
then?
mix.
Where was the
But what
desire
if your
for
business could be
accountability
your
then? Where was
It's
the
a car
urgency for
revolution.
justice
We're bringing
then?
back the car industry that
Most
was
of
stolen
all,
from
where
us.
the hell was the
Because we have
integrity
people
then?
that didn't know
Nobody
what
at
they
the
were
FBI
doing
is
sitting at this desk.
didn't ask you about the
And they
FBI, I
put
said
the
the
wrong people
administration.
in.
I speak for the
Because
FBI.
they weren't advised properly.
I would like to enter the record in
And this is
article from
really an
today's New York
incredible
Times
thing that's happening.
titled Trump invokes Kirk's killing and justifying
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
measures
And
to
I
silence
think in many
opponents.
respects,
In the wake of Charlie Kirk's
pretty much
killing,
everything that could be
President
said has
Trump and
been,
his allies
except that
laid out a
I
broad
think
plan
what Kevin
to
talks
target
about
liberal
in
groups,
terms of the
monitor
cascading
speech,
economic
revoke
opportunity
visas, and
from this
designate
one
certain
single
groups as
event
domestic terrorists.
is just the
That's
tip of the
United States
iceberg. When you think of all the rules and regulations that you have
Nobody
repealed,
nobody
I
has
think
any
it's more
idea what it
important,
might
frankly,
be.
than the tax cuts.
I gave him a couple
However,
of
in the
pointers. I said, maybe you look
Working
at this.
Family
And,
Tax
you know, we
Cuts
saw the
Act.
plan.
Remember, we
Looked like it
made
was,
permanent a lot of really good
flying
policy
pretty well.
from the
Didn't
first
look like
Trump
there was
era,
an
not the least of
explosion.
which for small businesses
Just looked like the
is
engines
bonus
maybe lost
depreciation.
power, but
The
boy, that is a
opportunity
terrible
to
crash. It's one of the worst in
depreciate the year
aviation
that you
history.
purchased
Yeah, second.
an
F-150 for your small business or a large truck for your farm.
I just think we're going to roll into 2026, and we're going to see an escalation of economic.
Nobody ever asked me that question. That's really an unusual question. He said, and honestly, I don't have the answer.
There's never been 18.
I said, don't worry about it. If I win, you won't have to worry about it.
In 10 months, we have $18 trillion
But
being invested.
today
We never had
we're
$1 trillion
saving
being
California
invested.
and we're saving
And
our
Biden had
entire
much less than
country
that.
from a
Think of it.
disaster. Your cars are going
He
to be
had
thousands
less
of
than $1
dollars less
trillion
money.
Over 4 years.
And even the
We
ones
have
that,
18
if you buy
trillion
electric, we're not going to
in
make you do certain
10
things
months.
that are just a
And
waste
it's
of
actually
money.
as of 9
just,
months.
time
So there's
consuming
never
waste.
been anything.
Nobody saw that plan.
Mr. President,
Plan is stealth.
Thank you.
Nobody
And
said
on
the
behalf of
problem with
people
that
of the
is
great state
it
of
may be
Missouri,
stealth today, but tomorrow it won't
we
be.
actually make
And we
things,
just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin, when I was riding with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them.
And we make things in
And he
Missouri.
said
This
that
is going
really
to go a
did the
long way, I
trick.
think,
I said,
for
yeah,
making
it
things
is
more
amazing.
affordable for normal
Flying
people.
wing.
Nothing could be more American than
No
driving
reason
a
for
car
the
on the
U.S.
highway.
military to get
This is going to make that
involved.
more accessible for more people. So thanks for your leadership.
Nobody wanted to come
Live
to
on
our
YouTube.
country.
Incredible, and you'll hear about that.
Thank you. Please.
They're mobilizing more than 20 federal agencies for the largest law enforcement operation targeting violent criminals in American history. As a result of these efforts, violent crime declined nearly 20% nationwide compared to the same period last year. And it was the safest and most peaceful summer in 2 decades. And honestly, we haven't really even gotten going yet. If we didn't have to fight all of these radical left governors, we could have had Chicago taken.
Nobody,
Well, it was
and
keeping
the
a lot
owner
of
of the farm loves
manufacturers
them
out
and
of our
everything else,
country,
and
too.
then
They said,
you're supposed to throw them out, and you know what
They thought
happens? They end up hiring the
outside
people, the criminals that have come in, the
manufacturers
murderers from
were
prisons
insane.
and everything else.
With
So
all
we're
the different
going to have an
just
order on
made
that
up
pretty soon,
nonsense.
I
It
think.
was like
We
made
can't do
up-
that to our
it was
farmers
really made
and
up by
leisure
people
too,
that hate our
hotels.
country. I really believe.
We're going
Does anybody else have
have to
anything
use a lot of
say?
I'll tell you
common
about
sense
two
on
quick
that.
things, Mr.
Oh, no,
President.
Bernie, I didn't see.
Two quick things I think are really important. So the person who sat behind this desk before you
Nobody
gave
even talked about
$7,500
it. And
in
he did say
subsidies
to me, I
to
actually asked him
multi-millionaires
because
who are
really
leasing
strange.
electric Rolls Royces,
I'm with him.
electric Porsches,
Very,
electric
friend of mine,
Lamborghinis.
and
We're getting
makes electric
$7,500 from
cars,
the taxpayer.
and we're saying
And
you're
these
not going to be able
Democrats
to
sit on
make
this
electric
floor and say
cars, or
that
you're not going to be forced to
Republicans are
make
for millionaires and billionaires.
all of those cars.
We
You can
are
make them, but
the
they're by
opposite
the
of
market,
giving
judged by the
$7,500
market.
to multi-billionaires. So
And
these
that's what
four
I said. I said,
electric
as long as I'm
Number
on the
two,
same plane as
because of
everybody
your
else,
policies, at the
do
beginning of the
make a
year,
better product.
51% of
I
the
said,
cars
that's very
made,
cool.
sold in America were made in America. 51%. Before you got sworn in.
So I want to
Last
congratulate
month,
all
that
of the
number was
incredible law enforcement
57%.
professionals
We moved
joining
it
us
6
today,
points,
especially
which
attorney.
nobody thought would be possible in 4 years. We did it in 10 months. That's something that maybe the news should cover a little bit more. And we've driven down the price of automobiles. Car prices for consumers are down before you
Just about everything is down. You know, this whole thing is, they use the word affordability. It's a Democrat hoax. They're the ones that drove the prices up. And all they do is say, affordability, and you're supposed to say, oh, that means they had low prices. No, we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but let's say that's history. I don't believe that.
Our standard is whatever the
Biden had, because of his stupid ways and between his energy policies and his spending policies, we had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And now our prices are coming down, and they're coming down for cars, and they're coming down.
I believe that you might have been asked earlier
Did you
about whether
hear
you had
yesterday
had
when
an
Chris Wright from
opportunity to
Energy,
visit
the
with
head
any
of
of Epstein's
energy in our
legal
country,
counsel?
said
Were you asked
there are
that
now
question
parts
earlier?
of our country, parts, it's all happening.
One of the
$1
legal
and
counsels or
99
legal
cents.
fixers for Mr. Epstein was Stacey Plaskett, the
And
Democrat
we have
governor
it
of
at
the Virgin
250,
Islands.
it was at
Perhaps for those
$5.
on the other side who are
And
interested in
that's
talking
bigger
to
than any
Jeffrey
tax
Epstein's
cut we could
attorneys,
give.
they could sure visit
You know,
with
for
him.
the average family, that's considered bigger than any tax cut.
And that's what
So
I
the
am,
word affordability,
hopefully
when
in the
they
future
mention it,
we'll be
you ever
able
watch
to
them?
have those kinds of
It's all about,
discussions that
I saw
whenever
the
we,
young lady that lost
as
last
a
night. She
water
lost by
provider, will be
a lot
able
more
to
than
have
they
a
thought.
say
And we
as
have a
to
great
who
new
we're
candidate
providing.
in the
1 million, 2
in
million, 12
Congress.
million, 20
Really
million,
great,
you know, it goes on and
But it's all
on.
last night. She said, it's all about affordability. It's all about, they never talk about like the
different areas
specifics.
and different
Everything was
businesses.
through the roof.
We can't just
Eggs,
let
when
them
it could
fail.
go, eggs were 4 times higher than they ever were. We got the
It's
prices
unfortunate.
down to the lowest.
I understand what's causing
I mean,
the
amazing.
autism epidemic.
But they never, you gotta watch their great cognitive. It's like the Inflation Reduction Act. And after they got it approved, because everybody said inflation reduction, they admitted it had nothing to do with reducing inflation. It's a con job. I think affordability is the greatest kind of, they look at affordability.
None of you wanted to take
They
a
don't say
vote
anything else.
and hold this
Everybody says,
administration accountable,
their
and you ran
prices
out of
were so
town.
low. No. They had the worst inflation.
So again, and
We had
you
the
know, why do
highest
something bipartisan?
prices
Maybe we all can
ever
turn on
had,
the bipartisan
and now they're all
appeal to
coming
this
down, including beef is coming
administration to
down.
find out
Beef
why
is
Ghislaine
up there a little
Maxwell
bit.
was
Our ranchers
moved
did well.
to a cushy
We're going to make them do a little bit less well,
facility
perhaps. But
after
the
she
beef is now coming
exonerated
down.
Donald Trump.
Coffee is now coming down. It's all coming down.
Please to
And
have
it's
been
a
able to sign
beautiful
the
thing to say.
discharge petition
But
before
remember
we
this, when
came
they
up
use
to
the
this
word
hearing, so thank you.
affordability,
Non-starter.
they just say, they never
It
say
has to
anything
be
else.
for you. This is a
election's
historically
about
black
affordability,
neighborhood.
and then they go into the
It's
next
disgusting
subject.
behavior.
It's a
really.
con job.
Please do not
They
perpetuate the
caused
legacy of
the
environmental
highest
and institutional
prices in
racism
the
that
history
already
of our
exists in
country,
Corpus
the
Christi.
worst
Please do not
inflation
attach
in the
your
history of
legacy
our
to
country.
it, Mayor.
And we're
council.
getting those prices down. And they're coming
Councilperson
down
Punchy
rapidly.
repeatedly has said
And
no
you'll
to
see
this
those
cost and
results
this
very soon.
location.
Anybody else want to say a few words? Oh, Ted,
Councilpersons
Ted.
Roy and Vaughn have both said it's too much.
I'm easy to miss.
Very rare that I would miss. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. President, I want to congratulate you on behalf of everyone here for the leadership that you're showing. And this is a victory today for consumers. This is a victory for affordability. Your critics like to say the word affordability. Under Joe Biden and the Democrats, they put mandate after mandate after mandate on cars and trucks, and they drove the price up thousands and thousands of dollars. And with the actions you're taking today, you put on top of that the one big beautiful bill. You know, most of the senators here on the Senate Commerce Committee, and on the Commerce Committee, we worked together to zero out the CAFE standards. We wrote that into law that the CAFE standards went to zero. What does that mean? It means you can now, as a consumer, buy the car you want. It also means people's lives will be safer, because what these regulations did.
Think safety. Think Granger. For trusted products to lock, anchor, contain, and protect. Granger. Call, click, or just stop by.
Final Destination is the franchise that terrified an entire generation about driving behind semi-trucks. You've probably seen the gruesome butterfly effect style injuries, but today you'll hear what would actually happen, legally speaking, if these scenes
normal
played out in
modalities,
the
that's a
real
fancy
world.
way of
I'm
saying
Angel
that's the
Reyes,
government speak
personal injury
for
lawyer who
we're gonna
spent
have to
50
change the rules.
decades battling insurance
In fact,
companies
we're not gonna
to
follow
get
our
my
own
clients fair settlements.
That's exactly what they did to get the objective they wanted to undermine President Trump. Now, how did it specifically take place?
We're starting with the most famous scene of them all, the log truck crash. If I were representing the families of these victims, it would be a clear case of negligence. Those logs were not properly secured. The trucking company's coverage isn't high enough. You're looking at multiple insurers getting pulled in. It looks like about 10 people died. 2 total semi-trucks, 8 total cars, motorcycle total. You're looking at 50, 100 million in damages.
More shit than.
You're filming the In Texas, employers are liable for what their workers do on the job.
Richmond member was driven by a
You got
reliance
2 likely
on
total
sources.
cars with some nasty
If you don't mind,
If I
can
were
you
representing
repeat
employers paying their cars just in time, I'd be going after them. Also,
one of the guys from the water department over there.
Really getting ill. I wouldn't accept less than $1 million in total from the company and driver.
I'm leaving Rocktown, so I'll be over there.
In a similar vein, there were over 500,000 that crossed the southern border. As we know, many were trafficked
even know how
either
you
through
begin
forced labor
explaining
or
this.
sex
Or-
trafficking.
But if it was a
do you
wash
have any
system malfunction, it's on the business. And even though the cause in the movie is death itself, in real life, investigators would dig into service logs, other safety features. Could the business try to argue the customer opened the cylinder herself? Probably. Even then, they have to prove their own system didn't function. Liability often comes down to in a near death like this, the smart move would be to document everything. Water damage, psychological harm, time off work, any of it can support a claim. A strong settlement in this case against the car wash company would be about $50,000.
Could you be a little quieter with that game, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll just put it on quiet mode.
Felt it wholly that would be good.
Come in with in some cases, even trained emergency responders make mistakes. But in Texas, that responder is employed by a city, a public agency. There are very strict requirements and limits on what kind of claims can be filed. Most of the time, these events are reviewed internally, and unless there's proof of extreme misconduct, they're treated as on-duty tragedies, not something that lead to a lawsuit. By the way, airbags can be extremely powerful, as you saw in that video. Even if that pipe hadn't been, she could have easily suffered fatal fractures. This is why it's incredibly important to never allow your child in the front seat. If you'd like to learn more about the legal repercussions of having a child in the front seat, check out this video. And of course, subscribe if you'd like to get some more educational legal tips around car accidents.
Not recognizing all of those other seeds that never ever had an opportunity to grow, to thrive, to survive, because you create a hostile living environment for them. And yet there are people here that don't want to run away.
Is they force cars to be more expensive and made of plastic instead of steel. Because you had to make them lighter to comply with these standards, so you'd get in a wreck and people would die. The result of what you're doing is literally saving people's lives.
We don't know the maintenance.
And you're making it where families can afford to get a new car. These actions will drop the cost of cars and trucks thousands of dollars. That's making a real difference. And I'll make one final point. About half the members here are car dealers.
Not one that accelerates.
And I will say my good friend Roger Williams out in the lobby tried to sell me a car, which didn't surprise me, but I just want to give props to Mike Kelly. He showed he was savvier because he tried to sell you a car. So well done, Mike Roger. You just went to the wrong customer.
For industry.
As you say, it's true. Plastic instead of steel. And people died because of that. The plastic was plastic in an auto accident.
Not recognizing all of those other seeds that never ever had an opportunity to grow, to thrive, to survive, because you create a hostile living environment for them. And yet there are people here that don't want to run away, that want to be here, that want to do good. And I just
how your leadership has reduced the burdens on car makers. That's lowering costs, that's giving consumers more choices, and that's producing more jobs in America. And it's highlighted, that's a real record of success.
Well, it's an honor. And, you know, they were going by California. We had like 2 different countries, California and 15 that followed California, because you had 15 states following California. And the rules from California are just like everything else. That's why people are leaving. That's why it's such a mess. It's such, there's a state with such unbelievable potential. But what they did with the car industry is incredible. And that was, you know, the car companies didn't know what to do because they had 2 standards and you can't build 2 different cars for the same country. And what we're doing today is very big. Would anybody like to say something? Would you like to say something, my friend?
Counterterrorism work, cyber attacks, foreign adversaries are something the FBI must never sleep on, and we are not sleeping. In the counterintelligence space alone, this year to date, 30% increase in counterintelligence.
I have acted alone and testified that in his online chat room more than 20 trans
I've always said you've tackled the 3 M's, mortgage, munchkins, and marriage. You've solidified all of those. I'll add motor vehicles to that now. My question, I got one about consumer confidence. We just came off on the record high
Is your FBI
Black Friday
investigating this violent trend, anti-religious,
biggest amount ever purchased in one day.
Which I think counters this narrative of affordability, because apparently the Americans are spending money so much. How do you view that for consumer confidence being so high? Going into Christmas and going into next year, and I do have one with auto group.
Psychopathic
I just think that we have tremendous confidence in the country.
Yesterday, I received
one of
a
the
threatening
things in
note
terms
filled
of
with
confidence,
anti-Semitic
when
comments and
you go back a year and a half,
mimics some of the same language used by the
10
president.
months already, but
I'm
you go
sure
back
many of us
before the
in this
election,
committee
because after
face
November
similar
5th, it
threats
started
every day.
changing rapidly, even though
We have seen political assaults on both the left and the right.
Not subject to the court order. Those are not subject to any fictional sealed order for a search warrant. Why aren't you releasing those with the redacted names of the victims?
Navy,
You're releasing as much as legally allowed. That's why we went back.
How is that not legally allowed?
Sir, do you know how court orders work? Do you know how court orders
Actually, Mr. Patel, I was a real prosecutor for 10 years. I know exactly how.
I was a court order. Wishing you a
and I want to understand what the court
because right now Mint Mobile is offering you the gift of 50% off unlimited, which our set decorator, well, took pretty literally. To be clear, that's half the price, not half the service. Mint is still premium, unlimited wireless for a great price. We're festive, we're not reckless. So, that means
So if you're willing to meet with social media influencers who stood to benefit from the sensational and sad stories of these victims, will you meet with the victims as well?
The FBI will meet with any.
Not able to disclose anything further.
I love GoodRx because it has saved my dog's life.
There's no evidence of a
He's on 21 pills a day. In addition to saving on that one medication, I'm saving hundreds on the other medications. I don't know what I would do without GoodRx.
That there's nothing further to be seen. In your exchange with my colleague, Mr. Roy, you reiterated something that I heard you say yesterday in your Senate testimony, and that is, under your direction, the FBI will always follow the money. Is that right?
Recruitment in the history. You can't even get in. Getting in is like getting into a top
Any of
college
your
that you
predecessors share or leak any details that were
want to be in the
classified at the
service now,
time?
and that includes the police and
Not to
fire
the extent we
department. You couldn't
Any
hire
of your
police, you couldn't hire
predecessors
anybody
share
in the
or leak
Army,
any
in the
details
Navy.
that were classified
You
at
couldn't
the
get
time?
people in.
Not just by striking
And
at
we
the
now
lord
have gone
of
from
the
that
fentanyl
to
producer,
record
but the fentanyl precursor
We're
company
getting high
being
quality
indicted for the
people,
first
amazing
time,
people,
multiple companies
wanting to be in the military.
not just in America,
They have
but in
spirit
mainland
now.
China, that are
Call it
producing
what you want, but
ingredients
that's part of it,
that
because they have great
make
spirit now.
fentanyl that kills
It's a
children.
great thing.
We're
Go
gonna
ahead,
keep
ask your
going.
second question.
Okay, my second
Counterterrorism
question,
work,
I've got a lot of
cyber
close family
attacks,
friends
foreign
in the automotive
adversaries,
business,
something
own
the FBI
dealerships
never sleep
all
on.
across
We are
Southern
not
California.
sleeping.
They
In the
said
counterintelligence
question
space
to ask
alone,
you.
this year,
There's a
year
thing
to
called
date,
a mileage
30%
clock
increase in
that is installed on vehicles, type of computer chip, which alters the actual mileage driven on the vehicle, so that when you have a leased vehicle that's turned in, you're losing thousands of dollars. You've got to go chase down these manufacturers. What can we do to track down these manufacturers?
One major question I have, after decades of doing this, on each on our side of it, both the chairman, myself, and others, both at oversight and here, have seen that not used to. I want to refer to something that was said yesterday in yesterday's hearing by Senator Grassley. He said it's well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. At your nomination hearing, he gave a
We never heard of it. That's pretty
You released video of that first boat strike on September 2nd, but not the second video. Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves what
I don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we certainly release, no problem. You know, we stopped every boat we knocked out, we saved 25,000 American lives. And if you look at our numbers,
you don't know
the drugs coming in through the sea are down 91%.
Maybe someone has, maybe Epstein estate.
I don't know who's.
You raise a great point.
So I'm going to ask you, have you? It's down 91, and we're going to start very soon on land, and I'm sure you're thrilled to hear
Nancy Pelosi, to see Witkoff and Jared Kushner were there last night.
Nothing about getting to the
Can you give us an update about this? It sounds more Kremlin saying that they're not going to compromise. Can you tell us what's happening?
I don't know what the Kremlin's doing. I can tell
And
you
isn't
that
it
they had a
also
reasonably
true that the
good
FBI
meeting
Tampa
with President
Division's
Putin.
Panama
We're gonna find
Express
out.
strike force
It's a war that should have never
seized nearly
been started. It's a
67,000
war. If I
kilos
were
of
president,
cocaine
we had a
valued
rigged
at more than
election. If I were
$1.6
president,
billion
that war would have never
from illicit
happened.
maritime
It's a
vessels.
terrible
Best
thing.
operation
But I thought they had a very
ever
good meeting
down
yesterday
there in
with
South Florida.
President Putin. We'll see what happens. It's
Director Patel, since October
when I was
7th,
in this office,
2023 Hamas
I
attack,
talked
the
about no
FBI has
cards.
been
I said, you have no
fully
cards.
understood by the public.
That was the time to settle. I thought that would have been a much better time to
Someone yells
settle.
back.
But their wisdom
Not
decided
only
not to do that.
dismantling
They
and
have a lot of things
disruption,
against them right now.
but a public
But,
display of how
you
we're
have
doing it, so the world
President
knows
Putin
that our
had a very good
adversary
meeting
is
yesterday with
attacking us
Jared
and we're
Kushner
stopping
and
them.
with Steve
And that's why
Witkoff.
you've seen these dramatic
What
increases
comes out of that
in
meeting, I can't tell you.
counterintelligence harassment.
Because it does take two to
PRC by
tango. You know,
32%,
Ukraine,
Russia 83%,
I think we have
60%.
something pretty well worked
We
out
are
with
showing
them.
the world
Very
they are
satisfied,
trying
considering.
to engage
But
in
the sad
espionage
part is,
activities
if
against us.
I were
They're holding
president,
them
no war would
accountable.
have ever happened. They
And
would have
there's
had
been
100% of the territory.
increasing
Nothing would have
concern
happened.
about the majority.
It's a very sad situation. So think of this. Last month, 27,000
Then it becomes a
soldiers.
political football.
27.
My job
That's
is to
like
continue to put out
you
that
take a
information.
stadium,
Let the
a
American
football
public
stadium,
read it for themselves.
not an arena, and you cut it in half.
And that's been my
27,000 people
Russiagate or
died,
otherwise. Wherever the law
young,
allows
mostly
me to
young
do it, I will do
soldiers,
it.
died.
When I
Last
first
month,
came
in
in
1
2020, the number one concern.
And that's the only reason I'm involved. You know, we're not spending any money in the war. We're selling to NATO.
Not just observers,
We're
but
not being ripped off
participants
like we were
who,
under
in
Biden.
fact,
Biden was
had
handing
pledged, and I
everybody everything we
personally
had,
believe,
giving us,
in fact,
giving them all
we're
the
part
missiles,
of
everything they
promoting,
wanted,
perhaps
free,
even
no charge.
the one
He had no
woman who
idea what
died,
he was
encouraging her to walk through a door that led to her
Full
death.
price for everything.
When you see
Goes
that
to
kind
NATO,
of
and then NATO
activity,
distributes
and
it.
you know it was
NATO
done
pays us.
under
So
predecessors
we're
with
not, it's not
full
money.
knowledge,
We would all, I think I
whether
can
it's
speak for
January
everyone behind
6th,
here.
where embedded
The
people crossed the
politicians I
line,
know,
or
and the
any
auto
other
manufacturers
activities
and not having
are good
any
people.
success. So
They don't want to see
I want to bring attention to
27,000
that by
people
signing
dying
that to
for
the
no
record.
reason whatsoever.
The second
And that's the only
document that I
reason
want to
I'm trying
submit
to
to the
help. Yeah,
record
please.
for the record. I know we don't usually read these.
with President Maduro.
It's not readable. It's
How's he
completely
responding to activity?
redacted.
It's not pressure campaign, it's much
For
more.
the most part, the first 50 pages. This is actually the search warrant that was served on James and Heath for a diary that he had already given to the government.
Venezuela sends us
in the
people that they
hands
should
of
be
members
sending.
of
They send us.
Correct, and there were, one of the victims today made it very clear she didn't want her name, made public. Others said they were willing to let their names be public and were willing to testify at a public hearing. And so, that's, you have to know.
Gives you the power
You
of
have to
AI to build the website you need.
Privacy, the privacy
Full
rights to the
business
victims. Some of the
functionality
victims
and a
want
design
their
tailored
names out there and
just for
some want
you.
their
Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes.
We're doing that as we speak. And you said some of the
Control
documents we're going to
from the
be released.
biggest
All
tasks
34,000
to the finest
documents will be
details.
online, hopefully in the next 5 minutes if they're not
Ready
now.
to go live.
But 97% of which we've already seen. Mr. Garcia.
Yeah, I just want to add, first, appreciate the comments, but we should be clear.
Are you worried that using your home
if
address
it's true
for
as-
business
as-
puts
Not
your
about
privacy
human
at risk?
trafficking,
At
but
iPostal
about
One, we can help. So you
Max will
started
be,
your own
who you
company.
all were like
but feel
begging to
unsafe
be
using your home
deposed, and I did the
address for
subpoena.
business use.
Now you want
Not
to,
only
now
does
you don't,
every
now you're
customer and
mad
vendor
because
see
she
where you live,
exonerated Trump.
but
We
you
brought
could
in
be at
Bill
risk for
Barr,
identity theft,
who is no,
property damage,
I don't think it's
and
any
much more.
secret
With
that he and
iPostal
Trump
One,
aren't
you can get a real
best of friends,
physical
and
street
he-
address to use for your business. So your personal
That's
address
fine.
stays protected.
Binding.
Choose an
and
address from any of the
it
thousands in our
also
network
doesn't have
where
the
you
force
can
of
receive
law.
mail and packages from
Right.
any carrier. Easily view and
there's
manage your mail
much
and
that is
packages
in
with
this
our
resolution,
app or online. Forward,
that,
scan mail content, pick up
is
or discard
not
your mail.
requested
You can
in
even
the
use your
Massey
iPostal
resolution.
One address
So
with
we're
your
doing a
business
lot
registration.
more
Begin
than the
protecting your
Massey
privacy
resolution.
today
And
with the digital mailbox from
mandating it from this
iPostal1.com.
committee, I think, puts an extra emphasis.
Not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I want them to be successful. I want them to be tremendous. We'll help them be successful. We'll trade with them. We'll do whatever is necessary.
Running this
You know, I
country.
stopped
Really stupid people.
a war.
And I think
between
probably some
India
stupid ones, and
and
yet some smart
Pakistan.
ones, but they were bad people.
And I stopped it with trade. Nobody,
Nobody,
I don't
not
think
all
I've
of
ever
them
seen
are
a story
stupid.
written
You
about
can't
it.
cheat
It's
on
pretty
elections
cool.
like they
We're
did.
getting ready. Pakistan
And
was
be
now,
stupid.
was there trying to hit me. And I stopped it. I called each, I respect
What's
votes.
that?
so heavy. I won't go fast.
With
and
Mr.
lots of
Witkoff
other- And I did ask him a question.
last night. Did they give
because I
you the
have a lot
sense
of
that
background.
President
My uncle was a
still
big
wants
shot at
to end the
MIT.
war,
the
still wants
smartest
to make
guy.
peace?
He never had a smarter guy.
That was their impression.
Just had a little of that.
Whether or
My
not,
first question was, what would happen if the boat sank? Do you get electrocuted?
That was their
Remember
impression.
saying that?
Their impression was that
And I
he
used to be
would like to see the
decimated
war
by these
ended.
people back
I think
then.
I'd like to get back
Right?
to
I used to be decimated.
dealing a
They'd
more
say,
normal life. I think I'd like to be
not a
trading with
king,
the
not a
United
king
States
at
of
all.
America,
Thank you very
frankly,
much.
instead of, losing thousands of soldiers
Go
a
ahead.
week.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Their impression was very strong.
made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
Survivors were actually killed while clinging on to that boat. Should Secretary Heaths and Admiral Bradley or others be punished?
I think you're going to find that this is
Probably won't get
war,
him.
that these people
But
were
he's very
killing
tough
our
vote.
people.
I mean, he's
by
a very
the
tough vote.
millions,
He's always been a friend of
actually, if you
mine.
look
I
over a few
endorsed
years.
him and got him
I
a
think
little
last year we lost close to
with the tank of
300,000
diesel. You
people.
can go from New York
That's not mentioning all the
to Los
families.
Angeles if
Have
you
you
want to go
seen
to
what
Los
happens with the
Los
families?
Angeles right
Not
now.
only the people killed, the people that are
But New York
trying
to
to get
Los
their
Angeles,
son or their
anything
daughter
go
off
back a
of this
little bit.
poison that they've been fed.
With the
I think you can
electric
find that
truck,
there's
you'll stop approximately
very
6 times.
receptive ear
Not a
to
king at all.
doing
Thank you very
exactly
much.
what they're doing, taking out those boats. And very soon
Go
we're going
ahead.
to start
Yeah,
doing
go
it
ahead.
on
So,
land
Mr.
because we know every route, we know every house.
Made a lengthy
We know
posting
where they
today on Truth Social
manufacture
about
this
Senator
crap.
Rand Paul.
We know
Do you
where they
expect
put
to
it
see him at
all
the picnic
together.
tonight, sir?
I do.
And I think you're going to see it very soon on land over
He's the
here.
hardest
To be
vote
clear,
in the
you
history of the
support
US
the
Senate.
decision to kill
To get,
survivors after the
No, I support the
Probably
decision
won't
to
get
knock
him.
out the boats and
But he's a very
whoever's
tough vote. I mean,
piloting
he's a
those
very tough
boats.
vote. He's always been a
Most
friend
of
of
them
mine.
are
You know, I
gone.
endorsed him and
But
got him
whoever
elected. I got
piloting
him
those
not only
boats,
the money,
they're
we're taking
guilty of
in
trying to kill
trillions
people
of
in our
dollars,
country.
not
Yeah,
only the
please.
money, the power to keep peace, the power to be used for good is enormous. But a lot of people didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you,
A failed prosecutor.
that's one of the most important cases in the history of our
He's an evil man. He
country.
hurt a
Because
lot
if
of
we don't
people.
win that
Forget
case,
about
we
me.
will be a
I do this stuff, but
weakened.
I got indicted many times.
Not only the money,
by
we're taking in trillions of dollars, not only the money, but the power to
He's a
keep
bad
peace,
guy.
the
He's a
power to
sick
be
man. There's
used for
something
good
wrong with him, actually.
is
I think
enormous.
Jack Smith is a sick
But
man. There's something
a lot of
really
people
wrong with him.
didn't
I'd rather
understand
see him
tariffs.
testify
It's
publicly
also
because
made
there's
us
no way
very
he can
rich.
answer the questions.
We have a
But
big
Biden
case
knew
coming
this
up
was
in the
going
Supreme
on.
Court, and I
Kamala
will
knew
tell
it was
you,
going on.
that's one of the
And
most important cases in the
There's a
history
lot
of
of
our
things
country.
happening right now.
Because if we don't
that
win
they
that
don't like.
case, we will
One of
be
the things is the auto pen.
weakened.
Everything he signed, almost, with the exception of the pardon of his wonderful son Hunter.
We don't know how long.
Just about
Not to
everything
provide
he signed was not
prudent
signed by
guidance
him.
on
He had no knowledge of it.
reducing the
He didn't
risk
know what
of
it
cardiac
was.
arrest
People sitting
when a
around the
patient
beautiful
has
Resolute desk knew
vaccine
exactly what it was. And those
myocarditis.
people,
Whether it's acute myocarditis,
are
we
guilty,
clinically
in my
recognize, by
opinion,
the
of a
way,
major crime.
90% are young
Everything
men,
that was signed
90%
by
are
that auto
hospitalized.
pen,
Tracy Hogan,
he-
others at UCSD
man
show that
operating
multiple
the auto
studies.
pen, and I'm
But
sure
there's
there
a
were more
larger
than one,
group of
because I think some of the people
subclinical
can operate it themselves. Some of
myocarditis.
the
These
high
are
level
patients with
people
heart
operate it
palpitations,
themselves.
blood
They would
pressure
just go
swings,
in and
atypical chest
sign
pain.
his name with an auto pen onto very important
Do you want
documents,
to say
not
anything else
only
about that? I
pardons,
know I've been kind of stomping
but
on you. No, not at all.
policy, maybe cafe standards.
it's
just
this.
example. Who
When they
signed
designed
cafe?
VSAFE, the
If
only
you ask
thing
Biden, what's a cafe standard, he would have absolutely no idea. He'd say, where's the cafe located? The guy didn't know anything. Look, that just shows you what a rigged election can be. But you understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
Was it 1 in 200 sought medical care? With
Not necessarily what I'm feeling,
with him,
the love here in the hearing, okay? And I spent 14 years on your side of the, as spent now 6 years on the other side as an executive.
He's done an amazing job. NVIDIA.
The truth is, it's always somewhere in the middle. People have their biases, and if it's true that the Biden administration encouraged people to not share information, that's bad. But there was another president also that
hurt some people
was
pretty badly.
encouraged, not a single case
Probably
should ever
killed
be
some people. They're
dismissed,
telling me it just happened.
minimized.
But,
no one should
it's
be
going
impugned.
on. We have peace in the Middle East. People
But the
don't
grander
realize it. We
picture
have tremendous support.
of
59
vaccination
countries.
program
There's tremendous
is to protect
support.
all
all.
And to find a way to protect people.
Phase 2
so
is
that they
moving
can
along.
also
Yeah.
help protect
It's going to happen pretty soon.
which is why
How did you speak
research
to
is
House
important,
Republican leadership
spending is
about your
important.
decision to
Why I'm
pardon
very
Congressman Henry
concerned
Cuellar?
about
And are you
the
concerned
announcement
that you
yesterday
made
that
a
we will
vulnerable
only be
Democrat perhaps
recommending
less vulnerable with
vaccinations
that
for
decision?
people over 60.
It didn't matter. He was, he's a respected person. He was treated very badly because he said that people should not be allowed to pour into our country. And he was right. He didn't like open borders. He didn't, he was on the border. He represents a very respected man. He represents the people on the border, and he saw what was happening. And as soon as he made that statement, I then said, I'll bet he gets indicted. And that's what happened. You know, I put out my clip on that. What happened is he get indicted for speaking the truth. And his wife got indicted. And that's all it was. Usually they leave the world. Put him in jail for the rest of his life. A lot of times they like that man better than the one that's in jail.
President, thank you. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jason Frey, is saying that he's actually proud to have the largest Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Larry's a fool.
Not to be
Well, the police
nitpicky,
chief
but
is
it's
also
about
saying that
1,000
Mike.
kilos of cocaine and 7,300 kilograms.
Look at their nation. Look how big
And
their
isn't
nation
it
is. It's
also
not even
true
a
that
nation.
the FBI
It's
Tampa
just
division's Panama
people
Express
walking
strike
around
force
killing each
Mississippi
other.
seized nearly 67,000
These Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country.
$1 billion
They've taken
illicit
billions and
maritime
billions of dollars.
You know, they're
They have a
using fake
representative,
narratives
Ilhan Omar. They say married her brother.
Mexico, they're leaving
It's
from
a fraud.
Canada, they're leaving from
She tries to
other
deny
parts
it
of
now,
the
but they
world.
can't really deny
They
it.
want a
because
Mercedes Benz, they're gonna have it made here.
She shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at that.
They're gonna pay a very
And
big
she
tax.
should be thrown the hell out
That's
of
one
our
of the
country.
reasons we have 88
And most of those
million
people,
dollars.
they have destroyed
But that's peanuts compared to what
Minnesota. You have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's incompetent. Wall
Yesterday, I received a written note from the anti-Semitic
that
comments.
beautiful land, that beautiful state.
Mimic some of the
It's
same
a
language
hellhole,
used by the president.
And the Somalians should be
They
They destroyed our country. And all they do is complain, complain, complain. You have her.
Put on your
takeaway
pants and let us know who the pedophiles are, you said. You emphasized that the president and FBI
Go back to
director
your own
each
country
had
and figure out your
complete authority to
constitution.
release
All she
Epstein's
does is
client. But
complain
not
about this country. Without
put
this
him above
country, she would
Washington,
not be in very good shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right
So
now.
I'm not that happy
So
about
Somalia is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon.
Hey, Lance Pluto here, obsessive stock market trader and creator of the Master Indicator. Can I tell you something most people don't realize about the stock market? There's actually tons of great trades out there every day. In fact, if you
buying
click
his oil
the
from Russia.
Learn
It
How
started.
button on
You know,
this
you can't do
video,
it
I have an
immediately. It's a
entire
little bit of a
presentation
process.
showing you
But the
how to
process-
find
But
more opportunities in the
destroyed
stock
again
market than
my
you probably
consulting
ever
business.
realized
There was a
were
gentleman
available
that,
to mainstream investors.
said the following,
You got to
people's
ignore these
ability to arm
self-proclaimed
themselves in
experts who
forms
say you have to be
provide a powerful
patient
check in the federal
to
government,
find a
ensuring the
trade.
populace
Or
can resist
they act like there's
potential
only
government
one or two
overreach.
good
In fact,
stocks
went on
out
to
of
say that
5,000 worth
armed
trading.
citizenry
It's
was
ridiculous.
the best defense
Honestly,
against
do you think
vicious
these
government.
massive hedge
Not just
funds
in
have
America, but
100
in
guys
mainland
on the
China,
floor all
they're
waiting
producing
for
the
some
ingredients that
silly
produce
setup
and
that
make
happens once
fentanyl
a
that
week?
kill our children, and we're
Well,
going to keep going.
I was one of those guys, and I can
Counterterrorism
tell you
work,
the
cyber
answer
attacks,
is
can give you the
absolutely not.
comparisons. There you go.
They are
The
trading a
Catholic
ton
memo,
of
I believe we
action
turned over
every day
750
because stuff is
documents,
moving every day. Just
this
regular
trade center, I
investors
believe they
don't
turned
have
over
a way to see those
1980.
massive
You give it a
opportunities.
700.
And that's why I built
Very
the
high
Master
information from this
Indicator.
committee.
I usually
Have a hazard
find at
guess?
least 5, sometimes
Hazard
even
guess why
10
not
great
buy in
opportunities
depositions
every day with the
First,
Master
there needs to be a
Indicator.
stipulation that council members may not use taxpayer money to retain a lawyer when it comes to a crime, anyone. It is despicable to think that you could defraud them, repay, and use their money to defend yourself in the case brought against you
out here,
from personal
out on my garden, out on the boat. See, my situation is really simple. I need opportunities if I want a chance to profit from the stock market. But I'm not willing to be tied to the computer all day. That's why I left the world of investment banking in the first place. And the Master Indicator allows me to have a best
down the road.
I have plenty of high quality trades to choose from, and yet I can spend very little time searching for these trades. Click the button at the bottom of the video and I'll show you how it all works. Now just to be clear, I'm not saying every trade out there will be a winner. If you trade as much as I do, take your share fare of losses. That's part of the game. But I can usually isolate 5 or more high caliber opportunities every time I load up the master indicator and take a look. Most people want to know a good trade if the cart popped up on the screen and smacked them in the face. Because
a lot of people
used to hearing
didn't
about
understand
some hot stock
It's also made us very rich.
It doesn't make any sense.
We have a big case coming up.
If you have a way to get
I'll tell you,
based on what's
it's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that,
like just recently, AI stocks got all the hot buzz. The master indicator was all over them. Check out this up arrow that printed on a little-known C3 AI stock the day before the massive jump.
Thank you.
It's a 27% move on the stock in 24 hours. That same week, the master indicator identified 10 different stocks that made double-digit moves the same week.
Questions I'd like to ask.
The same kind of ultra-rare moves you'll hear on CNBC talk about that are once in a lifetime. We saw dozens in 1 week,
does
all
not really
predicted
meet
by the
any
master indicator.
of those needs that we've really talked about, which is
check out how
I
early our arrow was on
David
this
Lowe
one.
for coming out.
Over 40%
I appreciate Michael
on the
Miller
stock,
coming
guys.
out.
That's more than Apple's
You know,
average annual return over the last decade.
The loudest people
Boy, this was 5 hours.
came out, except for a couple,
about
like
how
Mike
many
Pusley. You know, he's the loudest one out there right
You
now.
want me
And
to
he
walk
didn't
you through
come.
exactly how I use the master indicator?
I wanted to
Click
tell
on
you
the
thank you again,
on the video.
but
you
got to make it in about an hour.
Presentation, analysis,
That's incitement.
everything, including why you should never believe there's no opportunities for you in the stock market.
reported
You just
harassment.
need to
JAMA
look.
published data
Better
on
yet,
widespread
how to look.
physician
That's what the master
I
indicator
myself
is.
received
The charts
physician
won't
threats,
reach
and
out
I
and slap
imagine that
you,
those
but it
go
will
up.
give you arrows
Many
to make
officials
buy
have
and sell
resigned from the
opportunities
position.
extremely
CDC
straightforward.
staff have described
So check out my
working in
presentation
fear
with the
since
button
the shooting.
below.
This
I'll walk
is
you
not
through it all
scientific
using
day
the
after day.
indicator and how you can set it up on your charts.
And had no interest in actually developing the qualifications for the job. I hoped that they were wrong. Alas, they were not. Well, most other new
Turns
FBI
out you
directors
should never
do
sue the
understand
driver who
that
crashed into you after a
agents.
car accident.
You didn't have
There's a
that.
much better way you could get paid
But
a
you
way
did
bigger
write
check
down
without
picture
suing,
books
without going to court,
for
and without dealing with insurance directly.
based on
Not many people know
your
this, but
experience.
there's more than one way to get paid after an accident that doesn't involve court or insurance
In your
claims.
book,
Here's the
described
thing.
your
Most people assume they know their options after an accident. Insurance or lawsuit. That's it. Pick one and deal with the consequences. But what if there was a third option?
and they did it
One that
at a
could
level
get you
that
more money than
probably-
insurance and get it
many
faster than
countries
court.
have done it, but not like
Would you want to at
Venezuela.
least know if that's
They were
possible?
dirty, and the other
If you've been in
drugs
any
that
car
were
accident in the past year, even as a
A lot of
passenger,
the
there's
Venezuelan
something you
drugs
should
come
know.
in through the sea,
Those
so
two
you get
traditional
taxed.
options aren't your only choices. Let me break down why the traditional options don't work as well as people think. Insurance lowballs you. That's their job. Pay you as little as possible and move on. Most people accept it because they don't know there's a better way. Court takes forever. 12 to 18 months minimum. Thousands in upfront costs. No guarantee you'll win. Most people do it anyway because they think it's their only option for real money. But here's what's crazy. While most people are stuck with those two options, some people discovered a third way, and they're getting six-figure checks in as fast as 30 days. So what is this third way most people don't know about? It's the 2025 Crash Connect compensation program. It was just launched to help accident victims claim the massive payouts they could be owed without the usual hassles. No insurance lowballs, no courtroom waiting, no years of stress. The only catch is we're only looking for 10 more car accident victims who want to try this program for free and get paid the maximum amount they may be owed. So just click the link around this video to see in seconds if you qualify and find out how much you could be owed. Here's what happened to Michelle. Her accident was 8 months ago. Insurance offered $7,000, not even close to fair. She was also thinking about a lawsuit requiring $10,100 up front and 19 to 23 months. Michelle didn't want either option. Then her neighbor told her there was a third way she'd never heard of. Michelle checked if she qualified. She did. Never went back to insurance. Never sued. Michelle got $120,000 in 39 days through this option she didn't know existed. All you have to do is qualify, and you could receive your money in as little as 30 days. Just use the qualification tool below. Click the link around this video. Answer a few quick questions about your accident. Takes about 30 seconds, and it'll find out in seconds if you qualify. If you qualify, an accident specialist contacts you.
You tell them your story. They handle the rest. You could have your check in as little as 30 days. You pay absolutely nothing unless you actually receive compensation. Think about what this means. No settling for less with insurance. No waiting years for court. Just the maximum compensation you may be owed delivered in as fast as 30 days. The reason most people don't get this, they simply don't know it's an option. They think insurance and court are all there is. So they pick one and hope for the best. But you're finding out right now there's a third way, one that's better than both. Here's what you need to know. We're only looking for 10 more car accident victims. Your accident must be within the past year. These claims have strict deadlines. Most people will choose between insurance and court because those are the only options they know. But you know about all three now. Click below to see if you could be owed a bigger check. Use the qualification tool. See if you qualify for this third option most people never discover. Fast. Free. You won't pay a cent unless you win. But do it now. Before those 10 spots fill up. Before your deadline expires. Before you commit to one of the traditional options when there's a smarter choice available.
Man, woman, or president. Correct?
Not only that, you are as Christi green jacket.
I hope. But what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the government. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama. Because that's when people started coming in. And you have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country goodnight. They talk about our country. We want them to pray for our country. This is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople. Okay? They shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople because they don't represent the interests of our country. Anybody else?
The automakers spent billions on meeting the Biden EV rules. Should they be able to recoup that somehow, given the change? And there's a question about the bills.
No. I'm not letting them recoup. They're going to do just fine. You know how they recoup? From this point forward, they'll do very well.
Can you also talk about the USMCA and what you're thinking about renegotiating that with the automakers?
Well, that's just an ongoing thing. It expires in about a year, and we'll either let it expire or we'll maybe work out another deal with Mexico and Canada. But look, Mexico and Canada have taken advantage of the United States, like just about every other country. In all fairness, it's not them. I'm not blaming them. But every country, because we have stupid people running our country. That's why we have $38 trillion in debt. But the beautiful thing about the tariffs is we'll start paying off that debt. The money coming in, they're finding money in our country now that they don't exist. The other day, $30 billion. Where did it come from? I said, why don't you check the tariff show? They said, sir, that tariff hasn't started yet. It doesn't start till January. I said, no, it started 2 months ago. They called back, sir, you're right, it was from tariffs. No, we have a whole different country. I hope the Supreme Court, I pray that the Supreme Court understands the importance of a sensible, really, I mean, this would be country threatening if something happened with regard to that. You know, the people that brought that case,
not subject to any fictional sealed order for search warrant.
They represent foreign countries
with the redacted
including
names
China.
of the victims.
But they represent, China's paying us a lot of money now. But they represent people that really don't like our country much. And I know some of them, and they're scum, in my opinion. They're scum. They're absolute scum.
And they're taking advantage of those girls
for any good reason. Just so we can see if they can stop
those are the three questions,
they make
and
money
I hope we'll be able to get as much information.
Not to say, well, it's going to be
but we're taking in
but
trillions of dollars.
A hearing on what?
We're stopping wars.
Will you commit
we have
to
great
having
national security because of
Democrats
tariffs.
force the vote,
and then to think that we have to even
vote against it nevertheless.
Go and justify
including the
reason a lot of these people, I can tell you this, maybe we would have the political people, we wouldn't have these people without tariffs. The people that are up here from Stellantis, Ford, General Motors, Green Company, including this gentleman, they wouldn't be here if we didn't have tariffs. they'd be building their plants in Mexico and other places. They're leaving Mexico and they're leaving Canada. They're leaving because they ripped off our country. They took our businesses away from us. And now because of tariffs, they're all coming back. So it's a great thing. Thank you very much, everybody.
Not about human trafficking.
And back then they changed it before standard documents and that stuff. We learned to build a new structure and all of a sudden there was a big
324 Delta for personal alarm, QE stables at Saratoga, 1307 Saratoga Boulevard. Grandpa,
military to free up the water. And we did that right after the fires. We told them to do it in the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a plan to ban, think of it, a plan to ban.
Not something that I will do as a member of the Rules Committee. I will not sign the discharge petition. But I intend to support this resolution. I appreciate both of you working in a bipartisan manner. The victims deserve it. And if I understood you, Mr. Comer, how many years did you say some of those victims have been?
With the advisory council of the victims today, which we had already planned on this, but we're definitely moving in that direction, is to go after the bank records and the suspicious activity reports, much like we did in the Biden family influence peddling investigation.
Note to Epstein, written over a drawing of a woman's naked body, referring to a, quote, wonderful secret. The Oversight Committee obtained the note from the Epstein estate, not from the FBI, raising questions again of whether the FBI has been withholding documents. While you're unleashing the FBI to cater to Trump's desire to shut down the Epstein inquiry, the first 9 months of the Trump presidency have seen a spate of political violence and domestic terror events. We saw deadly attacks on
notes. Let's talk about the inner harbor. Let's start talking about the outer harbor. You know, put it somewhere else. You know, change the stigma. Change the idea of the inner harbor. Move it. Yes, I know. Industry, we all needed to survive. I understand that. I was part of industry.
Thank you very much, everybody. We have a very big signing today having to do with Alaska.
No looting, no killing. None. Simply gathered and prayed for his soul, his family, and his country. That's exactly what we represent. And while we might be angry, this righteous anger will carry on Charlie's message and legacy. I want everybody to know something very simple. Charlie is not dead because of what he said. He is dead because people
wasted a lot of time and a lot of money.
Nothing. We would have no defense.
And now we're starting again.
You know, they've used tariffs on us,
to get it done,
but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it, and they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, etc. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we're not going to have national security. As an example, if you look at Pakistan and Iran, I told them I was in the
got nothing to do with you. Adam, I'm on 42. I don't know. I won't tell you clearly. He should be on the ceiling. I have a lot of burger in my life. Nothing to do with you. Adam, I'm on 42. I don't know. I won't tell you clearly. He should be on the ceiling. I have a lot of burger in my life.
Returns for American people, and he's going to importantly bolster the critical supply chains around critical minerals for our country. On day one, he signed in a very important executive order unleashing Alaska's extraordinary potential. And this is part of the continuation. There's a number of things that have already happened in Alaska that are moving forward. There's more to come. A big milestone today. Reversing this preliminary decision about the road.
Nothing wrong, right? It's going to keep going down a little bit, right?
200 miles north.
Because we have inflation under control perfectly. You probably saw of the records, everyone's on television saying, what's going on here? Trump has proven to be right. You know, all of these things. We've taken in $88 billion in tariffs in 2 months. $88 billion with no inflation.
And these are minerals that are absolutely essential to the
now, we'd like to get this guy to lower interest rates
moving forward today. Just
because,
take copper
if he doesn't,
alone.
we have to pay.
This is one of the richest copper locations in the country. And of course, today to build a data center, you can have tens of thousands
If anything
of
with
tons
President
of
Trump's
copper
name has been redacted, it has not
even
been,
a single family home
it's not something
today
that's
may
been,
have as much as
It
400
doesn't
pounds
go
of copper.
beyond it.
Right, and we're going to go beyond it. We're already getting the documents from the administration, and we've moved way past, because that discharge petition was filed 6 weeks ago. We've already deposed, against
China controls 85%.
Nothing else tastes or feels quite like Mountain Dew, or goes down as smooth, like a soft breeze on a lazy afternoon.
So rich in all of the minerals that we need to win the AI arms race against China and to prosper as a country. And so, again, today, this was history being made. When some of this was set aside in 1980
By far the
Jimmy
most
Carter,
chilling experiments
there
we
was
have
a special
uncovered.
authority created for presidents to decide if there was a dispute. And so for the first time in history, a president is actually using that authority. President Trump, as he does, using his authority for the benefit of the American people. And the appeal came in from the state of Alaska asking that this road be built. Alaska's not a colony. They're a state. They have an opportunity to build roads like any other state. With this signing, President Trump, Alaska to go ahead and build this road. It'll be a toll road, not a public road. It's a toll road, so it'll be controlled in terms of traffic. It's a gravel road. It'll be sensitive to the environment. There'll be collaboration with the Native Alaskan corporations in terms of how it's built and how it's used, supporting the Alaskan Native tribes with subsistence hunting regulations on either side of this. But this opens up a wealth of resources. In addition, there's going to be an announcement made later today that is part of this announcement that the Department of War, the United States government is making an investment in Trilogy Minerals. They're one of the companies that has mining claims in this area that is a remote wilderness right now. And again, making that investment so we can make sure that we're securing these critical mineral supplies and that ownership in that company will benefit the American people. With that, I'll kick it over to Chris Wright.
Thank you, Doug, and what a huge thank you to the President today. This is a tremendous achievement for the people of Alaska. We were in the North Slope of Alaska a few months ago celebrating energy development there. They want jobs and opportunity to develop the resources on their lands. This is another major step forward. We say energy is the lifeblood of society, the circulatory system. Minerals and metals, they're the skeletal infrastructure, the physical upholding of everything we do. Everywhere we walk and operate, your cameras, everything you hold are made out of metals and minerals. President Biden thought it was appropriate to offshore both of these industries outside of our country. That has not left us in a strong place. President Trump, in his first term and even more strongly in his second term, is bringing those industries back to our country. America was a mining powerhouse for a long time, and our mining industry got squelched. Now we're seeing it come back to life. You saw the President's truth not long ago about a deal for lithium production in Nevada just a week or so ago. This will more than tenfold increase American lithium production. And this infrastructure, this mining road in the Ambler mining district, just have immense impact on future mining opportunities for our country's security and economic opportunities for the people of Alaska. Our critical minerals and mining expert within the administration is standing right next to me, David Cobb.
This is a really big deal.
And so this is not to, the vote today is not to stave off curtailment,
making sure we have the critical minerals we need for our defense industrial base and for our broader
get our water sources on as currently programmed.
I think we want to get this going by a certain time, so I signed it, and Will, I'm going to give it to you, and you get it filed. Good job. It's a big job. Thank you very much. So we created a great deal of wealth we're at the part of the world and that part of our country by
Now,
doing
even though they didn't
slow,
give a damn about it in the past,
difficult
you
road
know
to build,
what?
and we'll be talking
That's
about
an
that
insult to the
sometime later.
victims,
But
and that's
it's a
an
great deal
insult to
for our
America.
country. It's a great
Continue
deal
to do
for
the work you're
the
doing.
people of our country and
Continue
for
to
the
uncover what
taxpayers of
needs
our
to be
country.
uncovered. One real
And if
quick
you have
thing
any
before I
questions
say
on
anything
that, let me
to
know.
9/11. We know that was mishandled by the past director and by the past FBI's.
This
There were family members
road,
here.
as I
There
said,
are
industrial
family
road,
members who
it'll
were
have
concerned.
ownership.
God
It'll
Almighty,
likely
we
be
want to get
split
to the
between
truth
the
of
state
that.
of
I ask
Alaska,
you,
the federal
please.
government,
Now,
and the Native
what I
Alaska
want to go through is
corporations.
to
We
talk
would expect
about
that
why you
construction
are a
would begin,
failure and
next
why,
spring with
honestly,
planning
we
throughout
just
this
need to
winter.
tell you bye-bye.
The
I know that you got a
211-mile
little
long road
upset
will be a
and you put
gravel
on your
road,
show for your
with a
boss because it
solid,
seems like you're
design
trying
base,
to save
to
your
handle the
job
weight of the trucks that are
when it
going in
came
and out.
to talking
This
to
is
Senator
typical
Booker
design that far
yesterday.
north.
But let's
because,
go through some
asphalt with a
of
freeze
your
thaw
failures.
cycle, very difficult with asphalt and concrete. So
before
gravel,
you were even
fantastic
confirmed, and I
gravel
think
road
one of
is
my
gonna have the least
colleagues,
impact on the
from Georgia,
environment, gonna be
pointed
the
out
best
that you
suited purpose. Alaska's done this in the past with the Red Dog Mine. They built a toll road that again has ownership. The companies that use the road pay to transit that road. So this is an economic model used around the world in mining districts. We'll apply it right here. And again, it's going to generate revenue for the American people and for the citizens of Alaska as opposed to
And so
a
this
cost.
is why Americans might be worried about whether they're going to be forthcoming. Now, Chairman Colbert, this resolution would give you and only you the power to decide what information in these
It's going to come in
documents
three
is redacted
phases.
or withheld.
The
Is
first road,
that
as
correct?
President Trump said, will go quickly, which is they call it a pilot road. We'll build a single lane.
We're trying to do this in a bipartisan manner. Our staffs are communicating. I think, I hope we can actually agree on
Third phase over time. But again, we want to get that pilot road built because then we can help get materials back to help the mine get started quickly as well.
Which describes the effects of cutting back on the CDC's capacity to warn, and says that many of the platforms, quote, many of the platforms the CDC used to communicate with the public have gone silent.
He's been very positive. He's been very positive on the deal. Everybody is. I think every nation is. We have just about every nation working on this deal and trying to get it done. Something that you could say 3,000 years if you look at it in certain ways. You could say centuries, but this is a deal that incredibly everyone just came together.
Taking direction and advice on everything from staffing decisions and communication strategy. Organizations, a complex web of donors going in through these organizations to radical, put radical DAs in
we're doing very well, and I think Hamas has been agreeing to things that are very important.
China so that they become illegal and illegal to trade. Also working with our counterparts in places
It could, at some point it will, and the Democrats are the ones that started this, and if you think about it, it's about healthcare to a large extent. It's about, we want great healthcare for people. We don't want to give the money away to other people that come pouring into our country, and they've already poured because nobody's coming into our country now. We have the border totally stopped.
was nominated to be number 2 at the FBI.
MAGA celebrates zero for 4 months in a row. Zero people coming into our country illegally. That's a pretty good number. I'm not sure even I can
out every podcast microphone.
Zero. We went from millions of people to zero. But it's pretty close to that number. And
they reduced white
the way you stop them is not to give away, not to announce that you're giving everybody free health care, free this and that. But what that does is it affects the American people, because the American people are unable to get good health care. Obamacare has been a wreck, as you know, and to do that, we have to keep it propped up and do the best you can. It's a mess. But a lot of things are going on in that, we talk about Hamas, we talk about negotiations that we have going on right now. That negotiation going on right now with the Democrats that could lead to
Now, total air task group effort is focused on the Johnston Island high-altitude phase. When the U.S. Air Force Thor missile was chosen as the delivery means for high-altitude tests, it was necessary for the Air Force to assemble a top-notch launch crew, oversee the major modification of several Thors, supervise the installation at Johnston Island of a Thor launch pad and all supporting equipment, and integrate the entire package
we have right now And we're talking to them. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen because this has also been going on, not for 3,000 years, but it's been going on for a long time. But, yeah, we're talking to the Democrats. I'd like to see a deal made for great health care. Yeah, I want to see great health. I'm a Republican, but I want to see health care much more so than the Democrats.
The American people are experiencing a lot of pain with any kind of government shutdown. And while you're dealing with Democrats and, of course, Republicans are standing their ground, what's your message directly to the American
that one I think they're facing
pain and despair?
NCID, it's the one to your left. That's one to your left right there.
But up till now, there hasn't been. I will say this, just hang in there because I think a lot of good things can happen. That's all I can say. I mean, I think a lot of good things can happen. And that could also pertain to health care.
3, Engine 11, Engine 4, for residential light, 1109 Whitaker, 1109 Whitaker Drive, easy of 1108 Port
And also providing our workforce a safe environment. You don't know the calamity that is in the building. I invite each and every one of you to walk around and give you a tour myself. You can see where the cement flows.
You can hire very severe. We're going to have very severe. We're going to find out who's going after our federal agents. So when you look at Chicago, they've had probably 50 murders in the last 6 or 7 months, 8 months. Many people shot. Like 30, 40, 50 people shot. Didn't die, but they've been shot. It's like a war zone. And then I listened to the governor and the mayor get up and say how they have it under control. They don't. It's probably worse than almost any city in the world. You could go to Afghanistan. You can go to a lot of different places, and they probably marvel at how much crime we have. Then you go to Memphis, where we are right now. Now it's just like in Washington D.C. right now. You people know better than I do because you have to live right inside. And so many of the press have come to me and they've said, I can't believe it, it's changed so much. We have a safe city in Washington. Memphis will very soon have a safe city. Chicago can be very, very safe. It's going to be very safe. But Chicago is going to be very safe. And you say, why is it that a governor wouldn't accept free help from regardless? I mean, whether it's National Guard or the military or anybody. I mean, women knocked out and same with
spent so much time with
we had a week in Chicago where 11 people were murdered and 38 people were shot.
And we have great support.
We have a governor get up and say, oh, it's safe, we can handle it. He can't handle it. He's an incompetent guy. That's why they threw him out of the family business.
Every American
deserves to live in a community where they're
not afraid of being mugged, murdered, robbed, raped, assaulted, or shot.
We'd love to have a safer
what
place.
Our administration
Chicago's
is working to
great city potential. You know, I told you, the head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, save Chicago. It's a great city. It's going to be lost if you don't do it. We have no choice but to do this. And when judges give us rulings that, you know, you don't have to see Portland on fire. Portland's been on fire for years. And not so much saving it. We have to save something else because I think that's all insurrection. It's really criminal insurrection. So I appreciate the question.
Now today
these are unsafe places. We're going to make them safe. So you see what's going on in Memphis.
He wouldn't call in the National Guard, and
you know what? We're doing a pretty job because it's going to be a very safe place in a little while. And the people of Memphis are so happy that we're there. And the people of Chicago.
I'm not going to wait 2 weeks.
Black women
with
MAGA hats on.
Nobody has any idea what it might be.
All over the place.
I gave
want
a couple of
the guard to come in.
Pointers. I said,
they don't care who comes in.
You know, we
they just want to be safe.
Like it was,
and they really don't care. You know, there was one woman she was great today. She said, you know what? I don't care if it's the National Guard, the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. I don't care who comes in as long as we're safe. And that's the way most of the public feels. We're going to make Chicago really great again, and we're going to stop this crime. Then we're going to go to another one, and we're going to go city by city. We're going to have safer cities. And it was so great that we started with our nation's capital, one of the worst. I mean, so many people, every week somebody was killed. They come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they want to see the Jefferson Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial. They want to see something and they'd get shot. And you'd call their parents, I'm sorry, your son's dead. And they go, what do you mean he's dead? Came to Washington, D.C. Not anymore, that's not happening anymore. We have a safe place. We have a safe capital. It's as safe as we have probably almost just about in the country. And if you look back 6 months ago, 7 months ago, this was a death trap. You look back during the Biden, I mean, what they did, how badly they managed that. And almost all of these cities, most of these cities are Democrat-run. And we don't care, Democrat, Republican, we're going to make them safe. So we have to save Chicago. It's very important. And you can't have a governor getting up and saying it's good when 11 people were shot over a weekend. What? Well, I do it if it was necessary. So far it hasn't been necessary. But we have an insurrection act for a reason. If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that. I mean, I want to make sure that people aren't killed. We have to make sure that our cities are safe. And it's turning out, and we started with D.C. It's been so successful. Think of it. People wouldn't go to restaurants. The restaurants were closing. We were losing a lot of restaurants, as you all know. And now restaurants are opening and they're thriving. And I went 2 weeks ago and it was great. I'm going to go again. I felt very safe, very safe. Forgetting about guards and Secret Service, and I would have gone, it would have been very safe. DC is a great, and look at the cleanliness of DC. Look at how it's clean. We don't have tents all over the place. We had parks where we couldn't even walk through the park. You had people from tents, and there were violent people. Some of these people were violent people. We have a great, safe capital again, and if you look at it in 6 months from now, it'll be the most beautiful anywhere in the world. It's being clean, graffiti's all gone now, tents are all gone. It's the capital that you can look at, but it'll only get better with time. At the 2-year anniversary of the original Israeli attack, you expect the guys to I think we're going to have a deal. It's a hard thing to say that. For years and years we've been trying to have a deal with Gaza, but literally for centuries, okay, if you really think about it. But we're going to have a Gaza deal, I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm the one that got the hostages back, remember that, you know? I'm the one that, I got them back.
Celebrating what you've accomplished in this deal. I'm sure to come through, there will be a lot of celebration on the streets. Hey, Rudy. Contact with you with regard to this deal that couldn't happen.
They're so happy about it. They can't breathe. One said, I can't breathe. You know, it's very sad because you have hostages and you have people that are no longer living. But the parents, and I've said this to you, the parents want the bodies of the boy back. You know, their loved one back. In most cases, they're young men, and they're dead. And there's probably 32 or so, about that number. Nobody knows exactly what the number is. They want that body back as much as if their son were alive.
I think you put a great team together. I know some of them. I'm very impressed. Met with them the other day. Learned so much more in an hour and a half than I ever did with King.
We have a fantastic group working on it.
These guys care, or they wouldn't be here. Dan Londecker's been here forever. He has been proud. Greg Reyes is back there.
Find anybody more capable, and we
haven't seen him for a long time.
A-plus team working on it. I think we've made tremendous progress.
I really am. So much good information.
The people of Israel wanted to happen. But the people related to hostages, and they really want things to end. And they've been fine. They've been fine. I hope it's going to continue that way. I think it will. I think we're going to have a deal. We have a really good chance of making a deal. And it'll be a this is beyond Gaza. Gaza's a big deal. But this is really peace in the Middle East. And the amazing thing is we have every Arab country, every Muslim country, we have every country surrounding. They all want. I spoke with President Erdogan of Turkey. He's fantastic. He's been pushing very hard. He's a very powerful guy, and he's been pushing very, very hard to get this deal done. And Hamas has a lot of respect for him. They have a lot of respect for Qatar. They have a lot of respect for UAE and Saudi Arabia.
Custody.
We have
Transparency means one of my main priorities at the FBI.
There's never been anything
and this is what I've done in my 7 months at the helm. We've produced more than 33,000 pages of documents to Congress to a variety of committees, including, I believe, 7,500 to this committee alone. If memory serves me correct. Put the 33,000 in perspective. My predecessor in 7 years produced 13,000 pages in total in the United States Congress. His predecessor in 4 years produced 3,000.
Now we're seeing one very clear reason why you want to build a political FBI. The Epstein files. You want an FBI blindly loyal to Trump and to you as his enforcer so you can continue your cover-up of a massive international sex trafficking ring with more than 1,000 victims betraying all of the survivors of the sexual violence. Before you got in this job, you called for full release of Epstein files, telling podcasters
are working at ICE instead of their jobs. I want to follow up on something that Senator Durbin asked you about yesterday. This article from MSNBC reports that nearly every agent on Baltimore's domestic terrorism unit, who was, by the way, investigating the 764 network of child predators, was diverted to work on immigration enforcement.
Well, it's very necessary. You know, in the past, we were able to go to other countries, buy whatever we want.
Great question, and here's the answer. Simply because I am not able to go back 20 years and collect information that the courts had decided was already subject to search warrants. They have said this wasn't the investigation. There's a non-prosecution agreement out of that plea, and when the case was reopened, this is where it comes into play. When the case was reopened in 2018 and 2019, search warrants again.
Now is full compliance with the subpoena, and the Attorney General, who once said that the files were on her desk, should release all the files immediately.
And so we build a road that's over 200
There
miles
cannot be additional failures or additional cover-ups by this government that has already failed these victims now for decades. That cannot continue.
So we get a road done.
We've got to follow the facts. We've got to get all the files out to the public, and we've got to.
We're all going to die.
And
it's what bullshit this is. Okay, they can't buy. So what they do is they leave them up. If you go to Palm Springs, California, go into this beautiful community before you go. It's like you're riding through a junkyard.
And one of the reasons we are
windmills all over the place. Tall ones, short ones,
like most grids are.
Dead ones. They're all dead. Some are hanging over. They never take them down. They just leave them there and they start to rust. It's one of the greatest scams. Let's say there was inflation there. Raise your rates. I don't mind. Raise your rates. They'll be the one to talk to Corpus. He'll be too late for that too. Raise your rates. You don't have to keep them up here. If it's going to go up, I'm okay with you raising, but it's down. And we're going to have to finance it.
We don't have to worry about anything. And they're going to build it in such a way that if they have excess capacity, they're going to
who's the genius that
put
thought
it
of
back
that? I
into the
said,
grid. It's pretty
yeah,
amazing.
they're going to do better than ever before.
When they
They're going to
build,
sell
we're
cars
giving
in
them permits to
America,
build
levels that they've never even thought of before,
and it's
and they're going to make more money than they ever made before. It's going to be great. They're going to be selling a better car too. It's going to be a better
We're leading every
product.
country. Nobody's
I know,
even close
I
to
know that they have been behind it. Right? They knew it was right.
Seems to be
They've been
the big
asking for
thing. I
this
don't know. I
for
can't
25,
tell you
30
that.
years. In all
There are a
fairness,
lot of
no,
people building.
they're very happy. I told you the auto workers union week got tremendous votes. Hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the year. So incorporating that into their costs and states level, that's just an idea that came up today. That's a great idea. So again, any kind of programs to reach out, to encourage you, there's always stuff that you just heard. It's a good way to get that message out. We just need as a society to implement this behavior. It's not acceptable. We need to do whatever we can.
It's good stuff. And nobody's even close to this. We're leading AI.
Somebody has a Maria
Now we're working with other ways to
get into the schools to actually Parks and Recreation has a life skills program with such a now we're working on other ways to get into now we're working on other ways to get into the schools to actually Parks and Recreation has a life skills program where they're touching hundreds if not thousands of kids throughout the year. So incorporating that into it for parks and states over there. That's just an idea that came up today. That's a great idea. So again, any kind of input programs to reach out, to the clergy
where somebody gets mugged from behind or hit over the head with a baseball bat. Those people aren't with us any longer. Yeah, please. Thank you very much.
There were events. We saw deadly attacks on political figures on both the left and the right. The brutal assassination of Minnesota Democratic House Speaker Melissa Hortman, her husband, and the attempted murder of Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, who miraculously survived combined 17 gunshots.
But just before that, I met President Luna,
nuclear,
and I found him to be very good. We had a very good talk for about 2 minutes. And then I went up to make a speech, and
oil and gas will give you a week.
How would you like that? We're all going to die. In the world sitting out there.
It's what bullshit this is.
My
They
teleprompter
can't buy.
isn't on. You know why?
So what they do is they leave them up.
It was
If you
a
go to
rigged
Palm
deal.
Springs, California, take a look.
Fortunately, I made a better speech than I would have if I
It's like
read
you're
it off a
writing for a
teleprompter, which is pretty easy to do.
Windmills all
So,
over the place.
it was quite a day. We met and we liked each other, and yeah, we had a great conversation. Yeah, we'll start doing
and we're
this.
supposed to accept it. So I just want to read a definition
At
of
some point,
governance.
I
This is
would,
actually
and
what we're striving
he's going to
for.
come here. We
It's a
talked to him.
collection of participatory models and practices in which government and communities work together through formal and informal structures to make collective policy.
Well, she's just a troublemaker. She's no longer into the environment now. She's into this. She's a troublemaker. She has an anger management problem. I think she should see a doctor. She needs anger. If you ever watch her, she's a young person. She's so angry. She's so crazy. Now you can have. She's just a troublemaker. Yeah, please.
By going back 12 conviction, that means her only chance of getting out of prison is a pardon for leave. Is that something you're
Who are we talking about?
Billy Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened? I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it, but I will speak to the DOJ. I don't know. I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people that ask me for pardons.
Peter did a fine job.
I call him Puff Daddy for a pardon. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I have to ask the DOJ. I didn't know they rejected it. I didn't know she was even asking for it. Steve? Pretty much. If you consider, I think I want to find out what they're doing with them.
Of something I don't want.
Where are they sending them? I guess I
also
have to ask that question.
When men offer me things for free.
That war
And I think
never
you should
started. Would have never started.
We know this
Such
project
bad
will harm
judgment.
our environment
I think
in
on both sides, by
We
the
can't
way.
even say for certain
But
how bad because we haven't done
nobody
the
looks
research,
good
and the
with the
research
war
we paid
with
for
Russia and Ukraine.
doesn't
Nobody.
belong to us,
That's been a horrible. This week they lost over 7,000 soldiers between the two of them.
This location
This is every week they're losing 7,000, 8,000, 5,000.
That means that this project ultimately
No, I know. No, I would ask some questions.
of those needs that we've really talked about.
But I'm not looking to see. I'm not looking to see escalation.
Water supply. The long-range water supply. It doesn't meet the volume needs.
Well, I guess he's going to ask about tariffs because a lot of companies from Canada are moving into the United States. Everybody's moving back into the U.S. He's probably going to be asking about tariffs. They're losing a lot of companies in Canada. They're coming into. They left here. They left here 20 years ago when presidents that sat right at this desk weren't doing their job properly. They were probably good politicians, but they weren't good at business, and they allowed these companies choice to leave. And all they had to do is do what I'm doing right now. And, I'm not saying it's the easiest thing to do, but it is. It's effective. We're a rich country again. We're a powerful country because, I've ended 7 wars. At least half of them was because of my ability at trade and because of tariffs. If I didn't have tariffs to throw around a little bit, you would have at least 4 wars raging right now with thousands of people a day being killed that aren't happening. We settled. We settled 7. We're getting close to settling 8. That would be a big one. And that's something that could happen. But so I think he's coming probably to talk about tariffs because a lot of companies are leaving Canada to come into the U.S. And they're leaving Mexico. And by the way, they're leaving China. They're leaving all over the world to come into the U.S. Nobody's actually seen anything like it.
Would you shift your position on tariffs in response to whatever?
Well, I mean, look, my positions turned out to, everybody said I'm right. They find billions of dollars that they didn't even know they had. Recently, they said they found billions of dollars, and they couldn't understand. I said, check the tariff shelf. And they come in the next hour and they say, sir, you're right, it was from the tariff. We're a really rich country again. But more importantly, maybe influence. If I didn't have the power of tariffs, you would have at least 4 of the 7 wars raging. I use tariffs to sell war. If you look at India and Pakistan, they were ready to go at it. 7 planes were shot down.
Not be signing a discharge petition.
That is nuclear power.
It's a tool of the minority, as you know.
I don't want to say exactly what I said. It was very effective. They stopped. And that was based on tariffs. It was based on
tariffs. But I intend to support this resolution. I
Tariffs
appreciate both of you working in a bipartisan manner.
The
victims deserve it. And if I understood you, Mr. Comer, how many years did you say some of those?
We're a peacekeeper.
The shutdown that occurred during the first term lasted 35 days. How long do you expect this shutdown to go?
Well, you don't know. Look, I can say this, that it would have not happened except for the Democrats. The Democrats are very foolish. They've lost their way. And we have a new thing now when you look at, it's called crime. It's called absolute, as Biden would say, well, I won't say what he would have said. Remember what he said? It's a 3-letter word. No. We want to put it out, and then see the I believe, and the mayor of Chicago, like to say about
as you can
and I believe they're afraid, they're scared for their lives. I believe that the Portland people are scared. You look at what's happening in Portland over the years.
One of the most important pieces of legislation ever signed, ever approved.
A judge.
It's going to be something very special.
Lost
Thank you
away.
very much.
Tries to pretend that
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
there's no problem.
Secretary
Actually,
Sean
that. There's a huge problem.
And they had a problem in India today, and that.
Okay, crime. There's a huge problem in Chicago. It's
nuclear
called
weapons
crime.
system, which
And
we will
want to put
say
out
more
crime.
about shortly.
And they want to inflame the crime.
And the third
And why
category
they want to, I don't
of
know,
tests in the
but it could
Christmas
be that
Island phase
Pritzker
of Dominic were tests of
scared for his
advanced
life.
concepts
Yeah.
in weapons design, relatively highly experimental designs proposed by both weapon laboratories. This, in general, was the device schedule for the airdrop test phase of Dominic.
Yeah, I am out there. There's no
The
question.
chain of events
The UN,
leading to
we had,
each airdrop in the series began
Nuclear test operations from 1956 to 1958,
The people in
but
the room
equipment connected with their tests
hear
had
my
been
speech.
withdrawn,
You know that?
and their camps
The people in the
deserted.
room, they didn't have any loudspeakers.
Equatorial weather
They didn't hear my
attrition and the
speech.
task force's additional
And I
needs
thought I made a really
required
good speech.
extensive
considering I
preparations for the
didn't
task
have
force
the use of
program.
teleprompter, which is unusual.
Since
But,
the atoll possessed no
I made a
harbor,
speech.
all
They
ship
walked off the
transported
stage.
equipment,
Most
materials, and
people-
continuing
most people
supplies
would have just said,
had to be transferred to lighters and barges in the roadstead.
they
Nuclear device
obviously turned
on
off
its
the teleprompter.
trajectory from the instant of release
But there
to
was a
detonation.
reason that it didn't work.
Optically
I
and
actually know the
electronically,
reason.
the trailer
the
diagnostic
teleprompter person
instrumentation
into the room.
recorded the most
Which is
minute
essentially
detail
the
of
same
each
thing.
detonation in
So I made
minutes of a
speech that
second
turned out to be a
segments
very
for
good speech, got
scientific
good
analysis.
reviews. I went out to the audience after
under the
speech,
precise
and so
positioning of the air operations.
I said, how good was that?
Various
speech? Was
types
that
of aircraft
unbelievable or
also
what?
gathered additional
She said, I didn't
diagnostic
hear a word
and
you
weapon
said. I
effects
said, what do you mean?
information.
She was sitting in the front. I said, what do you mean? She said, you couldn't hear anything that you said. The speakers were turned on. So, I think that's pretty bad stuff, right? Especially since we support most of the United Nations. And yet I still want to keep it in New York. Because I think the United Nations has tremendous potential. If properly run, the United States has tremendous potential. But think of this. I settled 7 wars. I never spoke to the United Nations about it. Not one of them.
Can you let me know they
You
have
look at,
insurance?
and those were wars that were raging a long time, and in many cases. And I settled 7. I never heard from the United. They didn't help me. They should be able to settle the wars. I shouldn't have to be settling the wars. But, you know, guitar's been very, very helpful to us in this process. And I think you'll find that. I think maybe the most influential, very influential, very strong. With Hamas, they're very strong. And Turkey's like helpful. I mean, honestly, UAE, Saudi Arabia, everybody's helpful. I just spoke to the King of Jordan, and he's been terrific. I can't think of any country that's been negative about this. This is why it should happen. I mean, everybody wants it to happen. And usually when everybody, including, I think, Hamas, and when they want it to happen, it's going to happen.
Are you worried that your own statements call for his prosecution could help him actually in his defense?
No, I think he's a crooked guy. He's a dirty cop. Comey, I think he's a dirty cop.
That group would be involved during the development of the modeling and then also be part of the findings. So we would bring all that information back to council. We would develop some report. We would have that group involved in a peer review.
No, I don't call anybody. You know what? I'm allowed to do that if I wanted to do that.
Now, this modeling effort wouldn't happen until after
and he got caught. Look, he lied. This is just a simple case. He totally lied. And then he confirmed the lie on, I guess, numerous occasions, or at least one occasion. He confirmed the lie. That's what I said, and I stand by it. A very definitive statement and a very important statement concerning him. And he caught in an outright lie, and that's why a group of people, it wasn't me that voted,
2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 1, 4, 2, 3.
We'll find out. The court's going to determine that in a little while. Yeah, I'm going to do some farm stuff this weekend. Yeah, please. It was unbelievable.
Can you talk about that? You've initiated a prayer initiative as well. Talk about both of why they're so important, particularly the prayer initiative.
What we have, and we're the different evangelicals, Christians, we're dealing with lots of different faiths, religions, and I've felt for a long time that if a country doesn't have religion, doesn't have faith, doesn't have God, it's going to be very hard to be a good country. There's no reason to be good. I want to be good because you want to prove to God that you're good, so you go to that next step, right? So that's very important to me. I think it's really very important. And yesterday was amazing. We went out. We went to the naval base, the largest in the world.
Some of these actions were weaponized on either side of the aisle. I felt it wholly inappropriate for the FBI to be playing umpire and referee amongst these decision makers when there was no factual legal basis to continue this investigation, so I shut them down.
They gave us
I think that's so desperately
they did the
needed
whole,
because we
I don't
need
think
to
there's
restore
ever
trust
anything
in
like it, but
law
it was really
enforcement,
impressive. And
in the DOJ,
the talent
the
of the pilots where they can land, the aircraft carriers look massive, but when you put them in the
Thank you for doing
middle
that.
of,
On August
like, the
11th.
Atlantic
Number of
or,
other names.
in this case,
Zero.
pretty far off
That
the
were
coast of
charged
Virginia.
based on credible
And
evidence.
it's
Who are the
sitting
other
in the big
names?
ocean.
Give me the other names that weren't
And
charged.
it was
Give me the other
pretty
names that
calm
weren't
yesterday,
charged.
but
Number
it's
of
still
other names.
a little bit
Zero.
testy, right?
That were charged
And you have these
based
guys
on
land right
credible
on a
evidence.
thing.
Who are the
and
other
come to a
names?
sudden
Give me the other names that weren't
screeching
charged.
halt.
Two.
And they're really something. They were taking off yesterday, and they looked over, yes, sir. And then you see them, and you see them just get ripped back.
The guy is Messina.
And actually,
he's not recorded.
maneuvers that were incredible yesterday. And the admirals were explaining that you're not in really good shape. You don't make it. You pass out. These guys. And women, I met some women pilots. I mean, it's incredible what they're able to do. So we saw something that was great, and you saw the spirit, because we had for a couple of thousand, I think they had probably 22,000, largely sailors, all dressed in the most beautiful white. There wasn't a spot on any of those uniforms. I looked at them, it was just a wave of white. And it was a great crowd and a great reception. So, getting back to a very important question that was asked, when you go back a year ago,
unless somebody votes it
people
out,
were
they'll never
joining
do that.
the armed forces. They weren't joining the Army,
It's just so
Navy,
much
Air
better,
Force,
huh? So
Marines,
much
the
better.
Coast Guard,
That's
Air
so
Force.
great. Very
If you
proud
look
of
at, any of them,
We're joined
they weren't
today by
joining Space Force.
the great Speaker of the House. I
and
think he's going
now
to go down as a great
we're
Speaker of the
setting
House, too. I
records.
may be wrong.
And that goes for
I
police
may
and
be
fire.
wrong. Who knows?
Yeah,
Who the hell knows?
Policemen are going to be firing.
I think he is.
Firemen, people don't mention they're incredible.
And he's doing something, the only thing I would say.
I wouldn't want to do it. But they weren't able to recruit. The police weren't able to recruit.
Without objection.
And the military wasn't able to
From
recruit.
Texas
We were
recognized.
really
Thank
off.
you. Director,
And I got
earlier
elected,
this year,
and
the
it really
committee
started
learned
on
of
November
new
5th. I got
documents tied
elected,
to
and
crossfire
somehow the
hurricane
country developed the
investigation
spirit,
and the Russia
financially,
collusion
yes, but
hoax
also
against
with the
President
military. Now we
California.
have
I'll work
record
with you on
levels
that.
of these.
Regular order, Mr.
One
Chairman.
of the-
Director,
every
I'm Belongs to
forces
Delaware from California.
we have
Did
waiting
you
lists to
tell
get into
the Attorney
the
General that
Marines, to
Donald
the
Trump's
Army,
name is in
to
the
the
FC
Navy,
files?
to the
Question has been asked.
Number one,
Coast Guard.
Director
We have waiting
Christopher
lists to get
Wray.
in. It's
When he was
amazing,
appointed to
actually,
be the
what's
head of the
happening. We're a
FBI
country that's, it was a dead country, and I said
Now,
all the
I
time,
will
we had a
agree
dead country
that
one
I
year, now we
definitely
have
take issue
the
with
hottest
the number
country anywhere in the
of
world, and it's
decisions
nice to
that Donald
see,
Trump
I've
makes,
watched you for years
especially when it comes to the people that he
so it's nice
decides
to
to
meet you. Thank you very much,
very
everybody.
important positions, including this one, because I did have to make sure that I wasn't going crazy. But when I say that you are the least qualified,
And we appreciate your service. We appreciate number, please.
We probably had 8 to 10 full-time staff and lots of volunteers.
So you had 8. Has there been any other, we've heard about the 2, and certainly there's
Hello,
been a lot of
everybody.
talk about
Thank
this
you very
management,
much.
et cetera,
You all
et cetera.
set?
I'm just
We're talking about cafe standards, very big deal. Today, my administration is taking historic action to lower costs for American consumers, protect American auto jobs, and make buying a car much more affordable for countless American families, and also safer. Terminating Joe Biden's ridiculous and
with test animals.
Somewhere between
The purpose of this project was to conduct chorioretinal burn studies and to further develop heavily instrumented KC-135 aircraft
would put tremendous upward pressure on car prices. Combined with the insane electric vehicle mandate, Biden's burdensome regulations help cause the price of cars to soar more than 25%. And in one case, they went up 18% in 1 year. Today, we're taking one more step to kill the greatest scam probably, well, other than Russia and a few others like this name. The greatest scam in history, the Green New scam. It's a question endlessly how it country by far. And people want everything. They want everything. They want electric, they want They want to have lots of alternatives, but they do want the gasoline car. Right now, it's leading away by a lot. The car business is a very interesting business, but we want to keep it that way. I thank Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Deputy Transportation Secretary Stephen Bradbury, as well as CEO of Ford, Jim Farley. Jim, where is Jim?
Congress?
Absolutely. We're doing what that discharge petition wants done. And we're 3 steps ahead of that discharge petition. We've already deposed former Attorney General Bill Barr. We've already subpoenaed the estate, the Epstein estate, for all the documents. We've already subpoenaed.
The material would come from them?
I'm sorry?
You said the Epstein estate is going to start producing.
We just freed you up.
In the Epstein files, more than 100,
a good number of years. Thanks as well to Senator Shelley Moore Capito, Ted Cruz, Kevin Kramer, Marsha Blackburn.
No, that's not the question. I asked
Eric
how many
Schmidt
times
and Bernie Marino, as well as Representative Sam Graves, Vern Buchanan, Mike Kelly, Roger Williams, Lisa McClain, and Corey Balderson. All great people. These are great people. And I know there's a lot of support along beyond everybody. Tremendous support on this. From day one,
numerous lawsuits against the city and now this man-made water crisis. We made a mistake 6 years ago hiring an inept, unqualified assistant city manager that has had more of a desire to be a politician behind the camera that is playing political games with our community and our
And as you know, in certain parts of the Midwest, they spent, to build 9 charges, they spent $8 billion. So that wasn't working out too well. That was done before me, by the way. I wouldn't have let it go forward. We're canceling the EPA's observed tailpipe emission standards, one of the most important things that I've never had a group of people come to me more powerfully and really just devastated that they had to do it. It was killing them than the automobile manufacturers, the tailpipe emission standards. And I can tell you, your people at Ford were coming to me all the time and they were saying, like, please, it doesn't do anything and it's killing us. And it's driving the cost through the roof. And we revoked Biden's emissions waiver for California so that California communists could not regulate the automobile industry and ruin the entire nation of automobiles. And they were doing that too. But we have that now under control also with your governor, who's got much more than he can control. Now under the new rules being issued today by Secretary Duffy, the Department of Transportation will rescind the Biden fuel economy prices. And I hate to say that because they were really not economy, they were really they were anti-economy. They were horrible what they were doing to the costs and actually making the car much worse. But these policies forced automakers to build cars using expensive technologies that drove up costs, drove up prices, and made the car much worse. The action is expected to save the typical consumer at least $1,000 off the price of a new car, and we think substantially more than that. Under the Trump administration, $70 billion are now being invested in the American auto industry. Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Kentucky and Michigan.
If you can't tell the roadway, I will be pretty
Creating at least 4,000 new jobs. Stellantis announced it will invest $13 million to expand U.S.-based manufacturing by more than 50% and open new manufacturing facilities across the country. And I think a big part of that is because of tariffs coming in. Not only the automobile industry, AI, we're leading China in AI, we're leading everybody in AI, we're leading everybody in everything. We have the hottest country right now.
Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Director Patel.
Behind me, great
in the wake of the tragic murder of Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump said, quote, violence and murder are the tragic consequences of demonizing those with whom you disagree. Day after day, year after year, the most hateful and despicable way possible.
But it also started
note for the record that Donald Trump is famously
tremendous in the tariffs. It's bringing in trillions of dollars of wealth It's bringing in national security. And I've stopped 8 wars, and of the 8 wars, 5 of them have been because of tariffs and trade, so they're very important. And General Motors plans to invest $4 billion as it brings its manufacturing back to the United States from Mexico. After falling by 5% under Biden, U.S. auto production has surged by 10% so far this year. You know, I won the auto workers vote, but now even the head of the auto workers, Trump is the greatest president we've ever seen.
October 7th was a disaster. People forget. They like to forget.
But we're protecting
It was a
our auto
horrible thing,
workers,
but
and
you know,
we're making
none of
it
these
easier
things would
for
have
every
happened if I
family
were president.
to afford
If I
high-quality
were
cars.
president,
In
none
other
of
words,
it would
we're
have
bringing
happened. You wouldn't have
automobiles back.
the Israel problem. Iran was broke. They had no money. We had big sanctions on them. Biden immediately let them get rid of $300 billion
percent of our automobile
but they had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah. They had no money for anything. It was
in most cases,
we wouldn't have had inflation that was caused by oil.
New ones are being built in their place, and a big beneficiary is the state of Michigan, but South Carolina, even states that didn't really do too much with the automobiles, they're opening up plants. It's been amazing. So between automobile plants, AI plants, and plants of every other nation, really every other type, including chips, we're going to have a big percentage of the chip market very soon. Not because of the CHIPS Act, which was horrible and ridiculous, where we just gave these companies billions and billions of dollars and just kept the money, but because of what we did with tariffs. They have to build here, otherwise they're going to have to pay tariffs. They won't be able to do business in the United States. And we're going to have a big percentage of the chip industry. As of about a year ago, 2 years ago, we had none. And now we're going to have a very big percentage when it all finishes out. So I'd like to ask Secretary Duffy to speak, and then Mr. Farley, and then Filosa, and Urbanik, and Castrita, and also we're going to ask some of our political leaders to speak, because they went out of their way. This was not easy. The people were brainwashed. This is a green new scam, and people were paying too much for a car that didn't work as well. And now they're going to have a great car that's going to be environmentally friendly, but it's going to cost you a lot less, and it's going to work great. All of the nonsense is being taken out of the cars. So, Secretary Duffy, could you say?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, yesterday at the cabinet meeting, the President was talking about affordability. And the way that Democrats talk about affordability is a lie. Today is a perfect example of that. So these CAFE standards use contrary to the law. Congress says you have to look at combustion engines. Biden and Buttigieg actually did an analysis. Buttigieg used EVs and hybrids to come up with a 62 mile an hour per gallon standard, which I think the car companies will tell you is completely unattainable. So they spent a lot of money on technology trying to meet the unattainable standard, driving up the cost of a car, number one. And then number two, if they couldn't meet the unattainable standard, they had to trade for carbon, costing billions of dollars, and again, driving up the price of the cars. So, Mr. President, what Democrats were doing were not making cars more affordable, they were making them less affordable. The consequence of that is going to be that more Americans can afford to buy a new car, which means they're going to be safer on the roads because of all the great new technology we have that save lives. So we'll have less death on American roads. These rules are going to allow the automakers to make vehicles that Americans want to purchase, not vehicles that Joe Biden and Buttigieg wants them to build, which is important. But also, this is important for American jobs. The more cars we sell, the more jobs we have in this country. And so this is jobs, this is freedom, and this is common sense, Mr. President. So thank you for your leadership. And I appreciate what the Secretary of the bill and what we've done here today. So thank you.
Lower regulations.
How about Mr. President, the Secretary, all the important lawmakers here, competitors, today is a victory of common sense and affordability. We're very proud of the number one and we never lost, unlike many of our competitors. We're the number one, and we have a factory the auto factory.
And this cafe standard that is aligned with customer demand for a lot of reasons. We were number 2 last year in EV sales, we were number 3 in hybrid, and we're the leading brand for combustion. We believe that people should be able to make a choice, as you said, Mr. President, and we will invest more in affordable vehicles. This allows us to invest in affordable vehicles made in the U.S., which we will take the lead on, and will allow us to make vehicles more affordable. So thank you for making this step for all of you.
Thank you very much. One of the other things we're doing, it's separate from this meeting, but I think everybody here would agree with it. If you go to Japan, where I just left, and if you go to South Korea, Malaysia, and other countries, they have a very small car. Sort of like Miss Matthews from across the street from that location state that she believes her son and another male are inside the house. But you're not allowed to kill them. Stealing from her father, supervising not to probably resident. Son is going to be a Jacob David criminal. They really are. They're actually, some of them are really beautiful, actually. If you take a look, Honda, some of the Japanese companies do a beautiful job. We're not allowed to make it in this country, and I think so we're going to approve those cars. Would you like to say something about it?
Just that he never stops looking, so even when he's on Asian time, he's calling me at in the States. But he gave me the directive to clear the regulations on this, which we have. And so if Toyota or any other company wants to make smaller, more affordable cars, fuel efficient, we have cleared the deck so they can make them in America and sell them.
They're really nice, less expensive, and it really gives people a chance to have a car, have a brand new car as opposed to a car that maybe isn't so great. And so, new car companies are thinking about that. I think it's going to be a tremendous market. Please, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great day for us, Stellantis, today. This is the day where we see cafe regulation reconciled with real customers' demand. That's why at Stellantis we decided to invest in Jeep, Ram, Dodge, and Chrysler $13 billion in the next 4 years, increasing production by 50%, delivering to the market 5 new vehicles, and creating 5,000 additional jobs. That's because we believe in what you, Senator Patrick, and all your team is doing in this country. We believe in growth. We are ready to invest even more. So thank you very much. Thank you very much also for this great news of the Cape Cod, which we are very interested in, and we are really looking forward to work with the Secretary after your team in the future for the next steps. Thank you very much.
We'll get ready for those cars because we've already cleared the way. You can start right away.
We will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having me. Support your leadership for this issue that is so important to the auto industry. I'm here representing the hard-working men and women of Alien Assembly and Michigan. So that we can build additional U.S. manufactured trucks and full-size utilities for our customers, and we're so excited about that. Thank you for your support. Secretary Duffy, thank you as well.
And this is largely coming in because of the tariff situation. We're taking in trillions of dollars.
I mean, nothing against the gentleman.
We have so many other advantages, but these
kind of see your side and you're really not getting the public side. Hillcrest is the only African American area that blacks could own homes. It is a historical area, and you just broke ground last week on a $26 million renovation.
I think it's coming back.
And yet you want to put these down right next to the park where the kids and families are supposed to be.
Order. But it's an honor.
And I also wanted to echo that what we are experiencing here, I hope, is coming out of love, because that word doesn't come out. I know that we have a different approach on how we think, we know what love looks like, but we do have love for our community. And even though, I may come out,
big beautiful bill. Taxes that have gone away 10 years ago. All that makes it affordable for our body that save money for that.
You than not are religious in some way. So again, I'd ask you to reflect on that and reflect on how the decisions that you make at the dais either contribute to or take away from living a life of Christ consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hensick. Richard Shelton. Amanda Breland.
Go out and buy a car.
Of lowering city taxes because we need clean water.
No matter what.
We need good schools.
They never really had deductions.
Roads.
You know, rich people like deductions, but middle-income people would never really afford deductions, which
My
is very unfair.
husband's from Spain.
You
He had
borrow
a
money to
problem
buy a
there,
car, you're allowed to deduct the
health-wise.
interest from your
He
income
was in the
tax.
hospital for a week.
And I think that's going to be
Had
one of the
two
most,
procedures done.
in terms of your industry, I think it's going to be the biggest thing that we're talking about, maybe even bigger than cafe standards.
We need Medicare for all.
People are
The
going to be
same
able to borrow
system,
money
which is the
deducted.
culprit
It's
of
going to
climate
cost them
catastrophe.
essentially half. And they'll be,
Damn it. Okay.
I think it's going to be
Thank you.
tremendous. I think
Thank you.
we've never
Daniel
had a chance to do that before. And that's all done. That's all in a great, big, beautiful bill. So it's really terrific. I'd like to ask a couple of our political leaders to say, because you guys have done an amazing job. This was something that was going to be very tough. We had to fight lunatics to get it done, and they had no answers. You know, you just present them with the facts, and they just say, "Oh, we're just not going to vote for it." They couldn't talk about it, but they didn't want to vote. I see Mike Kelly, my friend back there, has been with me from day one. Right? What do you have to say, Mike?
Well, you know what? I think you hit the key. Everybody's talking about the same thing. In America,
Look at the way they like each other. Now, you can see, there's no hatred between these two.
as long as I beat his price. American people have always been able to choose what they want. They don't want to be taken out of the market by people who, quite frankly, don't even drive their own car, and saying, this is the way you've got to go going into the future, and saying, well, you may say that, but you're not in the market, you have no idea. And I know the business we're in, at the end of the day, if they were there with the sales, Mr. President, other than price, what's keeping you from taking the car home today? It's always price. The fact that we can build a car that's affordable, that people want to buy, that's the key to it. What you've done is unlock the most ridiculous statute that ever came in with cafe. It wasn't done by the Congress. It wasn't done. It was done by President Obama after the courts failed on it. So, thank you for doing what you're doing. You're making America great again in every single way. Thank you.
It's going to be so big for the auto manufacturers. People are able to believe the impact this has. You know, my we'd have a
Beach or Grove. Seawater desal has never been attempted.
But also, one of the things that was very clear to me was that this is a very environmental project. It's not going to do harm to the bays and estuaries, and it's something I know that there's a lot of concern about that. But that just doesn't seem, the facts don't show that. And the fact is that it was approved by the TCEQ and other agencies, and I think what you're going to find with the Farfield study as well, that
this is huge for the local car dealers. We're going to be able to sell what the customer wants and manufacture what the customer wants. We've got all kinds of options to the big bill. It's going to enable people to talk about the payments and so forth. As we say in the business, and it's going to be a great opportunity for the dealer body to sell what consumers want. And 99% of the businesses in America are small businesses, many are car dealers, employ a lot of people.
Of the heinous decisions made by those who came before you. You can't change those decisions, but those of you with the conscience have the opportunity to course correct. Do not dig your heels in the way so many before you have. We know more now than we did when desal was first put on the table. Don't treat public comment as a formality to get through in order to carry out your own will instead of the will of the residents down here opposing desal, who clearly outnumber those supporting. Say no. That was from September 2nd.
Kevin, could you say a few words? One of the really smart forecasters, I will tell you, beyond an economist, he's a real forecaster. Please.
Sir, I think that there's a parallel to what we're doing today.
And the way to think about it is that the car that has the best gas mileage that you can buy, Joe Biden wanted to make every car on average. So there's no car made in the U.S. that you would be able to sell under that rule. Because what he wanted to do is make everybody have an electric car. But here's the thing. If everybody had an electric car, then nobody would be buying gas anymore. And they'd have to take all the miles that they travel and put on the grid. And so we would have to increase the production of electricity in the U.S. by 25%.
Current vital show 98,
So you can't
And that wasn't the main reason, and yet it certainly is a main reason. You wouldn't have been able to do it even if you wanted to. It's just so crazy. That was the main reason. Troy, would you like to say something?
Your Honor, thank you. My family is a former dealer, 48 years, Chrysler Dodge dealer. I had more fun in the dealership. I miss it, but I still play a big role in automobiles. I remember under President Obama, I brought up and I went to his times. The Chrysler dealer before Stellantis came along, it was Daimler. Before you guys piece was big, and I know the attorney led the charge on that in the Senate and gave him the one big beautiful bill. Maybe
y'all's besties, and I don't care if y'all paint each other's nails, go have drinks, call her name, I may be.
He's going to be a great congressman.
I am consultant Swiss detective. Tonight you said that this DSAL vote is only for study, only for the next stage. But we want to speak clearly on record. Every step attached to DSAL is part of building the DSAL. There is no mutual vote or Congress that we will ignore. You already know the environmental impact.
They are going to ask you to vote against any, stop pursuing the Inner Harbor desal plant. Like, I'm really confused on why we're here. Again, I felt the public had made their stand on where they are. They have reached out to you. They have made public comments, not just for over the past few months, but over the past several years. The people that I'm watching right now from my virtual space are there speaking out against the Inner Harbor desal plant.
Like making decisions, and some people coming up as special interest, and other people coming up as reflecting.
I don't know why, but at the end of the day, because of what we put in place, that's the tool they would use. And you can just think about all the people in Florida, just general places, they're buying old vans, buying trucks, family trucks, and they're getting a deduction. They don't even have a payment for a year. So it's a powerful tool. They can write the whole asset off, take that deduction, put $12,000 in your pocket. Let me mention one other thing. Electric cars. And I'm talking to dealers who come in and talk to me, and basically they couldn't sell one, they couldn't give one away, and when these companies, they got it because of whatever political pressure under the Biden administration, when they end up realizing that they got no market, a guy says the car is sitting there, you can't get rid of it. So they don't understand the market, the people who produce the vehicles.
Of its most experienced and qualified agents, division leaders, and experts in counter-terror, counterintelligence, and cybersecurity, precisely the people who have the expertise you lack, in which the FBI and the country need. They've been expelled from the ranks of the Bureau simply because they did their duty investigating crimes, including those committed by the mob that attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021, and beat the hell out of more than 140 police officers.
The Democrats bring it up. January 6th. Ford 150.
January 6th, we now know, because of your fine, that in fact, there were people involved who were not just observers, but participants, who in fact, it's been alleged, and I personally believe, in fact, were part of promoting, perhaps even
They love
the
that
one
Ford
woman who
150.
died,
But
encouraging her to walk through a door that led to her death.
2 or 3 cars.
When you see that
you know
kind of
you're not gonna be
activity,
selling or not be
and you
selling
know justice,
in order to
hide behind
really do something
non-statutory
that you should have the right to
practices.
do, which is
Now,
make a
you've
car that you wanna make.
changed the interpretation of many of those practices. That's why we're getting the discovery that was previously withheld. How do we work together to make sure that we never again have false walls, non-statutory walls that say the Department of Justice has a prohibition about giving, quote, you fill in the blank, that has led to the chairman not seeing anything until you took
One of the last times I was
Bureau,
there is when
and
you
a
saw
decorated
the
counterterrorism expert who worked at the FBI for nearly 20 years. According to Driscoll, you told him your own job, quote, depended on the removal of agents who worked on the cases against the president, regardless of whether the agents chose to work on those cases or not. You added, quote, the FBI tried to put the president in jail, and he hasn't forgotten it.
We sort of talk about
Forced out the leader of the Salt Lake City field office, Mehtab Saeed, just weeks before Charlie Kirk's assassination, regardless of whether the agents chose to work on those cases or not. You added, quote, the FBI tried to put the president in jail, and he hasn't forgotten it.
American family.
Forced out the leader of the Salt Lake City field office, Mehtab Saeed, just weeks before Charlie Kirk's assassination, depriving the FBI of an experienced counterterrorism expert described by her colleagues as absolutely the best and legendary. She would have led the FBI's manhunt had she not been fired. When Trump decided to who's on that list, upon your confirmation, you promised that, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned. And anyone from the prior or current bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. This spring, you ordered hundreds of agents to pour over all the Epstein files, not to look for more clues about the money network or the network of human traffickers. You pulled these agents from their regular counterterrorism or drug trafficking duties to a gathering of Jewish people in support of hostages held in Gaza in Boulder in June. We've seen continued mass shootings at schools, like the domestic terror incident at a Catholic school in Minneapolis last month, which killed 2 children and wounded 18 others. And in August, a man fired more than 500 bullets at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, killing a police officer who was a Marine veteran and father. People like Melissa Hortman and Charlie Kirk should be able to participate in politics as elected.
Of the fentanyl producers, with the fentanyl precursor companies in China. And we indicted for the first time multiple companies and individuals, not just in America, but in mainland China, that are producing the ingredients that produce and make fentanyl that kill our children. We're going to keep counterterrorism work, cyber attacks, and foreign adversaries are something the FBI must never sleep on, and we are not sleeping. In the counterintelligence space alone, this year to date, 30% increase in counterintelligence arrests from the DPRK.
Of the ranking member himself, and not you, sir.
I was proud of that.
I want to refer to something that was said yesterday in yesterday's hearing by Senator Grassley. He said it's well understood that your predecessor left you an FBI infected with politics. At your nomination hearing, he gave you records, made public records about whistleblowers regarding something called Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was the FBI case opened and approved by anti-Trump FBI agent.
Tens of billions of dollars in our country as we speak. It's not going to be in 2 years or 3 years. A lot of it's because of the expensing provision in the bill, the big beautiful bill.
Well, we're just working where we can in every single city we can, and I welcome the opportunity.
This is just the auto industry, but we have other industries where it's the same thing. They're building all over our country, and something, this is a revolution is happening. It's a business revolution, it's a jobs revolution.
And if it has not already been turned over to the FBI will look at
bringing back the car industry that was stolen from us.
Have you made any progress on the
what they were doing sitting at
pipe bomb
this desk?
investigation January 6th, and have you made any progress on the motive of the Las Vegas shooter?
And this is really an incredible
My children
thing
find it
that's
flattering.
happening.
20 of those individuals have been investigated or have had adverse actions. Director, considering that you've identified these people as, quote, government gangsters, will you recuse yourself from making any investigation decisions about these individuals?
Anyone that has been chosen to the FBI has been done so.
No, the question
Failed to meet underneath the muster, the constitutional obligation.
I will work on the audio-visual capabilities.
I'm gonna borrow your terminology and call bullshit on your entire career in Congress.
14 and 16 years old. Are you going to cover up? Are you going to continue to cover up for the rich and powerful men, including those that might be on this committee?
I can yell at you,
Are
Mr.
you
Chairman, but I don't want to yell at
allow them
both
to
ends.
testify?
To the gentleman from New Jersey, I
Are you
appreciate
going
the
to allow
gentlelady
them to
yielding
testify,
back.
Mr. Patel?
Escalation of that kind of.
Will you allow them to testify to you, Mr. Patel?
Mr. Patel, thank you for being
There's never been 18,
I know for the people.
whatever.
You are here for that reason. The
In 10 months, we
administration
had
is here for that
$18 trillion
reason.
spent.
It was
We never had $1
weaponized
trillion
and politicized, the FBI in the
And
past.
Biden had much
Hope
less
to God
than
we
that.
never,
Think of it.
ever see that
He had
again in
less
the
than $1
darkest
trillion
parts of America
over
history.
4 years.
Thank you.
We have
I yield.
18 trillion in
Yields back. The
10
gentleman from New York
months.
is recognized.
And it's actually as
I
of
would
9
like to
months.
introduce a
So
CNN
there's never
article
been, I think,
that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed.
We actually make things from F-15s to F-47s
Just a
now,
remarkable,
thanks to the
honorable
F-47,
man.
and then F-150s.
Evidence analysis.
And those are real
From the state
jobs.
side,
And,
programs
we
such
make
as the HIDA
things gonna
programs,
go a long way.
very, very
We're
important
making
counter
things more
drug, such as the
affordable.
Coverdell grants, very, very
American
important in maintaining
driving
state
a car
laboratory
on the highway.
capacities.
And this is gonna make that
Would I be
accessible for more
correct
people. So
in
thanks for your leadership.
concluding that we are able to maintain robust funding for those types of programs, including both Coverdell and HIDA, that would contribute to the safety of the United States and to your mission?
These cafe standards were absolutely unworkable.
Director, you talked a little bit about
Practical and affordable.
And you raised the World Cup.
Small
That's
businesses
exactly
for
what we did.
agriculture.
The Club World Cup,
And it
which
just
just
simply
happened,
didn't
was
work.
32 games
Those cafe standards
in
didn't
at
work.
least
So
a
I
dozen
applaud
different
you,
cities across the
Secretary
country, the
Duffy,
largest
for your
sporting
hard work
events
and what you're doing on
consecutively
behalf
in
of
American history.
rural America.
And we used our counter-drone
Well, it's keeping a
capabilities
lot
to
of,
not only
manufacturers out of our country, too.
inspect
They
and
said, "We're
secure
not
stadium
being crazy."
locations, but we're fan
thought
covering it, we call base
outside
camp.
manufacturers
And
thought we were
thankfully, because of the
absolutely
success of the
insane
FBI DHS,
with
we had
all of the different things that were just made up nonsense.
flipping
It's
from the
like
threat
made up.
dynamic
It was
around
really
so
made
many
up by people
cities
that hate our
where you
country.
see
I really
literally
Does anybody else have anything to say?
I'd say about two quick things, Mr.
Oh, go.
President.
and making sure the bad guys
Two
don't
quick
have the
things I
same.
think are really important. So the person who sat behind this desk before you gave $7,500 in subsidies to multi-millionaires who were leasing electric Rolls Royces, electric Porsches, electric Lamborghinis. We're getting $7,500 from the taxpayer. And these Democrats sit on this floor and say that
You
Republicans
ordered
are
the
for millionaires
25
and
largest
billionaires.
field offices
We are
to
doing
divert
the opposite
thousands of
and giving
agents away
$7,500
from
to
chasing
multi-billionaires.
down
So
violent
these four
criminals,
electric vehicles.
sex
Number
traffickers,
two,
fraudsters,
because of
and
your
scammers
policies,
to
at the
carry
beginning
out
of the
this
year,
immigration
51% of the
crackdown.
cars
Director
made
Patel, you
got
treated
sold
the
in
men and
America
women at
were
FBI
51%
with
before you got
disrespect
sworn in.
and
Last
paranoia.
month,
You've
that was
assembled a roving
57%.
band of freelancing
We moved it
henchmen
6
within your
points,
office
which
and
nobody
charged
thought
them
was possible
with conducting
in 4 years.
unauthorized
We did it in 10
investigations,
months. That's
targeting
something
and
that maybe we
harassing.
should cover a little bit
13
more.
service
And we've
members
driven
in
down
2 weeks. They didn't do it in
car
4 years of
prices
the
for
entire
consumers
priority
are
of
down
prior
before
administration.
you did
Just
this.
about
Nationwide, we've been
everything is down.
executing
You
our
know,
Operation
this whole thing
Summer
is-
Heat,
they use
the
the word
FBI's national
affordability. It's a Democrat
focus on
hoax.
targeting
They're the
violent
ones that
crime
drove the
based on
prices up.
intelligence-driven operations.
And all they do is say,
Ask the citizens of
affordability.
Seattle, Miami,
And you're
Memphis,
supposed to
Charlotte,
say,
Chicago,
oh,
New
that
Orleans,
means they have low prices. No.
to specifically
We
highlight New
inherited
Orleans and
the
Nashville.
worst
There has been
in the history of our country.
50%
They say
increase
48
in
years.
violent
I don't
defending
know.
producers
Biden
precursors
had
using China.
when his energy policies and his spending
Not just in
policies,
America, but
we
in
have
China,
inflation.
that are producing
Things
violence
that
that
produce prices are coming down. And they're coming down for cars,
We're gonna
and they're
keep
coming
going.
down. I mean,
Counterterrorism work,
very
cyber
large,
attacks,
and that they've been having
foreign
issues
something
with that
the
neighbor.
FBI's never
Energy in
sleep
our
on, and we
country
are
said,
not sleeping.
But they-
In the
now
counterintelligence
parts of
space
our
alone,
country,
this
parts,
year,
it's all
year to
happening.
date, 30% increase in
$1.99
counterintelligence arrests from the
for gasoline per
DPRK.
gallon.
Pursuit of justice.
And
The amount
to
of
50,
dollars
to
flowing
60,
from George
it
Soros
was at
through and to these
$5.
organizations and to the
And
various
that's
prosecutors
bigger than any
that have
tax
resulted
cut
in
we could
increased
do.
crime on our streets,
And for
including
the average
the
family,
brutal
that's
murder
We, John,
of the
Adam,
Ukrainian
Ida,
refugee
and we
Sharon.
do
Affordability,
I bring that
when
up
they
because
mention it,
that is
you ever
one
watch them?
component of
It's all about, I saw the young lady that lost last night.
Can you comment at all on the Durham
And
as I described it?
we have a great new candidate.
Durham Annex, which
in
was publicly
the
released
Congress.
to the
Really
FBI's
great, Matt Van
commitment to
Epps.
transparency.
What I saw last night,
One of the
she
documents
said,
that's
it's all about affordability.
in
all
general
about-
terms,
They
speaking
never
for
talked
burn
about
bags
like
or
the specifics.
burn bag is what you
Everything
use
was through the
to put
roof.
classified documents
Eggs, when I took over, eggs were 4 times higher than they ever were. We got the prices.
So it appears that efforts were made by the Clinton campaign to reach out to the FBI agents.
You gotta watch
All the amendments
their
to
great con.
freedom of speech.
It's like the Inflation Reduction Act.
I know you're standing.
And after they got it approved, because everybody said inflation reduction.
Richmond member was
they
driven
admitted
by
it
a
had nothing to
reliance
do with
on
reducing
sources.
inflation.
Southern
It's a
Poverty Law
conjunct.
Center. You know, the words
I think
sound nice, but
affordability
the
is
organization is not so nice.
They look at you
And we've
and they
seen the
say,
Anti-Defamation
affordability.
League distort
They
data
don't say
that
anything
counts
else.
as
Everyone
fraud,
says,
as
oh,
violence.
their
If
prices
you've been
were
able
so
to
low. No.
identify and
They had
eliminate
the
these
worst
kinds
inflation.
of partisan
We had
sources,
the
we welcome all
highest
sources.
prices we
Doing
ever
day
had.
trading now,
And now they're
I
all
think, would
coming
be
down,
something that
including
would be
beef is
interesting
coming down. Beef
I just
was
hope you
up
consider
there a little
that,
bit.
and
Our
moving
ranchers did
forward,
well.
that perhaps
We're
not
going to make them do a little bit less well,
stocks in
perhaps.
individual
But
companies. I would think
the
would be
beef
something
is now
that would be
coming down. Coffee is now coming down.
Gentlemen,
It's all
gentlemen's time.
coming down.
I'm happy to give the.
And it's a beautiful thing to see.
Thank you. I'll
But
work with
remember this, when they use the
Gentleman
word
from
affordability,
Alabama's recognized.
they just
My
say,
name is Chairman.
they never
Thank you,
say
Director
anything
Patel,
else.
for being here today.
This election's about
Ability
affordability.
to classify
and then they go on to
documents
the next
confirm that
subject.
the intelligence
It's a conjunct.
Nations of an elected
They
official in
caused
recent
the
memory, and the
highest
president claims to
prices,
know nothing
the history
about it,
of our
hasn't even
country,
heard of it.
the worst inflation
Is absolutely
in the history
devastating
of our
for
country.
her colleagues and for her
And
family.
we're getting those prices down.
And I think we
And they're
all can
coming
agree
down
in this room that we
rapidly.
have to
And
stop this
you'll
political
see
violence.
those
So my
results
first
very
question
soon.
to you
Anybody else want to
is,
say
Director
anything?
Patel, what is your plan as director of the FBI to turn down the temperature, especially in light of the fact that it seems like members of the administration are reacting
of the woman's body with the writing and the president's signature.
This is a victory today for consumers. This is a victory for affordability. Your critics like to say the word affordability.
Will you be opening up an investigation into the Epstein estate, putting out a fake document with the president's signature, linking him to the world's largest pedophile ring? Will you be opening that investigation?
Put on top of that, one big beautiful bill.
On what basis?
You know, most of the
They literally
senators
put out
here
a
on the
fake
Senate
document
Commerce
according to the
Committee and
president with a fake
Commerce Committee,
signature,
we
a
worked
forgery
together to
of the
zero out
president of the
cafe
United States
standards.
signature.
We wrote that into law, that
Can
the
you
cafe
describe, just
standards
so
went to
the
zero.
anyone who's listening
What does
here
that
can
mean?
know
You
how
sit now as a consumer buy the car
levels
you
of
want.
criminality have
It also
become in the
means
United States?
people's lives will be safer because what these
unfortunately,
regulations did
your
is
endurance
they
and your
forced cars to be more
perseverance
expensive
throughout today's
and made
hearing,
of plastic
and
instead of
for
steel.
all you've shared.
Because you
First
had
of
to
all,
make
let me
them
start
lighter
by
to
saying
comply with
that I
these
was very
standards so you'd
grateful
get in
and
a
glad
wreck
to
and
see that the
people wouldn't die.
FBI has
The
joined
results
the
of what you're doing,
investigation of the
you're
tragic
literally
and brutal
saving
murder
people's
of
lives.
Irina
And you're making it
Zarutska
where
in
families
Charlotte,
can
which
afford
is
to
just
get a
right
new
by my
car.
district.
These
This
actions
woman, as you
will
know,
drop the
fled the
cost
war
of
in
cars and
Ukraine only to be
trucks
killed in
thousands
cold
of
blood
dollars.
by a
That
man
makes
who
a
had
real
no
difference.
business
And I'll
being
make
on the
one final
streets
point. You know,
whatsoever.
about half the
This
members
man
here
who
are
had been
car
seen stabbing
And I
Irina
will
to
say
death
my
on
good friend
video.
Roger Williams out in the lobby, he tried to sell me a car. Which didn't surprise me, but I just want to give props to Mike Kelly. He showed he was savvier because he tried to sell you a car, and you can afford a much nicer car than I can. So well done, Mike Roger. You just went to the wrong customer.
Let me ask you an adjacent question, Director. I noticed in your written testimony, I don't think we've talked about it yet. You brought to our attention an expiring authority. It's in 6 U.S.C. 124N with respect to counter-UAS drones. You point out that authority expires in
Assassination of Charlie Kirk in cold blood. And there is never any warrant for political violence in America. And just as we all recoiled together at the shocking assassination of Melissa Hortman and others who died in that Minnesota attack, we all stand together categorically against political violence in America and determined to end of partisan retribution. You've broken your promise not to do that. You've betrayed Jeffrey Epstein's victims and survivors. You've turned your back on the career law enforcement officers of the FBI. And as a result, you've left all of us less safe than before. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Unbelievable potential.
Gentleman yields back. That opening statement may have been longer than any book directors ever written or anyone else. Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. Mr. Patel has been
To any other sex trafficker, any other people engaged with Epstein in underage sex.
That's correct, to my knowledge, no.
Okay, let's talk about the witness interviews. The 302s of witness interviews. Those are not subject to the court order. Those are not subject to any fictional sealed order for a search warrant. Why aren't we releasing those with the redacted names of the victims?
We are releasing as much as legally allowed. That's why we've been watching.
How is that not legally allowed?
I'll add motor vehicles to that now. My question, I got one about consumer confidence. We just came off of a record high Black Friday, 9.6%.
Record highest ever, biggest amount ever purchased in one day.
Do you think that the National Guard is necessary to this narrative of affordability? Apparently, the Americans are spending money.
I do think it's necessary to finish it. What we've done is 500 arrests and 110 federal indictments. What we need to do is prevent securing peace of where the criminal conduct pots of money from our interagency. So this sort of 500 cut isn't entirely accurate.
You're still getting cut 200 million plus. You're still moving your agents to do ICE work. So you are leaving a lot of bases covered. And I'm not going to be argumentative with you, Director Patel. I'm just saying that thin blue line does not hold. People on Main Street get cuts. I just look terrible.
Of course.
Coast Guard.
So my understanding from the public reporting is that an organization reported to the FBI on July this year regarding, you hear from the article, the FBI opened an assessment into a social media account user whose identity was unknown and who was discussing the planning of mass shooting and threats not specific in nature, the FBI statement to the press. And the FBI continued to work this assessment investigation to identify the name and location of the user up until September 10th.
You couldn't hire police, you couldn't hire anybody in the Army or the Navy. You couldn't get people in. And we now
divesting entirely, not doing day trading now, I think would be something that would be in the interest of people. So I just hope you consider that and that moving forward, that perhaps not purchasing
great spirit companies. It's a great thing. Go ahead, ask your second question.
Okay, my second question.
I'm happy to give it.
Thank you.
Gentleman from
my
name is Chairman.
Follow where the evidence goes in investigating whether there's violence on the left or the right, because over the last 10 years, when you look at the ideology, I want to follow up on what my colleague from California said. When you look at the data, you look at the Anti-Defamation League data, 96% of ideological motivated killings were committed by the right wing. When you look at the Institute of Justice report that she cited, it's 5 times the number.
They're being distributed through China,
selling them online
through
Great Britain.
No suspected terrorist activity from our northern border. And so what I'm trying to do is work with our northern border states and our agency to tackle that problem. It is an absolutely massive border that can't physically be sealed, so we're going to have to create and put more resources.
In a similar vein, there were over 500,000 unaccompanied children that crossed the southern border during the Biden administration.
Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves?
I don't know what they have, but whatever they have.
Just to show the American public,
no problems. You know, we stop
every the way we make it an everlasting, enduring process, showing the American people the results of what
and
we are
if
doing.
you look at our numbers,
putting it out to them, so they can see
drugs coming in through sea
and then they can
are down 91%.
Our electors, how they want the change.
I don't know who's doing it.
I don't have the number, but it's got to be thousands.
We're going to start with soon on land, and I'm sure you're thrilled to hear that.
Whether Americans are safer today,
Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were there last night with Vladimir Putin. Can you give us an update about those talks? It sounds to us the Kremlin is saying that they're not going to compromise. Can you tell us what you...
I don't know what the Kremlin's doing. I can tell you that
taking criminals off the streets will reduce the crime rate.
We're going to find out.
Somehow we have stumbled
It's a war that should have never been started. It's a war if I were
But it begs the
president.
question.
Trump's name appears in the file, so it could at least be 1,000 times.
But I thought they had a very good meeting yesterday.
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name. We have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible. We have released every piece of legally permissible information. You can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director.
A lot of things against
It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not.
It's not. A very good meeting yesterday with Jared Kushner and with Steve Witkoff.
Can you comment at all on the
What comes out of that
dramatics
meeting,
as
I
I
can't
described
tell
it?
you. because it does take
Durham
two to
Annex,
tango.
which
You know,
has been publicly
Ukraine,
released thanks to
I think
the
we had
FBI's
something pretty well worked out with that.
It's one of the
Very
documents that's
satisfied,
being utilized, and in general
But the
terms,
sad part
speaking,
is,
for burn bags,
our president,
burn
no
bag
war
is
would
what you
have happened.
use
They would have had 100%
classify
of their
documents
territory,
into
nothing would have
generally,
happened.
because
It's a
that
very
was
sad
literally
situation.
destroyed.
So think
So
of this.
it appears that
Last
efforts were
month,
made by the Clinton campaign
27,000
to reach out to the FBI agent and
That's like,
I'm able to make
you take the state,
you tell me
a football
investigation.
not an arena,
Again, without
and
identifying
you cut
any
it in half. 27,000
information
people
you're generally speaking
died,
about
young,
is an
mostly
ongoing
young
matter that has
soldiers
been under review by
died
the department.
last month in one
Of
month.
love, no riots, no nothing, no
And that's
looting,
the only
no
reason I'm
killing.
involved. You know, we're not
None.
spending any money in the war.
Simply
We're
gathered
selling to
and
NATO.
prayed for his soul,
We're
his
not being
family,
ripped off like
and his
we were
country.
under Biden.
Because that's
Biden's
exactly what we
handing
represent.
everybody everything
And while
have,
we
everything
might
else.
be
Giving
angry,
them all the
this
missiles,
righteous
everything they want
anger
free.
will carry on Charlie's message and legacy. I want everybody to know something very simple. Charlie is not dead because of what he said. He is dead because people listen.
FBI and DOJ man-hours have been dedicated to redacting all references to the present
And the auto manufacturers.
So is there anything to indicate that the materials you've received thus far contain some of those redactions?
So we believe that the materials that we've received so far have, there are redactions in there. We are reviewing some of those redactions currently, the team still is, but we believe that, again, that a vast majority of those documents are actually not presenting any new information. And
of Donald Trump. You had 4 years to do it as chairman of this committee. You've been in Congress 28 years. You and I both know the victims. This has been out that young girls have been victimized for the last 15 years, and you did nothing, which shows you the hatred they have. Everything's political up here, particularly when it comes to Donald Trump. But the American people don't agree. Thank you, both of you, for testifying. Now you're back.
And so did other countries.
Of those files, and seemed willing to do all kinds of things to avoid a vote on that bill.
Probably you had some stupid ones, and you had some smart ones, but they were bad people.
I want to go into some other things.
You can't cheat on elections.
No, I just wanted to respond to Mr. Norman. I knew there was some there when this administration was trying to hide everything. And that's, quite frankly, what has a lot of us concerned about what we're not doing here today. My attention that there was something I would have demanded to be released. The victims, no. Well, I mean, if the victims came to us, but the victims want the files released. And Republicans have been frustrating that effort for months and months and months. And we even adjourned early to avoid having to vote on it. I want the truth out there. I want the files out there. Taking my time back. I'm between 1,000 pages, and we're hopeful there's more, and we'll look at that and then post it online as quick as we can.
Mr. Norman, would you yield for a minute? Would you yield for a minute?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, yes.
Sure. I just wanted to seek unanimous consent to put in the Newsweek article from August 1st of this year, so just last month, in which it talks about the fact that Trump's name was in the Jeffrey Epstein files and that 1,000 FBI agents were redacting those files to remove them.
Of 2019 to 2023, you would change.
I would son or their daughter off of this poison.
Yeah, I mean, if people brought to my attention that there was something I would have demanded that they be released. The victims, no. Well, I mean, if the victims came to us, didn't hold water. Yeah, but the victims want the files released, and Republicans have been frustrating that effort for months and months and months. And you even adjourned early to avoid
who that might land on. And I don't think there's anybody in this room or anybody affiliated with any of this in Congress that doesn't want to pursue justice here and that aren't horrified by the events and by everything surrounding this whole affair. Would you both gentlemen agree?
Yes.
And so I think for me, there's a fundamental question. I applaud the purpose of the Massey bill and Mr. Connell.
I'd rather see it
with the legislation to the floor, we're trying to amend bills to try to get this administration to do what Trump said he was going to do during the campaign, that is release all the files. I mean, we had to recess early because people didn't want to take a vote on it. And I think, I appreciate the niceties of both of you appearing before this committee right now, but I got to tell you, I think what's going on here today is the Republicans are terrified of law. And because I don't trust this administration to basically, something's going on here, I don't know what. And there's a reason why everybody went from release the files one day to the next day saying we're not. So in the spirit of full transparency, in the spirit of demanding this, I think we need to do more than what we're doing. Mr. Palmer?
People sitting around the
I was just told by counsel, the documents protect victims.
There shouldn't be circumstances, nor would we support redacting the names of the perpetrators or anyone that actually committed the harm. And so that would not be our expectation. So we think the full release of the files is important to check that work, of course.
Some of the high-level people operated there.
Okay.
They would just go in and sign his name.
Nothing with President Trump has been redacted to your knowledge of what's been released so far.
Policy, maybe cafes.
If anything with President Trump's name has been redacted, it has not been.
If you ask Biden, what's a cafe stand?
Of 2019 to 2020.
I would
You'd say, where is the cafe located?
If people had brought to my attention that there was something there, I would have demanded that they be released.
The victims, no.
Well, if the victims get,
I didn't hold it.
but the victims want the files released, and Republicans have been frustrating that effort for months and months and months. And we even adjourned early.
Of this resolution, and I think that's important. It's showing that we mean something, and I think as Mr. Jack said, the bill then, if you do the Massey resolution, has to go to the Senate.
We could do both. We do both.
But we'll see. There's been the petition is being signed. Release it. If it's released, fine.
DOJ man-hours have been dedicated to redacting all references to the president. So is there anything to indicate that the materials you've received thus far contain some of those redactions?
So we believe that the materials that we've received so far there are redactions in there. We are reviewing some of those redactions. Currently, the team still is, but we believe that again that a vast majority of those documents are actually not presenting any new information. And we do believe there are
kinds of things to avoid a vote on that bill.
He was on the border.
Now, I want to go into some other things, but I'm going to yield some time to my ranking member.
No, I would just respond to Mr. Norman. I knew there was some there when this administration was trying to hide everything.
I'll bet he gets indicted.
And that's quite frankly what has a lot of us concerned about what we're not doing here today, and that is not voting on the Massey counter bill. And my understanding is that
certain road and most beautiful fields. I remember them so well.
Thank you.
And I was so looking forward to seeing them again, and I looked at them, they had windmills all over. These horrible structures. Very smart guy, this guy.
Just sit home and cry, or she'll find a new man.
These ugly,
A lot of times they find a new man that makes them much happier. A lot of times they like that man better than the one that's in jail.
Before I even got to my mother, I dropped back. I said, how much do you like your mother? A couple of weeks ago, the leaders of those countries that are very smart people, they said,
look at their nation.
You've made in a short period of time America the hottest nation in the world. It's the hottest nation. You're the only one we talk about.
Look,
and 6 months ago,
these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of
those words. It was a laughing stock, and it was an absolute laughing stock.
They have a representative.
You've got the hottest nation right now in the whole world.
They say,
and the numbers are reflecting it
her
too.
brother.
So I just think it's great. And what else?
She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it.
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly. They have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years.
They have destroyed Minnesota.
They're not citizens, but they turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is of them?
And the Somalians should be out of here.
$9 billion.
They've destroyed our country.
For 8.
And all they do is complain. You have her. She's always
now, I'm
talking
sure
about
they
the
could have done it for about, 1,000th of that, but even if they did, it's unaffordable. Go back to your
They
own
approved
country,
governor,
figure out your
the
constitution.
president
All she
might
does
be,
is complain about
but
this
that gives you
country.
total
Without this
control.
country,
It's
she would not be in very
51%
good shape. She
ownership
probably wouldn't
by
be alive right
Americans.
now.
And
So
we have
Somalia
a company, great company, Nippon.
considered by
They're
many to
coming
be
in
the worst
from
country
Japan.
on
They're
earth.
going to spend
I don't know.
$17 billion.
I haven't
And
been
someone
there. I
said,
won't
well,
be
what
there
about,
anytime soon.
what happens if it
I
doesn't
hope.
work out? I said, they spent
But,
$17 billion.
what
You can't put it on a
the
trailer and
Somalian
drive it to Japan.
people
This
have
is
done to
still,
Minnesota
some
is-
businesses you
is
can
not
move. You move
even
your office
believable.
and that's where the
It's
business
not
is.
even
With this
believable.
business of wars,
And
we
a lot of
defeated
it
ISIS
starts with the
completely,
government.
100%.
A lot of it starts
And
with
I haven't
Barack
had
Hussein Obama.
it's peace through strength.
Because
I
that's
believe in
when
peace through strength.
people
We're the
started
greatest
coming
military in the world.
And
I rebuilt the military, as you remember,
you
for
have to
4
have
years. I
people come in
rebuilt the
that are going to love our
military.
country,
And
cherish
then we
our
gave a
country.
chunk of it away, but
They
it was
wanna
still
kiss our
peanuts. It was a
country
lot, but it was
goodnight.
peanuts
They
compared to
talk
what we
about our
rebuilt.
country. We want
Gave
them
it
to pray
to
for our country.
Afghanistan. One of
And
the
this is not the people
most
living in
embarrassing
Minnesota.
moments
And she's
in
a
the history of our
disaster.
country.
She
with
should
the
not be,
whole
and her friends should be
withdrawal,
allowed.
the way they
Frankly,
withdrew.
they shouldn't even be allowed to be Congress
The subject
people,
matter.
okay? They shouldn't even
Can
be
you say a
allowed
few words,
to be
John? I
Congress
see you in the
people.
audience. Come
Because
on,
they don't
thanks.
represent the interests of our country. Anybody else?
Hi, I'm John Hess, and CEO of Hess Corporation, a proud producer of oil and gas in North Dakota.
I'm not letting them recoup.
so you
They're
all
going to
know
do just fine. You know how they recoup? From this point forward, they'll do very well.
I was support for the American auto worker and for Teamsters and for, by the way, right to work. We have them all. You know, we just call them just workers. We fought for workers like no one has ever fought before. I understand that. That's why we won. We won with workers. We won with young
Mexico
people.
and Canada have
I
taken
just saw with
advantage of the
TikTok.
United States.
I was number one on TikTok in its history. Can you believe that?
I'm not blaming
So,
them.
I guess I
but
like
every
TikTok.
country,
That's
'cause we
why
have
they're
stupid
saying
people running our
we
country.
probably, of
A
course,
lot of
nobody
stupid
knows.
people
Nobody has any idea what it might be.
That's why we have $38
I gave him a
trillion
couple
in debt.
of pointers.
But
I
the
said,
beautiful
maybe
thing
look
about
at
the
this.
tariffs
You know,
is
we
we'll
saw the
start paying
plane.
off
It
that
looked like
debt.
it
The
was
money coming in. They're
flying
finding
pretty
money in
well.
our
Didn't look
country
like
now
there
that
was
they
an
never
explosion.
existed. The other day,
Just looked
$30
like the
billion.
engines maybe
Where did
lost
it come
power.
from? I
But
said,
boy, that is a
why don't you
terrible
check
crash. It's one of the
the
worst in
tariff
aviation history. Yeah.
They
Second.
said, sir, that tariff hasn't started yet. It doesn't start till January. I said, it started 2 months ago.
Well, I'd love to avoid the conflict.
Sir, you're right. It was from tariffs.
Favor of
No,
students
we have
coming
a
in
whole
from other
different
countries.
country. I
That
hope the
includes
Supreme Court,
China.
I pray that
And we have 500,000 Chinese students coming in. I've always been in favor of it. Does it mean
sensible,
you
really, I mean,
that you have to
this would
watch
be
people?
country
Yeah,
threatening.
you have to watch students, but you have to watch
If
other
something
people
happens
also.
with regard to that.
I've always
And
been
the people
strongly
that
in
brought that
favor of
case
it. I
are
think
bad
it's a great
people,
thing.
very
It's
bad
also
people.
it's
They
good
hate
for
our
our schools.
country.
It's good for. I
They
think it's good for our
represent foreign
country.
countries.
I'm also in favor of having them stay. I've been in
They
favor.
represent, and China's paying us a lot of money
They
now in
beat
tariffs.
the hell out of this guy, and it was
They
many
represent people that
people
really don't
against
like our
this
country
one
much.
guy
And I know some of them,
who
and
was
they're
really
scum.
trying to
In my
protect
opinion,
his
they're
girlfriend.
scum.
He didn't want to
They're
put it over
absolute
the door
scum.
because, but they really
And
beat him up
they're
badly. That
not
just
suing
happened, right?
for
Wow,
any good reason.
that's
They're
terrible.
just suing to
I
see
think
if they
the
can stop it
judge
because they
should
make
be
money
ashamed
if
of
this country
himself.
does badly.
That's a
Yeah.
big problem.
So, but
You know,
we're
they can
taking
do
in
their job, and then they go
trillions
into a
of
court, and the
dollars.
people are protected
We're
by these.
stopping wars.
I don't know where they come
We
from.
have
Where do
great
these people
national
come from? Where do
security.
these-
And then to think that we have to even
Well,
go
they're
and
in one
justify
now.
this.
Look,
The
we
reason
have
a lot of these
100%
people, I can tell you
tariffs.
this.
If we didn't have
maybe we would
tariffs,
have the political people. We
we
wouldn't
would
have these
be
people without tariffs. The
exposed
people
as
that
being
are
a
up here
nothing.
from
We would have
Stellantis,
no
Ford,
defense.
General Motors.
You know, they've used
great
tariffs on us,
companies. Including this gentleman,
but we've
they
never
wouldn't
had
be here
anybody sitting in
today
that chair that
if we
felt
didn't have
the
tariffs.
need to
They'd
do
be
it, and
building
they've
their plants
allowed
in
us
Mexico and other places.
to be
They're
$37
leaving
trillion
Mexico and
in
they're
debt,
leaving
et cetera,
Canada.
et cetera.
They're leaving because they ripped off our country. They took our
Without the
businesses
tariffs,
away.
you have wars raging all over the world with the tariffs. Other than Russia, we have no wars out there. And we made a lot of good friends too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a level that, because they use so.
The vaccines. I want good clinical trial data.
Nice to be with you. Welcome to the final cabinet meeting of 2025, a year that will go down as the most consequential and successful first year of any administration. They're saying that.
Only 300 people was under power.
I say two, actually. But
Dr. Scott says it's not under control, but actually
a lot of that
injection
is
of
thanks to the men and women
an
in the
antibiotic.
cabinet.
That's not
The new and improved
neomycin.
took pictures down from the vaults with vaults that
Exactly.
were
Other
pictures that haven't been
data monitoring
exposed to the world for,
really
in many
important
cases,
that
over
we
100 years. We brought them up.
understand,
And we're using them as they should be used.
There
But,
is not
the cabinet room
some
looks
grand
beautiful, like it should
conspiracy
now.
amongst the
Oval Office
CDC,
looks
FDA,
beautiful, like it should. It was
EMA,
not-
you know,
it was like the rest of the
I mean,
country. It was in disrepair.
around the entire world,
1 year ago, our
thousands of
country was
scientists
dead.
and doctors
said to me
and
by
public
many
health
leaders, we had a
experts.
dead country.
You
Now we have the
are
hottest country anywhere in the world. It's
for the
true.
sake
The hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that.
Cases.
In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion.
I'm not going to read them. They're
a period
for
of
everyone
4
to
years.
see.
Think of it, 4 years they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than $18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even
There were times,
gonna
as
be
you
higher
know,
than
that we didn't have
going
right
up,
recommendations
and
on
we're waiting
masks.
for the Supreme Court
We're
case,
forced
and
to
it's so
debate that in
important
this
and
room,
so
I'm
vital for
sure.
this country.
But we gave our
Because we're
best scientific
not only
data
respected
and our
again,
best
we're putting out wars by
data.
our
And
trade
that's how you
policies.
talk to people.
We're
And
taking
yes,
in hundreds
you
of
never
billions
tell
of dollars.
people that they are
And our
not
country
valued,
is
and you never just
wealthy
dismiss
again
their
and
stories.
secure again,
And I'm
and
positive
it's part of national
I or
security,
others
and I hope
have
that
been
does.
guilty of that
Well,
in the moment,
it's
and we
very
shouldn't be.
important, but think of the number. We're going to be over $18 trillion in 10
Caused the
months.
vaccination rate
And,
against measles and smallpox
which is a record
from
times
over
probably
74%
8 or 10 times,
to
I
just
think more than that for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history.
Do you see parallels?
And there's never been a
between
country that's had half
the measles
of that.
outbreak
It's
you helped to address in
a
Samoa,
tremendous thing that's taken place. We
one
have
that we're now seeing in Texas.
companies moving in from all over the world,
My
from
guess is
Mexico,
the
from
reason
Canada,
they
from
were
Europe,
so concerned
from
about
China,
issuing warning on
from
the high.
Japan a lot.
They didn't want any vaccine hesitancy.
Toyota's going to spend $10 billion.
Also, if they alerted doctors to the fact that if you have a patient with myocarditis,
but they're spending a tremendous amount of money. The stock market is at 46 all-time highs, and this last Friday, which
otherwise,
is called
doctors
Black
looking
Friday,
at myocarditis trying to figure
was
out
the biggest
not
ever
trying to figure
online
out
sales that
of the
there's
permanent
ever
subcommittee
been
investigations
by a lot.
in the 119th
More
Congress.
Americans are working today than at
I look
any
forward to
time in the
working with
history
all
of
of
our
you as we
country.
conduct oversight investigations
These
to
are the facts
uncover
we
and
have to
expose
get
the
out.
truth
And, you know, there's this
on issues that are important to
narrative
American
that the
people.
Democrats talk about.
My hope is our work will be
They just say
largely
the word. It
nonpartisan.
doesn't mean anything.
I use that word
Just say
specifically, nonpartisan. There should be nothing partisan about
inflation in
reviewing
history. There was no affordability.
That was the
Nobody
subcommittee's
could afford
experience in the last couple of
Prices
Congress
were
under Chairman
massively high. You
As we
remember
conducted
when
bipartisan
eggs.
vetting
You did a great job in that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture.
And then, to the tremendous
Eggs were
credit
4 or
of
5
President
times
Trump,
higher than they had ever been.
he fast-tracked
They said don't order
vaccine.
eggs for Easter at the
We
White House.
repeat,
They
to
ended up
the
doing it, and we got the egg
credit
prices way
of
down,
Trump
lower than
administration,
what they were before.
the President of the United States
The word affordability is a con
fast-tracked
job
the vaccine
by
and
the Democrats. They
saved
say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman
We need to learn from
talked
history.
about
These are patients with this problem. Thousands before the
She had
pandemic.
no
I
idea.
had 2 patients.
Their
ever with
prices
this
were much higher.
There's
As an example, energy,
1,065
gasoline.
papers in the peer review
We're now at
literature
about
on COVID
$2.50 a
vaccine,
gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a
So let
gallon.
me
We could even
summarize
crack that
them
at some
for
point.
you.
I'd love to do it.
The first one that
But
came
and we could do
on
it
my
more
radar
easily if we
screen
weren't building
that
up
was
the
alarming
Strategic
came from
National
Washington
Reserve,
University in St. Louis.
which Biden
August
emptied out
13th,
before the election so they could try and get
The first author is
elected.
Vermont
Meaning
College.
he started it and he got thrown out of
to
the
make
race.
healthcare
And
providers
she took
aware
over and she
of
kept
the
it going and they
obligation
emptied out
to report
the Strategic
cases.
National Reserves,
I
which are
have
really meant for
2
something
emails here
else. They're not meant to keep
that
people
are in
happy with their
the
gasoline
majority
price. They're meant for
report.
war.
They're available
They're
to
meant
the
for problems, big problems. He
I asked
emptied it
that
out
they be
and then she
made a part of the
continued it during
record, Mr.
the
Chairman.
process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out
I'm not
too well
going
for him.
to read them. They're
And they
for
virtually
everyone
brought it down to
see.
the lowest level, I
One
believe, in
begins with,
history.
I would like to flag a message
And
we sent out late Friday night. I encourage
didn't have much of an impact.
of other states.
Prices
And I don't
were
think
very high.
it would
But
be
our
very very
prices
interesting
down for
to ask all the senators
energy,
privately and
for
Congress people and
gasoline,
all of us,
really
if
low,
any of us
electricity's coming down.
could accept
And when
that
that
kind
comes
of
down,
spread
everything
of
comes
infectious
down.
disease
But the word
amongst the people that we love.
affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go into the next subject, and everyone thinks, oh, they have low prices. No, they have the worst inflation in the history of our country. Some people would love to correct me.
I apologize. I am a ranking member.
The vaccine injured, that was
But
their
some
own
people
lifeline
like
because
to
they could
correct
not
me,
get
and they
help.
say 48 years.
They weren't. They only had each other, and so they had these Facebook groups, and Facebook shut them down, and people lost contact, and
whether
people
it's
committed
48 years
suicide
or
because
ever,
of
it's
it.
pretty bad. We had the worst
So this
inflation that
is
we've ever had.
now earlier in
Since
2000,
last January, we've
when
stopped
there was just a
inflation
couple
in
of
its tracks.
isolated
And there's still
people
more
across
to
the
do.
country
There's always
early
more to
on,
do,
for
but we
example,
have it down
Administration
to a
of the
very
Pfizer vaccine,
good level.
and that's February
It's gonna
28,
go down a little bit
2021,
further. You
2.5
wanna have
months
a
after
little
the
tiny bit of
first use
inflation,
authorization.
otherwise that's not good either.
President
Then you have a thing called
term of office.
deflation.
Of
And
gratitude.
deflation can be
And I
worse
know
than
that every
inflation.
single one of you
But we have it
has
almost,
something
will soon be at a
tomorrow to
perfect
be
level.
very thankful for.
But we
and to
inherited
be
the worst
grateful
inflation.
for. And that's
But we
what
have
I think,
20
really
states that
separates.
are
People ask me all the time
now
for
selling
advice.
gasoline at less
And the
than
only
the
piece of advice I could
$2.75.
ever give that I think is true for every single person in every circumstance is that the
And it was
happiest
at
people that I've ever
$5
met,
under
the most
Sleepy Joe.
successful people that I've ever met,
Grocery prices are
lived their
down with the
life
cost of
with
Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than the fight administration. State prices are way down 86%. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that.
And
But he really said it because he's
anti-religious,
we have a guy
Antifa,
who's
and
just a stubborn
transgender-driven violence.
who probably doesn't like
All of
the
it across the
president.
board
Usually
is
the
being
president.
closely investigated, no matter what your
They're going to be coming down.
motivation.
We'll be announcing somebody.
August 19. Okay, so lots happened
New
over
chairman of the
the
Fed. I talked to
20
Scott
years.
about taking the job.
Well, I think, thank you for what
Is
you're
that the
doing.
greatest job?
I think the public needs to
He said,
know,
no, I want to stay
as they
here.
do on the state, there are a lot of questions of government domination.
And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Yeah, that's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices.
Administration targeted Catholics.
The
Could I
single
have been
biggest
targeted
thing
by
we've
the
ever
rate
done.
FBI?
Nobody writes
Administration
about.
targeted
Because you
Catholics.
fake
Could I have
news.
been targeted by the
Made
rate FBI as well?
unprecedented
Administration, thank you for your service and your continued service as ambassador.
April 7th, 2025.
But I wouldn't even think to work on it. They do to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%,
Just a few short months,
700%,
already
800%.
unleashed 1,000
Nobody's
FBI
ever heard of
personnel
it before.
across this country.
Because they instituted favored nations.
Getting a plus up.
And no nation agreed to do it, and then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you
They do not need
100%
to be in
tariff.
Washington D.C., so we're
Which
sending
is
in
more
the
money than
field
we're
to each and
talking
every one of your states.
And they said, sure, we'd love to do it,
Of the
please.
thousands
We
of
would
images
be honored to
that
do it.
were seized
And they
pursuant to the
agreed
search
that
warrants
they
executed at
would
the time.
go along with the whole
overwhelming
thing.
majority
Nobody-
of that
Nobody
video
thought you could
is
do it because they felt,
biological
number one,
materials,
you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So
stuff
we're
that
paying as an
can
example
harm our
for the,
agricultural
let's call it the
industry.
fat
What actions
drug,
are
the fat
you
drug,
taking
FAT, for fat
as we
people.
see repeated stories of
Anybody
Chinese
is at the
nationals
table, don't
doing
ask.
So just that,
But
sir.
the fat drug
in
was
A loser, but
$135.
But I think he's losing IQ points with time.
For
I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me.
$1,300
I know if it
for
did.
certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York it was $1,300, and in London it was $135. A friend of mine called me and said, "What
And we
is
just
this?
ordered about
Why
20
is
brand
it?
new
They're used to paying
B-2 bombers. It's
$1,300.
unbelievable
Well, now
as a
what we have it
weapon.
down
I know
to is-
Putin, when I was
Bobby, what's the
riding
number?
with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them.
We have it down to a low number.
And he said that really...
So we got it down from $1,300 to $125. $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we paid the lowest price, tied for the lowest price. People saying you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay, I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree.
Freedom of speech.
And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. And the bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it. But
Richmond member was driven by a reliance.
So we have reduced drug prices
Southern Poverty Law
by
Center.
500, 600, 700,
Any new investigation of those bank transactions since, say, September 8th,
depending on
when
the
the
company,
new reporting
depending
came
on
out?
all
I'll
the
check with the
different
Treasury
factors
Department
of,
because they're the lead on that.
nobody's ever even thought of
Director Patel, how
drug
many?
reductions
Of what's
like that,
happening
price
under your
reductions.
leadership.
And I told you the
because
story
this
that
goes to the
in
heart
my first term, I was so proud of myself because I
carrying
reduced
out
drugs.
the
It was the
stated
first
mission
time
of the FBI,
in 28 years
keeping
the drug
our
prices were
communities
reduced.
safe.
It was 1/4
Diverting
of 1%.
FBI agents from
1/4 of
investigating, be able to
1%.
survive
And I
your
was so
delusions
proud
of
myself. I
grandeur
said,
and the
it's
explosively
the first
volatile
time
temper that was on
in
display
28 years
yesterday.
that drug
in
prices
the Senate.
went down
The
over the course
intractable
of a
problem
year.
is
Over
that
the
you are
course of
running
a
the
presidency.
FBI not as a law
1 year,
enforcement agency
1/4
charged
of
with
1%
keeping the American
at a
people
news
safe,
conference.
but is a
I
political
let
enforcement.
Now I got them down, not 1/4 of 1%, we got them down 400, 500, 600% and more.
You should have to use the PIN code to go through there.
The fake news won't write about it.
To understand that.
And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare. A big part of it's buying drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact. Because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago, I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their
I
stocks
want
have
to
gone up
refer to something that they did
1,000%
yesterday in
in a short
yesterday's
period
hearing
of
by
time.
Senator
Because the money
Grassley.
goes to the insurance
He
company.
said it's
I
well
want the money to
understood,
go to the
my
people.
predecessor left you an
That all the money
Amazing
go to
what's
the
been done.
people.
It's very safe, very
And
good.
What's happening
let the
now
people go out
is
and buy their own
when they are
healthcare.
We're not going to
And I see on television,
sending
people
a
are
form every
advertising
time.
now, we will help you buy healthcare. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what
Director
I
of
said.
the FBI.
So
In December
something's going to
2023, you
happen.
said,
Probably
let us know who the
not gonna be easy
pedophiles are.
because the
Even for a
Democrats,
short
frankly,
time after becoming FBI director, in
they don't wanna
February
make
of
a good deal for the
2025,
people.
you
They just wanna
tweeted,
make a
quote,
bad deal
there
for
will
the
be
country.
no
They wanna make a
cover-ups,
bad deal
no
for the
missing
Republican
documents,
Party.
no stone left
But the Republican
unturned. In
Party
June, you
is
told
united,
Joe
and
Rogan,
I will
quote,
say that
we've reviewed all the
what I would like
information,
to
we're going to
do
give you every single
is the
thing
money
we have and
doesn't
can.
go-
But then suddenly in
trillions of
July,
dollars get paid
everything changed.
Blackouts and the collapse of our power system.
And you still have lousy health
This
care.
year reveals that the
Obamacare is
FBI
horrible
interviewed
for healthcare.
But that
We wanted to
you
go to the
had
people
decided
and
no
then let the
further
people go out and
disclosure
buy their
would
own
be
health care,
appropriate or warranted.
and
That is a
they'll do
quote.
great.
I think
They'll
what
do great.
happened,
So we're
Mr. Patel,
negotiating
is
that
that
now with
suddenly
the Democrats.
you
Well,
discovered that
Congress,
Donald
what did you get
Trump's
on
name
that,
was
Christi?
all over these
Want the
files,
largest
and
tax
you
hike in
started
history. I
a
proudly
giant
signed the largest
cover-up.
tax cut
So you
in
are
American
under
history with
oath,
a great
Mr.
big beautiful
Patel.
bill.
You just
Did it give you
testified
a
to
big
Mr.
beautiful bill?
Swalwell that
The
you
biggest
did not
piece of
speak to the
legislation
president
ever
about
signed,
the Epstein
and
file.
that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cut. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, so think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent
Of course, is going to come in front of the Congress to support additional transparency and openness in the Epstein files, and we are going to support that.
I think we'll be.
And any other committee that brings forward any other resolution, we will support.
That's not even to
But it does
mention
not
AI
somehow
leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch
left
us.
early for our
We have to be
August
smart,
recess,
but if we're
yeah, this
smart,
doesn't
they're not
smell
going to be
right.
able to catch us. They know that.
And I think we
told
need to
me
get to
that.
the bottom of this, and that
Next
means
year
that
is
all the
projected
files
to
have
be
be
the
released.
largest tax
I yield
refund
back, I think,
season
to
ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving
because under the new restructuring
a
of
nice
the FBI,
dividend to the people, in addition to reducing
Okay,
debt.
two different places.
You know, I inherited a lot
We
of
have a
debt.
specific division
But
dedicated to audits.
it's peanuts
And
compared to
other
the kind
audits
of
doing the
numbers
audits
we're
again.
talking about. So we're going to be
folded some of
making
those
a
folks'
dividend to the
expertise
people.
into our specific
And
division, and then took the rest of
additionally,
those
we're
folks and are
going
moving them out across
to
the
be able to reduce
Under
debt.
previous FBI
And
leadership.
as time goes
And
by, over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe
supposed
that
to be
at some
guarding
point
our
in the not too
secrets. Why would
distant
he
future,
be
you won't even have
encouraging the leaking of
income
classified
tax to
information?
pay.
So much better.
Because the money we're taking in is so great, so enormous,
I assume the FBI
that you're not going to have
director,
income tax to pay.
Patel, I
We
believe,
joined today.
Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low,
on the left
lower than it is,
side of the political
that you
spectrum
won't be paying any
to advance
criminal
criminal organizations being able to put more criminals out.
costly job-killing regulations, saving
That what we've
Americans an
seen
estimated
were
$2,100
warranted in a few
for a
short
family of
months.
4.
How did you go from being a crusader for accountability and
The exact
transparency
opposite
with Epstein
times
files
4.
to being
They
a
went up
part of the conspiracy
$6,000, we
and
went down
cover-up? The answer is simple.
$2,100. Think of that, to bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices. I ended the Green New scam. They call it the Green New scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing this. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christi, you and Tom, and everybody amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate. And look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice whether it's a gasoline-powered car. We have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline.
Acknowledging that and that their experiences matter.
Everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had an all-electric car.
I also want to be clear that the DOJ has not been forthcoming or presented everything that we've asked for in the subpoena. And I think it's important, even in our recent interaction with the DOJ, they're essentially now not giving us any additional information as to when we're receiving the rest of the files. And so having Congress act and taking the vote on the full release of the files is an important additional step, which is why the additional petition is important. And the resolution
mentioned Japan, refused to mention South Korea, will not mention that. They were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and they've taken horrible advantage of the country. Now we're making a lot of money, because of the tariffs. And it's really national security among everything else. It's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world countries.
And the big rig buses and Stephen Simmons
also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad.
certain categories.
Allowed anybody in,
I
with
congratulate
no
you.
checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably
But in a few moments,
in the world. We have nobody coming through.
Dividing us even for tenure.
People, the Border Patrol is so amazing. ICE,
In
and I
fact,
want to thank the
there is.
military for the backup.
And in
standing right
fact,
behind us.
people
That
have
was
been
really
asked
nasty
who
for
they voted
a
for.
period of months, and now it's
And
no
in
longer nasty.
fact,
Now they don't
you
even
are
come up.
running an
Nobody
FBI
comes up. It's an easy job.
for the President of the United States,
Because you know they're not going to get through. And we take people
my
in, but they have to
questions
come
were
in
not
legally.
They are the
For
thin
6 months in a row, zero illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. Believe that?
I'm asking you, that stuff.
That's all we got.
I'm not asking all you got. I'm asking you in that stuff. There's
Now
nothing
we have
else.
zero for 6 months. And these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing any favors. They're being we don't have our net numbers are unbelievable.
Former director.
We have zero people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexican border are plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded.
The leadership about coming in with your management style and explaining Congress and the administration. Otherwise, essentially hit the political situation. We need more.
You always find something like
that this thing
Is he in good health?
I'm happy to
Biden
have
was
the
great.
opportunity to report on it.
And this note
He's
is
coming.
a data version of the
I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent people. I always get the right answers. There's never a scandal, there's never a problem. Answers solve your little problem.
Wrong.
You go back.
That's not what the court order says.
Can't
That's
find
not
anything.
under 6E.
You're talking, and I said that's 6E, and I said there was others, and I'm answering that. There were sealed court-ordered documents. There are protected
If I
They
go
are
one day,
unsealed
I had
as
one
part
day
of
where I didn't go to
discovery.
this conference.
Given
Some
to you
people
on
are
record. They
no
are no
longer
longer
I know when there's something. Someday. That's gonna happen.
alone since January 20th has removed over 25,000 illegal guns off our streets just since President Trump's been
I
in
got
office.
all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cocktail?
The reason I'm doing it, he speaks so well in the car. He said, I'll go down as the greatest president in history, and then he blew it. He said, I'm not sure if I put him above Washington.
No
It was
president
and is unacceptable.
Because
For the past 6 weeks, the House Oversight Committee has worked tirelessly to request documents and testimony regarding Epstein and Maxwell.
Pi and Arduino.
I look forward to working with all of you to conduct oversight investigations to uncover and expose the truth
no reason to do it.
on issues that are important to the American people.
There's really no reason. He said, sir, the problem
Sometimes
is
these
this
get
small Korean
including
hospital.
actual real-world satellites.
And that's
have
a military house.
CCPD,
that means that things are
computers on it.
against
It's like a radio module and there's
I have been
antenna.
told by Senator
will,
Reid and many
Like
others.
maybe a programming in
then
it.
3,000 pages in total.
raised
So
the
repeat, I have
said,
read
I want to
30,000
be I'm a
pages
smart
in years.
person.
Yes, it's real.
And
Dedicated to
as the
restoring
doctor
the
said,
trust.
what
Okay, so you have all these great
Tough
parts.
questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to
Does the Massey County resolution require any interviews to be
would not do
scheduled?
well.
Entirely.
Does our
But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single
My
question.
3D printer looks like this.
And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump shot?
75% they also use engineering.
But they're not shot. That's why they're going out of business. The New York Times. It's losing so much money. It's ridiculous. But we have,
That story.
we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, or a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent.
The man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago.
As I mentioned at the
But he
beginning,
was really incompetent for those last 15 years. Our country was put in great danger because of it.
Divesting entirely.
So for 6 months in a row, we had
Doing day trading.
0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever.
Release of the Epstein files.
And the net benefit
Well, I think
for
the
our
ranking
country
member,
is
I certainly
enormous,
agree with him.
incalculable.
So did you
America is strong, respected again.
So I
The
think it's fair
world
to
says
say
we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe.
did not have the
We also have
resources
an
to address that.
We're doing very well. We have a
couple more modules.
lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem
Includes the auxiliary computer.
At the end of August, the U.S. Attorney and FBI announced that nearly 100
We are not
personnel
involved in the
representing
war
members of
monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like more scandal. That's a massive amount of money.
Yeah, we, as soon as the subpoena went out, we heard from the Department of Justice. Their attorneys started communicating with our attorneys, and they started gathering the documents, and I think we got the documents in record time. I can't remember a time when we subpoenaed the Merrick Garland Department of Justice and never got anything from them.
This would be the night. I could get Russia right now to say, not an easy situation. What I'm never would have happened. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I think that would be controversial. Actually, I think
I don't have time today to walk through all your questions. All of our questions and concerns. Will you commit to answering this letter in short order so that we can understand what factors led to this?
Everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was. Department of War and Peace
So
Southern
another
Georgia.
difference between a
We ended 8 wars. 8 wars. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize.
During the actual rocket launch.
I heard my friend screaming.
He won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next one, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan, think of all the wars I had. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, you've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize.
I remember to actually do have a backup 3D printer.
I don't care about that. They don't care about all the people that died. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers.
3D printers are missiles being shot at
young people, 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. So we were showing law and order to our cities and towns about what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to this incredible people from the National Guard of West Virginia. They came from
federal agencies through medical gatekeepers such as the American College of
An analysis of critical trial data shows that every U.S. candidate shows that every 800 people vaccinated, one was
How that works, and our satellite brains should have all the programming, both brains should have programming.
Everything. She's like a perfect human being.
We need to
20 years old, just started.
$88 million
Maybe.
to protect members of Congress, the executive branch, the Supreme Court.
splitting hairs.
There's a contradiction. Back on Main Street, we're saying you can do more with less, and you can protect them with less money. But here in Washington, we're saying we need to
We are releasing as much as
than anybody in the
How is that? How is that not
the one who said
finish a couple details on it.
Actually, Mr. Patel, I was a real prosecutor for 10 years. I know exactly how.
So I was a fake one.
As I mentioned
And
earlier,
I want to understand what the court order prevents you from releasing witness statements that the FBI survived.
No documents. Nobody did that. Bad places.
Things are pretty flimsy.
Been a cover-up. We're going to end up in court, and I think the resolution will demonstrate that Congress is working in a bipartisan manner, not trying to be partisan, to get the truth to the American people and hold people accountable.
I think they're very proud of the
Mr. Massey, last time I checked, was a Republican. Other Republicans will sign that. I mean, why can't we do both?
I think we can't.
As in almost everything. There are a lot of questions with government involvement in the
Square nuts.
I mean, that's going to get our
November 5th.
We just decided to interrupt him.
You go back before that. You couldn't get people to join the military.
The Centers for
They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country had no spirit.
We're active citizens.
And now we just had the highest recruitment in history.
Again, pulled over to address a Trump
We're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say,
overwhelming
Washington, D.C. is becoming a really safe place. I guess
extremism and said that, quote, it's part of the reason why Charlie was killed. He pledged to go after organizations on the left.
And Washington, D.C.
Those of us who are involved in looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
The capital of
CIA's interest in LSD was intense. The worry was that the Russians would get hold of it.
Were the Soviets into LSD?
And now we're in
I'm going to have to say I'm sure they were, but if you ask me to prove it,
Doses of LSD on the open market. And it caused enough concern within the agency that the United States was prepared to buy the entire supply. However, a slight mistake had been made. The mistake is made public for the first time.
I just found out on a new CIA document that there were no such large quantities of LSD on the market.
John Marks has filed numerous Freedom of Information suits against the CIA and has unearthed much new material. He is the author of
was the sponsor. I don't think anybody working in that time in the remotest ever thought that it would blow up into the kind of thing that it did.
History will judge the role of the CIA and other intelligence agencies in unwittingly contributing to the counterculture of the 60s through their intense interest in LSD and other hallucinogenics.
And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday.
Of sodium pentothal, hypnosis, isolation, and deprivation of sleep. Army documents obtained by ABC News refer to this interrogation as conventional. Despite the severe questioning, Army intelligence was getting nowhere with Thornwell, and it was decided to slip him LSD. For 16 years, Thornwell never knew what had hit him.
Tell me about the asset.
rather not. Sorry, it's a bad trip.
Point of view, it was no success. Thornwell still has serious problems. He's run through 2 marriages. He maintains he can't hold a job, can't concentrate, has nightmares, and feels socially and emotionally isolated. Last fall, Thornwell filed suit against the government in federal court.
I wouldn't want to do it. But they put
in a moment, we will examine the closest experimentation to brainwashing that we have uncovered.
To bring the building back, because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated, and now it's being given a love.
Possibly the
and
most
we're building one of the great,
in the history of United
maybe
States
the greatest
nuclear
ballroom.
testing.
We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background.
That of the
and
United
you hear
States
them,
Air
and every
Force.
time I hear them, I
And
love
the
to
Part
say,
Air Force men,
me, I love to
missiles,
say,
and
I wouldn't
aircraft
say my wife is
throughout the 1962 test
she hears
series
pile
known as
drivers in the
Operation
background
Dominant.
all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers?
Required to operate at Johnston Island,
Darling, that's
1,200 miles northwest of Christmas, in support of the high altitude program.
We're doing great.
While
It's going to
at
be
the same
I think it's going to be the
carrying on
finest
with the
ballroom
Christmas
ever built.
airdrops.
And we're going
So
to have it. They've wanted it
1956,
for
1957, and 1958.
So
this
I will
atoll
just
assumed a
end
stature
by saying I want to
unknown
thank the
until
cabinet.
then.
It's
Following the test,
been a great
it
cabinet.
returned
Let's
to
think of
its
it.
former
Time
status.
flies, but this is our last of the year.
An
as I
RAF
said.
station,
I just
and the
think we've done a
district commissioner
fantastic
in
job.
charge of
We're going to
Her
go around the
Majesty's
room and go
affairs.
quickly, but we're going to go around the room and we'll start with Pete. And you'll tell us about some of the
This
achievements, and
was
some of you
Christmas
have
Island,
achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing, because we're not done. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end.
And lastly,
Well, thank you, Mr.
an
President. As you
evaluation
said,
of biology,
it has been a
diagnostic
historic
techniques,
year at the
and
Department of War.
detection systems.
Recruiting and retention over this year
During the
the most historic
rebuilding,
levels our
that
country
2
has
events
ever
were
seen.
added to the high
I had a
altitude
chance to be
program.
on a aircraft
The
carrier
tentatively
destroyer over
scheduled
Thanksgiving. The
was
spirit
also
in our
authorized
ranks
for
since the
execution
election of President Trump is
Weapons
unprecedented. I've never
placed
seen
during the
anything like
moratorium
it myself.
had gone into the national stockpile without having been tested in weaponized form, and it would provide for the test of new development devices of advanced design.
Accountability, training, readiness,
Supplementing the shipboard apparatus were specially modified aircraft diagnostic
We're
platforms.
rebuilding the military historic investments.
While the open
I just
ocean
did briefings on
preparations
the
were
Golden
underway,
Dome and F-47,
negotiations were
next
being
generation
conducted with the British
capabilities. They're gonna
government
make sure that
for the use
for
of
generations
jointly
to come,
owned Christmas
America
Island.
An RC-121, functioning as an airborne operations control center.
Once and we're rebuilding
A
again.
B-52
And
for
then
the
we're
aerial
reestablishing
delivery of the
direct
test
capability.
devices.
If you look at what happened,
2 heavily
we deal with every
instrumented
day the outcome of what happened
C-130s to
in
record
Afghanistan, the
diagnostic
debacle
data on
Joe
device
Biden. We just dealt
behavior.
with it in the streets of Washington, D.C.
And several
with those 2 national guards.
B-57s to provide a
And then
limited
what happened
sound
on
sampling
October 7th with
capability.
Hamas, what happened in
That
Ukraine,
operation
would never
plan
have
was
started
shelved
under
in
President
mid-November of
Trump.
1961
So whether it's freedom
when
of
the newly
navigation
formed
and
Joint
taking
Task
the
Force
Houthis,
8 began
whether
planning
it's
of
Midnight
land or
Hammer,
surface
those beautiful
stations.
B-2s going 37 hours back and
The
forth,
B-57D
undetected,
sampler
delivering with
controller in the
precision,
array
and
had
Iran
2
not getting
basic
the
responsibilities.
capabilities. Europe and NATO
Prior
stepping
to
up
the
to
shot,
5%.
he was to confirm
locking down our
satisfactory
southwest
cloud
borders,
sampling
Iran
weather,
to work with
and following the
Christi,
shot,
Tom, and
he
everyone
was
else down there
required to monitor
block
cloud
and
growth and
operational
dispersal
control of our border.
and vector each
And then
of
it's
the
getting after
B-57
going after
samplers
narco-terrorists.
into selected parts of the cloud to obtain particulate and gaseous samples for radiochemical yield determination.
Only just begun
The many set up to record test data from the southern magnetic conjugate area.
at the bottom of the ocean. They've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves. And allowed them to come across the border, cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off, we're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations, and it's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, striking the boats, defeating narco-terrorists, and we're standing
the RC-121 for primary and secondary control of the air array,
are down 91%.
For the conduct of
and I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91%. I see. We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike with. Which is the entire point. Right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again. The rinse and repeat approach of previous
electromagnetic effects
this is meant to get after
is representative of the test equipment set up and operated by the shores of technical projects.
We always have the back.
The launch vehicle groomed to carry the nuclear warheads to test detonation altitudes was before.
They're making
in the early plans, it was scheduled to do the job for 2 and possibly 3 nighttime bursts at various altitudes above the Earth's atmosphere.
Of the Air Force Logistics Command and military air transport systems. Everything from missiles and warheads to cement and structural steel was flown in to meet the deadline for the high-altitude event. In support of these high-altitude firings, it was initially planned to operate all array aircraft out of Hawaii.
So we started the first
The problems encountered by the Air Task Group while preparing for this phase closely paralleled those experienced during development of the all-airborne times at Johnston and sometimes at the conjugate point of the Earth's geomagnetic field, 4,200 miles to the south in the area of the Fiji Islands. The KC-135 functioned as an airborne ionospheric observatory. It utilized radar and optical techniques to collect data on radio signal attenuation. Also in the southern area, 2 RC-121s were aloft, checking on radar clutter and interference until the Air Task Group went aloft from Hawaii and Johnston Island, flew their missions, and returned with a massive diagnostic data, sometimes negative and sometimes positive, but always vital to the weapon designers in the development of their theory. During the same time period, preparations to continue the high-altitude shots were being completed. Finally, on the 15th of October, bluegills attempted to board the third time.
50-50. We're going to build ships.
Of the officers and men of the United States Air Force.
Ships and it changes the way things work. Right? After those trainings, then you go to how are we going to reshoot. Right? Let's start talking about the auto industry. Right? Competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans, kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%. Ford up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Feeney, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the President that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden Chips Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding around that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy.
We're getting them all out. They're going back to
one thing we will mention. So they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes,
taking care of it.
You have a deal.
And now it's
starting. How much money have we made since I made that deal? It's only $40 billion.
Presidential.
We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago?
It's quite.
Does anybody write about it?
I'm sure that
nobody writes about it. That's okay.
It's hot. It's very hot. But it's really a tribute to the president.
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation. Many people know that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber.
And that's going to go to the
The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber.
That's what
they had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This will all be, this phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion Congress to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot. The crashes that have taken place around the country, and what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We've got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in D.C., per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And a lot of us we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring stability back to travel, to say, listen, please and thank you. And if someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game in the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT. Actually beat the Coast Guard with Christi. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that. So well done, Kings Point.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot edge. It's boot edge. It's another grossly incompetent person. He'd get in his bicycle, ride to work. And he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber, trying to hook it into copper. And fiber and copper don't mix. You can't do it. But people knew that for the last 30 years since they started doing the fiber. And they spent billions of dollars, and it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by into the plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and It's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom, and we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. And we're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time. A great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it, and other things. But you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles had a crash recently, so we're going to announce that later today. A request for bids on this, but again, it's a not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad. It was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. There's often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He looks better, I'm better looking. But in looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer, and then they come in to what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA, and we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5, 6 years. We have to go back 5 to 6 years prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now released. And we do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank to over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is the program we have, is basically been back to day to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything going on. So we got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, with probably over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you said, this is stupid. It's been amazing what we've gotten. The feedback that we've had, we've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that. And it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CNP exams, for veterans out there listening, if this is the one for disability claims, where they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure. Most of the time we have that already in the record. We're working now that those could actually be changed, where we just look at the record and not have to send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we can let, and also not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest health organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact. We had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took the retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. It was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you.
And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA, so that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
There's been some activity on trade this week.
for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services, and everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, etc. Obviously, the outcome would be a huge trade deficit. Bonds, extreme leverage, so we spent the past 10 months or whatever we've been doing now, just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where we've protected our industries, we have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade. We have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. It's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now, and I think you should be commended for it, and looking forward to seeing what comes the next week.
You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Mr. President, last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30 to 1. Since then, it's up to 48 to 1. Your goal had been 10 to 1, which was in excess of 6 to 1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies in savings over the course of 10 years. When we get up and running, it'll be north of between $200 and $400 billion. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster. Months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of improvements on that front is very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
And great on the regulations. We're cutting them at levels never seen before.
Keep going, Roger.
The record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away, so it's been really great.
Others to join this call.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here and those that will kind of reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said the film don't lie. The film tells a real story. And I hope that the American people, when they watch the film that's going on now in this time in our history, that they will see that America is today.
One more load.
And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
We're saving our country. Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead.
So at Housing and Urban Development, in keeping with your executive order, sir, in making American streets safe and beautiful again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing. But we put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people. We're paying attention to it. We're going to root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Christi and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children. are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm going to be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. We also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Christi and Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations, and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady and the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And so you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And sir, we are moving our building from D.C. to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Brooke?
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, a basic government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally again put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting the community farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we had a lot of under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation. Interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement towards more affordable food, housing, fuel, etc., and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or 2 trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing people back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. We're going to focus on that next year.
Thank you very much for all you're doing, all men and women of the FBI.
The
files are, you said,
emphasized
the President and FBI Director each had complete authority to release Epstein's client list. You said Epstein's black book is under the, quote, direct control of the Director of the FBI. Look at this clip.
The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country.
Jeffrey Epstein?
When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans. Well, from you, the top of the heaths president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The family, the Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and rural communities, changes everything for our culture. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now a big good piece of news that I hope is written about. Since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, we found 186,000 dead people, Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps get them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprised. I think the red states, and that's where all of that data and fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, new states, continue to say no. So, as of next week, we have begun to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply, and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes. But thank you, sir.
We also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting.
DOJ's the expert,
We
but
went
I
to South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea. President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world.
And sir, may I say, this is the remarkable result of real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is asking the option if we can that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, etc. in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and again move toward an era where our farmers and government checks and have the markets to sell the product. Having said that, the overbridge payment will be announcing with you next week as we're still trying to recover from the back.
Chinese nationals on behalf of the Chinese government smuggled in illicit biological materials. Stuff that can harm our agricultural industry. What actions
tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both
Chinese nationals,
portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries. It's turning into a capex boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history.
And we have, maybe most importantly, the number we have now, I was saying 17, it's over $18 trillion is being poured into our
leadership,
country. It's because of
along
the
with
election
Speaker
and
Johnson,
because of tariffs.
Senator
Without the
Lugar,
tariffs,
we had that done
you
on
wouldn't
July
have
4th,
probably
which everyone
18
said
cents.
was impossible.
It's because of
and
the tariffs,
great thing
because there are
about
no
that bill,
tariffs
sir,
if they
for
build
the
in
American people,
on our country, in our
it's for
country.
industry,
And
100%
I understand that. So we have
expensing,
medical
build your
companies
factory
coming
here,
over. We have
you can
the
write it
AI.
off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, you're going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's, immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that we're killing the American people. Close the border, the promise interest rates are down, and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020, and inflation led by energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. That we can look back and be very proud of this year, but I think 2026
sometime to my ranking member.
No, I would just respond to Mr. Norman. I knew there was some there when this administration was trying to hide everything.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team assembled, and I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President.
You want to have a whole hearing, a whole entire hearing.
Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so affordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right go to American citizens. Why did taxes get so affordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership were now cutting taxes.
Perhaps
Why did
exacerbated
food get so
by
expensive?
the open
Because we
border
printed
during the Biden
trillions of
administration.
dollars and
What can you tell
green
Congress and the
scams that made
American
our
people
agricultural
about
economy
what the
suffer
FBI is doing
while Americans
to
were paying higher
safeguard
prices
us
for
from
food?
potential terrorist
On
attack
every
by
single one of
Iranians?
those issues, Mr.
Conducted
President,
very
I think we're
strategic
making
and
incredible
important
progress.
strikes
But it would
on
be
Iran's
preposterous
nuclear
to fix
apparatus
every problem caused over the
in
last
that
4
country.
years in just
We
10
also know
months.
that there
I think that we've
are
done
concerns of
incredibly good.
significant
But what I see over the next year, you heard Congress talk about joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix Joe Biden's next year. American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because it's the greatest country in the world. And I think congressional Democrats
the employee portion.
we're obviously proud to do a good job.
Now that once I dug into it, realized that they only said $80 more to break down by employees, reflecting the normal.
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah, heartbreaks for her family, and Andy,
is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted to do he's a miracle, and if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he's a miracle.
So an arsonist
said
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro residence on fire. And of course, last week we saw the horrific, cold-blooded assassination of Charlie Kirk in Utah that has shaken the nation. 1 minute after Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, a 16-year-old shooter in every state.
Of that 128 MGD that's coming to the table with all these different, through these different projects, at a cost of $57 million.
Medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis.
None of it will take the community.
3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christi, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable, on the ground in D.C. and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement, FBI, Hash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Jerry over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder.
Donald Trump and his agenda of partisan retribution. You broke your promise not to do that. You betrayed Jeffrey Epstein's victims and survivors.
You've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Zapata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking
investigating and prosecuting corruption.
We've been sued
on the
on
nation's
legal
public
front
officials
now. We've been
acting as a
sued
key safeguard against politicized
575
prosecutions.
times.
This section's work has been supported by
times.
From their day
More
jobs
than
to
every
address a Trump
administration
priority.
going back to Reagan
States
combined.
morale is the worst
Most
I've
recently,
seen,
yesterday,
said one
I
law
was sued by
enforcement
an immigration
source.
judge.
Bureau is
Who we
becoming
fired.
unrecognizable.
One of the
Lots
reasons
of
she
people
said she
are
was a woman.
weighing really
Last I
difficult
checked, I was a woman
decisions
as
right
well.
now.
24 Supreme Court wins,
I think
President
there is a
Trump,
split.
92%
People
success
do
rate.
want
We told
desal,
you
you
it
have
would take a while
people
to
that
get to the
don't.
Supreme Court.
That's
We're
just the
doing
way
it
it
at
is.
record
We don't
speed,
know.
led by John
Someone said they did a
Sauer,
survey, I'll buy that
Sarah,
survey.
and Hosh,
But
all
we
working
don't know
together.
who is and who
Immigration, we're
doesn't.
winning.
Because we didn't take it to the voters. I wish we had, but we didn't. And I want to thank you for going back and looking at this, because in your defense, I will say you went to some council members, maybe all, you knew what everyone was thinking. Would they go to a second bidder? I said absolutely.
We met with your general counsel yesterday.
I'm getting all kinds of texts.
Because these things are extremely expensive to clean up.
Off the streets, which is a 125% increase from the comparable period. The previous administration,
Marco, USA,
he's rescued 4,000 kids. He's got 1,300 predators who he's arrested.
Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime.
Whistleblowers in a
Working
recent
around
NIH
the
study
clock
confirmed that these
to
clinics
make
prey on some of the
America
most
safe again, which
mentally
was your
ill
directive.
children and young
Our
adults
civil
in our
rights
society.
division,
And
suing
these
Gavin
clinics
Newsom
are
3
quick
times now,
to
Prop 50,
prescribe
keeping boys out of
lipoprotein
girls'
blockers,
schools,
cross-sex
and
hormones and
in-state
surgery.
tuition for illegal
And
aliens.
often
We've,
these
sued over
patients
election
get worse
integrity.
rather than
We
better,
are
and
litigating
unfortunately some have become
major
violent,
universities
some
with
have
Linda.
even
Thank you, our
committed
Civil
mass
Rights
shootings,
Division, for everything
and the
that
partner
you've
of one
done
of them
to,
assassinated.
Off the streets, 6,000 guns are no longer in the hands of criminals in 7 months. We've identified and found and located 4,700 child victims. That is a 35% increase year-to-date last year. They've arrested 1,500 child predators. That is a 10% increase year-to-date last year in just 7 months. We've assisted our partners with counterterrorism operations around the world. We've captured at the FBI
But because of the size of California's population and the fact that 17 other states follow California, that's the
everyone knows, we cannot talk about
17 other
grand jury
states follow
investigations, but
California.
no one is above the law, and that
They have the most
includes
ridiculous
what
laws I've
happened
ever
in
seen
Arctic
for
Cross.
a lot of things. This
I
is
hope
just
everyone
cars.
has a very Merry
But we're-
Christmas,
and trucks
Happy
and-
Hanukkah,
They have a lot of them for other
Happy
things.
holidays.
But
Thank
we
you
have
for fighting for our
what's called the
country.
California car standards. And this is
off the coast of
Well,
Yemen.
thank you, Mr. President.
You'll
Thank you
see
for allowing
that
me
another
to be
NQ9
at this table.
launched
When
a
I
health
came on board, I knew
that you cannot see that drug. And so, I'm not going to explain this, you'll see exactly what it is.
On the workforce.
26 confidential
Everybody said the
human sources at
Department of
Capitol
Labor
on
would be
January 6,
quiet,
2021,
fly under the radar. You won't have
entered
to
the
do
Capitol
too
and thereby
much.
broke the law. Do you know if those individuals were being paid by the
made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native
North Korea, Russia, China.
And that is the difference between this presidency and this administration as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign
concise,
for federal government jobs.
When you compare that statement to the over 50 mentions
that Charlie Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality
Off
of the
Christmas
apprenticeship
Island, a
program.
series of
1
weapon
million
development
active
airdrop
apprentices
tests was
across
made,
this country.
followed by
We've
later
done
drops in the Johnston Island danger area. All drop aircraft staged from Hawaii.
Over 2,000.
A Polaris weapon system test was launched from the open sea into the northeast corner of the Christmas Island danger area.
Because of the leadership of
A combined ASROC anti-submarine weapon system and underwater effects test took place in the open ocean several hundred miles off San Diego.
do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning. And we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the Vice President as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together and we have deployed $86 million in investments. And a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI. Expect to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly.
70 miles an hour,
Integrating
and
education and workforce.
we had a lot of car problems.
Obviously,
You saw that.
Administrator
They were
Lechner and I are on the road a lot
littered all
together
over the
because
road
we're
when the
talking
cars
about
got
Main
stopped and
Street,
concrete going through
as
the
well
lanes.
as a lot of the manufacturing jobs, and how we're being
We
an
didn't
ally
go
to our businesses
Los
as
Angeles
opposed
right
to an
now with a
adversary.
brave man
For far too long, we
went through hell.
the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our businesses. We want to give them a leg up,
And we have a
to
lot
make
of
sure
us
that we're paying
people here
attention,
that
and we want our
sold the
workforce to be
I don't have your
educated.
name down.
And we'll make this underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers. Promoting retirement administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that.
And
Where
time
we
and time
also
again, we have heard
rescinded the
all too
supplemental
many
statement that discouraged
illegal
beneficiaries
immigrants who
from
should not have
considering
been
the
here,
alternative assets for
murdering women,
401ks, and that will
murdering
also come
children,
through the
giving
Department of
drugs
Labor,
for
that
youth,
rulemaking.
raping our children, and that is
Ending abuse of
Straightly
cheap
put, can
foreign
you
labor at the
separate
expense of the
immigration
American
enforcement
worker.
with
We
the
launched
Biden
over 200
They're in a trouble.
investigations into companies who
In regards
will,
to
have
policies like
abused
cashless
and/or
payment, how does
fraudulently
that
against
help?
the American worker. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the training.
Offer a contract. This one, as Brett's going to get into, says, let's take 6 months, have this firm or company or group at no cost provide us proposals, decide if we want to move forward on those or not, and then along those lines, if we do move forward, one, do a far-field model, and two, put an RFP for an operator.
So I mentioned that because today's decision may impact their decision. So I just wanted to make sure you guys knew.
Well, for the well wishes, and thank you for my service. Donald Trump, on the other hand,
that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently, and it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their faces, the pride in the American worker, the skilled women who work with their hands. It's an honor. So thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you.
We have seen political assaults on both the left and the right. The attack on Charlie Kirk,
honored and frankly
attempted assassination of the president.
This table with this incredible team of leaders that works every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy is very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now,
designated a number of the cartels
as
foreign terrorist organizations. That's not just a paper transaction. I believe the list has been expanded since those first actions.
Simply impossible.
In terms of America's military engagement with the cartels abroad, in terms of our intelligence engagement from abroad, that designation has had real meaning. It has affected some of the thinking and approaches of our military and our intelligence community. Can you talk a bit about how that designation might have...
Job is to protect and serve the American public.
I'm the young lady.
Spend your time protecting heinous individuals using the FBI to serve as a political
and electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower, but Americans are outraged at, roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just really is the top person. Not allowed
and I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do with. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning: fair elections and borders, and we need also fair press. Because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough.
We're buying, no surprise, one of your cabinet members.
We've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out.
Over the last 5 years,
officers from their jobs,
and
two, an article from MSNBC titled Trump's deportations divert FBI agents off child predator cases, and an article from CNN entitled White House Pressure for Increased Immigration Arrests Strains Law Enforcement Agencies. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, by the way, for coming over here. Sorry,
to divert thousands of agents away from chasing down violent criminals, sex traffickers, fraudsters, and scammers to carry out this immigration crackdown. Director Patel, you treated the men and women of FBI with disrespect and paranoia. You've assembled a roving band of freelancing henchmen within your office and charged them with conducting unauthorized investigations, targeting and harassing career FBI employees.
And less electricity. What does that mean? Of course, much faster rises in the price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies. You are bringing those policies to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership, by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board. It'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted
to divert thousands of agents away from chasing down violent criminals, sex traffickers, fraudsters, and scammers to carry out this immigration crackdown.
So it's our
Director
job to
Patel,
get
you treated the men and women at FBI with disrespect and paranoia. You've assembled a roving band of freelancing henchmen within your office and charged them with conducting unauthorized investigations, targeting and harassing career FBI employees.
Take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes, that's right, Pam. That's right. Terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days.
It wasn't me, it was the other guy.
No, it was me who ran
zero accountability. Dr. McCullough,
I'll take more accountability if you give them more time.
I'm done with you, Governor.
Went through this government shutdown
So,
without
Dr.
any
McCullough,
delays.
quick question for you.
They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing
Completely
security.
objective. Look, I went to business school. I was a doctor.
Sure, you made it through.
So he's truly objective, using your most subjective use. Did the vaccine stop the spread of COVID-19? So then, let me ask you one.
Officials, why wasn't she pressed for names, stating that Maxwell told Deputy U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche that some of the quote cast of characters around Epstein are in Trump's
helping
cabinet.
them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent. Which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have votes. We appreciate you.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country on Main Street at a time and moving it at record speed and under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting financial under control. Small businesses are more concerned right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez Dorimer and I have entered into an MOU to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term, and $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best running in the country. We are growing small businesses across the nation, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet. Thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron, and thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I'm so blessed and honored to be part of this.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, and making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your Director of National Intelligence to support you in these efforts, and I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we're continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency by these deep state actors. We've declassified 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them in and bring about this level of transparency. Weaponization working group again to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership and Department of Justice
burning to the ground just like the houses.
Secondly, bring about reform to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective, efficient, and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table is going after these domestic threats.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize
Islamist ideology, as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, in empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess in Parliament and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we believe that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day.
Had the water come
on the 100th day, 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild as wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done on the deregulatory front. We have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms, you've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers and ranchers and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Leopard that overturned the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we have been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed the Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion more. The agency had an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off came into office to reduce agency oversight. This year, 2025, it's another theme. Everyone on this stage we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. Bottom line, by the way, the green scam is dead. To eliminate the EPA, we're going to protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight with just one constituency in front of mind. And that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a vote for this country. And if you'd ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. He is willing to take a bullet for all of because he believes his flag and freedom will save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, and
Mr. President, good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies that we are facing in this country, from the economy to our borders, to everything that we're doing, I would say if we do not fix education in our country, the hard reset that you were expecting, I think the greatest national emergency we can face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. And there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level. That is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president, and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is Nations Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about a third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this, and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth, what we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states put their programs in place, and some states are going to do it a lot better than others. But it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, we hear about this all the time. The point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Lauren brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education. It still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the management of the Department of Education.
Thank you very much. First, I think I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the
pushback on that to say, well,
resolution,
how can this possibly work?
You keep on saying that it doesn't protect the victims,
let's be
but
efficient.
it's
One example.
in yellow
in
here,
order
there's some
to
pretty
draw
explicit
down
language
on a lot of the
for
grants
protecting the
that
identity
they
of the
were helping
victim,
us
so I don't
with,
want there to be any
we're using
confusion.
their grant system.
And, you know, and
grant system at the Department of Education is like
Homer
putting together
says it's
bubblegum and rubber bands. And it did not interact with any other agency. Now, we have this really smooth operation already. So that is prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, and we'll be doing other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves.
And I got to be honest with you.
So that's kind of in the world of K-12, what we're looking at right now, in the world of higher education, as Attorney General Biden is working very hard to make sure we've got access to all higher of our universities. To return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read, by reintroducing the science curriculum in schools. Going into next year, I can honestly say you've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. So only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. Thank you for this
silent panic. Thank you, Mr. President. The change in trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way, the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices of any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering these prices dramatically, as you've noticed. And then this week, Howard at Department of Commerce and Jameson, the U.S. Trade Representative, made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading economics professor, health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually convened the insurance companies represent 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026 for 2 months from now, remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, all the procedures we want them to
get those patients
that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company covers it or not. Similarly, healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened the 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now had a secondary conference which 400 leading companies all come in and agree to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans own their health care records, yet they were not able to access it. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard. Your doctors there could not get your health care records. They couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they want to know immediately, so they just send you now that has all changed, and all these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing health care records. Every American will have their health care records available on their cell phones. And it's already happening in the last 6 months. There have been over 100 times the number of health care records shared by hospitals and during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the Mercy Home Rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country and the reservations with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry and that was a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because we have leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Bob. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group in the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up in this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just want to say thank you to everyone around the table. You gave us one biggest limited in the Department of Interior, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad, and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for all of us to restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out, then I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This will be the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision and leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary. That's very nice. Thank you, Doug, very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe,
female for GC15 complaining of severe left ankle pain during sleep. There is some deformity to the left.
It's very simple because no country is safe. If you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country, we've seen the destruction that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situations being involved in. People in all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era where American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers go and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. And the president has said is we're going to do foreign aid. We're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring, and he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The President's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money, and he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you, for your family, for the country, and for our economy. But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The Vice President knows that deal doesn't happen without the President's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this deal. Everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And the President shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries to line up behind the peace deal, behind the border. And it's still on every day. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if he was president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it. Not because, listen, we have a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The President's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it.
So,
again, far away from the United States because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end. Not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans. Whether it makes it safer, stronger, or prosperous, it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this. I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year.
Well, thank you all very much. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Everyone at this table has done a fantastic job.
I'm kind of very surprised to sit here and hear
First female chief of staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing.
$1 companies.
And she's the best.
I'm asking 3 of you for a change of heart and 6 of you to stand firm. Please do not move forward with any discussion on Inner Harbor desal. Vote no on item 18. It doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. Also, members of the public and spouses of city board members who wish...
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he did. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually. Howard was involved. I think we probably looked at 10 and we have it down to
We're allowed to study code 1 of an 88-year-old male patient.
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot.
Coming from the Cimarron Place Health and Rehabilitation Center.
He really helped during the
Staff
election with
seems
this
that the patient
felt strongly.
is hard to see that while being asleep.
You know, I didn't want to have everybody have to have an
Baseline
electric
vitals
car.
are baseline
He
normals.
makes electric
It's
cars.
just non-verbally
And,
stays asleep most of the
Yeah, I
time.
think we get along well.
He is responsive to conscience. Charlie 340. 4315 Carroll Lane. 4315 Carroll Lane, first room control. Shelby clears office for
I think we're getting fake news with you. Look,
2.3.
affordability
322 South Archer.
by Democrats.
322 South Archer. It's the ISDN building.
They lowered the landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts. It was 2,700.
Hey, Carlos, 106 is over here
500,
on
525.
3457.
Because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline prices.
Okay,
Like
now we get to our
the
council
simplest,
members.
and it's the biggest.
Councilman Everett
Because
Roy,
if
District
energy comes down, everything comes down.
Ready to
That's what it
order.
was. We're going to be at 250. You said 199. We can't
Okay, well,
we
still have a very long day ahead of us.
They won't trick you. They'll check me.
So far, it looks like we have about 4 hours of public comment. The people who have signed up, that is to start at
Let me
5:30.
go back a year and a half ago. It's unthinkable. So now we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. Magic and beef is coming down.
24/7 customer support.
We
This
inherited
venue never misses a
horrible
beat.
prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what we had. And we fixed inflation.
3056 to 3057.
We got one big
27 in Perry Lane. 374 on Perry Lane. EOD 277. Copy of Rebecca.
Tennessee.
Fire dispatch
It
center.
was affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. They're con. I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, they're like, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country, because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation. Yeah, please.
I wanted to clarify something that you said on Sunday regarding boat strikes in Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, or you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that you're
It's Turnaround Cemetery, Business 77, just north of Ridge Harold.
In real time, did you know
Well, look, all I know is every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives. 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things. But fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people who get drug addicts. I had one little sample, and they died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't one strike, two strikes, three strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about it. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of extraordinary person. Let Pete speak about it. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And we have to will attack on land. And there's very little company in sea. I think we've knocked out 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along, and a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat, they're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of the boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers and all their bags of things? No, they've done an amazing job, and Peter's done an amazing job. But Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you this in a second, but let me tell you about the survivors, and let's bring them up here into the room. These are women who came to the Hill and testified that they were groomed and raped at the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims. Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the public to submit any information,
the military has spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS?
Okay,
Arrest them,
some are, but the state subpoena should cover some more of that.
We all know anybody that's, how far back with the flight logs? You can alter a flight log.
The War Department to look at these
If you're flying on a plane,
Back to 1990.
Okay, 1990. We know people that were on that flight weren't going over there to have Bible studies. They were doing other things. So we'll see, in your opinion, all the flight logs of whoever went.
The evidence-based way that we're able to...
Some are, but the state subpoena should cover
every one of those
more of that.
is tied to a designated terrorist
anybody that's, how far back with the flight logs?
What they're carrying, all these white bales are not Christmas gifts from
If you're flying on a plane, you can't.
Back to 1990.
Running on 4 motor fast boats.
We know people that were on that flight weren't going over there to have Bible studies.
And I have empowered them
So we'll see,
to make that call.
your
Now, the
opinion,
first
all the
couple of
flight
strikes,
logs of whoever went.
as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility.
Some are,
So I
but
said, I'm going to be the one to make the
state
call after getting all
subpoena
the
should
information
cover
and make sure it's
some
the
more
right
of that.
strike. That was
We all
September
know
2nd.
anybody
There's a
that's,
lot of
how far
intelligence
back
that
with the
goes
flight
into
logs?
that,
You can
building
alter a
that
flight
case
log.
and understanding that a lot of people are providing
If you're flying on a plane, you
I
can't.
watched that first strike
1990.
live.
Okay, 1990.
As you can imagine, at the
We
Department of
know
War, we got a
people
lot of
that
things
were
to
on
do
that flight
so I didn't
weren't
stick
going over
around
there
for
to
the
have
hour,
Bible
2 hours,
studies.
whatever. All
They were doing
the
other things.
sensitive
So
site
we'll see,
exploitation digitally
in your
occurs.
opinion,
So
all
I
the
moved
flight
on to my
logs
next meeting.
of whoever
A couple of
went.
hours later, I
They
learned
can't
that that
fire.
commander had
So
made
what they do is they
which he
leave
had
them
the
up.
complete authority to do.
If you go to Palm
And by the
Springs,
way, Admiral
California,
Bradley
take a
made the
look,
correct
you
decision
go into this
to
beautiful
ultimately
community
sink
before
the
you
boat
go, it's like
and
you're
eliminate
riding
the
through a
threat.
junkyard.
He sunk the boat,
Windmills all
sunk
over
the
the
boat,
place.
and eliminated
Tall ones,
the
short
threat.
ones.
And it was the right
Dead
call.
ones,
We
they're
have
all
his
dead.
back.
Some are hanging
and
over
the
by
American
thread.
people are safer.
They
These
never take them down, they
narco-terrorists
just
know
leave them
you
there and
can't
they start to rust.
bring drugs
It's
through
one of
the
the
water,
greatest
and
scams,
eventually
and
on
it's
land
also
if
the
necessary,
most expensive
to the
energy.
American people. We will
And the
eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It exploded and fire and smoke, you can't see anything, you got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories and kill everybody. Phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms.
He blows you guys away, John.
About the judgment
He
that
blows the
I wrote a whole book on this stuff because of what politicians
he's a
and the
great
press does to
politician.
war
He almost won for
President
governor in
Trump
New
has
York, which is
empowered
just
commanders,
missed by
commanders
a
to do
few
what is
points.
necessary, which is
And,
dark and
that was
difficult
another race
things
that
in the
was
dead
not
of night
winnable, but
on behalf of the American
you
people.
almost got it.
We
But
support
I think what you're doing
them, and
now
we will
is even
stop the
bigger if you
poisoning
want
of
to
the
know the
American
truth.
people.
I think it's actually more
On the
important.
second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first strike?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Know everything I just
said.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same.
It's going to keep going down a
These
little bit.
people have killed over 200,000
Because we have inflation
people,
under
actually
control
killed
perfectly. You
over
probably saw the
200,000
records.
people
Everyone's
this year.
on
And
television saying, what's
those
going on
numbers
here?
are
Trump
down.
has proven to be
Those numbers
right.
are down.
All of
They're
these
way
things.
down.
We've taken in
And
88
they're down
billion in
because we're doing
tariffs
these strikes, and
in
we're going
2
to start
months.
doing those
88
strikes on land
billion.
too. The
with
land
no
is much
inflation.
easier. It's much easier.
And if we're smart, they
And
won't
we
be.
know the routes they take.
Now,
we
we'd
know
like to
everything
get this
about
guy
them.
to
We know
lower
where they
interest
live.
rates.
We know where the bad
Because,
ones
if he
live.
doesn't, we have
And
to
we'll
pay.
start that very soon, too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr.
And you know what, when we start that, we're gonna drive those things down so low. And then you're gonna have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to having fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, I call them animals in many cases. Destroy our country where all those drugs pour in. Let people just walk across the nation.
As someone that spends a lot of time in Georgia, I believe you won that.
Let's not discriminate. I'm not
You
talking
don't,
about
the
color.
word
I'm
believe
just
isn't
talking about
strong
you look
enough.
into the eyes
You
of
know.
those people. We're smart.
I know I won
And you
too.
see,
Oh, we have the great Newt
come on
Gingrich.
in.
Newt, you agree with us?
11,888 murderers. Many
You know,
of
his
them
wife is
committed
here.
more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally
So
unvetted,
we had no treatment.
totally
We had
unchecked.
3.3
But he also
million.
allowed drugs to come in at record numbers.
Are we
And
really supposed
hundreds
to
of
believe that
thousands
next
of people
year
a year died.
we were going to leap up
And
to
we're taking
5
those son of
million
a
lives
bitches
lost
out.
in
Yeah.
America? And then the following year, close to 5 again? That's what you'd have to be in order to save 1.6 million lives in 2021. You have to be assuming
You know, there are very few physically.
1.85 million in 2019.
I'm very proud.
It's always been
I
that
have
the
no idea who you are, but you're so.
many times we can go through the normal peer review process. I don't want to run ahead and go put it out there because you know what that will do? It's going to happen exactly what's happening right now. Because you're going to say the things that you're saying, Senator. Well, you know, this is not the normal process. This is getting submitted to the journal. The answer to that is, I'm going to say it again, it epitomizes the corruption of science. It shows precisely why studies that show...
Okay, I know theirs doesn't prove causation, but man, that's a correlation we should have been looking at, but they ignored and they censored.
My first question last week, the Iraqi militias group attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the US companies have invested in these gas fields. And then, I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan, working for UWF. And the Kurdistan region is President United States,
Something like that. But he's doing it so fast, and we have so many plants being built. And the one that uses
I heard about it. It was at the top of my list.
beyond believable.
It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assume you're from the area. To you, it's a very important question.
They didn't have the
Because
idea.
people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many steps in terms of
dogs in the area, they also live in neighbor's house, and I don't patrol guys will go out after the
Iraq is being bullied by Iran. We had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated casinos, it was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was absolutely amazing. But
by doctors and medical researchers who
wiped out,
disagreed
totally wiped out.
with our pandemic response
I will tell you,
to
Iraq
offer
is
second
a
opinion.
much friendlier place.
More often
They
than
talk
not.
to us. The Prime Minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it. But that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to it.
Senator Rubio mentioned to me meetings on the way to work. Mr. Wickpup,
because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time together. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good, good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big
Okay, well, this is still rolling.
Take half of those
After
people
the call that you're
in the
hitting
stadium,
to, I placed in
and they're wiped out, they're killed every month.
and they
It's
patrolled for
crazy.
GO1.
That war is
If you
crazy.
were able to head to
It would have
either
never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
Potential land strikes, can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking
Yeah, if they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that is doing that is selling it in will be subject to attack.
We have a DNA like we did.
Venezuela's been really bad in something else, probably worse than most, but a lot of other people do too. They would send murderers into our country. They would empty their jails into our country. They sent people into our country that we don't want. They sent their drug dealers and their drug people into our country. They sent people from their mental institutions into our country, and we're getting them out. That was bad. That was real bad. And they also sent drugs. Yeah.
Until you saw it by yourself. No, there were cash, please go ahead.
And who should?
Mr. President, I'll just keep it short, but I think what the
Look, I think the man's a grossly incompetent man. I thought that from the day I watched JD destroy him in a debate. I was saying, who was more incompetent, that man or my man? I had a man and he had a man. They were both incompetent. And, I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field, and I think she's leading the field for the nomination. Anyway, look, that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats. You know, the problem with them is they have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want them to change it necessarily. Because I want to run against it. Whether it's not going to be me, it's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table. It could be a couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting at this table. You know? But I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward. And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But no, I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him. Okay? There's something wrong with him. And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other. There's no structure. And when I see somebody like Ilhan Omar, who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've watched her complain about our Constitution, how she's being treated badly. Our Constitution, the United States of America, is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person. But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes, or however many lakes they have, they got a lot of lakes, but this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that, Scott, I hear they ripped off Somalians, ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions, every year, billions of dollars. and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, to be honest with you. Somebody say, oh, it's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Our country's no good for a reason. The country stinks, and we don't want them in our country. I can say that about other countries too.
We don't know the impact.
I can say it about other countries too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country.
Something on TV.
You know, our country's at a tipping point.
Can we not sell the bride?
We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other. And we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it. Thank you very much.
First of all, on the most American holiday, we're going to cook a turkey, by God, because that's what Americans do. We cook this gigantic American bird, and we do all kinds of crazy things to make it taste good.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna
Actually, I've said what I need to say. We're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask people to leave now, because if y'all cannot, again, well, you're wondering why. I know, you're wondering, you're the look on your faces, you don't understand why. I've asked, you all have been here all day. So if you are going to be out of decorum, if you choose to speak and I mean, if you are choosing to, whether
it's about using the active duty military inside the United States.
Senator, I am not yet the Secretary of Defense.
Is a rescue car you're going to dispatch? Number 3304. Which call? 024 from here. The call on lever and the cushion.
Go ahead and reach out to go ahead and get some updates so I can go ahead and submit that for approval. Give me a call back at 512.
Yeah, 21 location.
01 Leopard, 901 Leopard, at Nueces County Courthouse, ESV 1006, with necessary dispatch to 1122.
You got moved to OR.
I'm ready.
10-4, I'm fucking supposed to have. 1109, 608, 69. Well, I'm in the area. I mean, yeah, on the other side for the same company, they got about 6 warehouses out here. Does that 500 foot come up?
Yeah, I'm going to have to do the turnaround. William George 978, please have Audi 3 South, Jeff Thomasville with FMK 309. I call 1809 Bernardino.
Stand by, we made it to one vehicle. We're going to check the second vehicle. Rescue.
6225 SPAD.
Okay, receive. Let me check.
6225 SPAD. Room 222 at Hotel Corpus. ESC 1417. Listen off of EMS code at 1134.
At Upriver, Tom, Sam, Mary.
Oh, clear.
Okay.
Well, things will be clear.
10-4. Do that. Close traffic. 10-4. Case number is 129-012.
I got that over here. I was quiet. Yeah.
3 Charles 1050, go ahead.
Currently we're giving us 4 baby aspirin. Received down here, my phone, yeah. Transferred to 30 minutes prior and awaiting work. I just now listening to right AC as well as an nasal cannula at 2 liters per minute. Urine vital for 19% with heart rate 122. We did for 12 weeks. Dispatch from engine 6. CCPD en route. We're going to need them for traffic control. Temperature 99.1. Okay.
10-4. Now, female. 3 regular. 2020, I'll see you around.
1739. 1739. 196. 79. 2300 Holly. William George Victor 3686 and 4. AC 912 to dispatch. 182 1901 Shoreline. 1901 Shoreline.
We still got
American Bank Center. Software dispatch. 2000.
190019.
1900 Bar. Ward Boy William 8821. 227.
He's having 93.
Okay. 102. 0102.
Location. Go ahead. Okay. So you're at the 817 campus for that's jail.
Yes, sir. Can you start us another medication, please?
Center the entrance. Down 3 around.
On ramp.
5103. We'll be switching to group 7 at 1745. Okay, Joey, what was the medic? So we switching to group 7. Second medic for the accident. Okay. Charlie 4. So, Christi, minor injuries. Back in range 4. 45, sir. 4945, sir. Minor injuries for both.
Route 24. Location.
Oh, it's making a decision. Okay, with regard to, do I pay my bill or do I buy food? You as a council and we as a people,
43, 26,
we need to take a look at who we are.
Thank you, Rick.
As a people.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I have the mail involved.
Can you be around to 304 Kansas Street? And weakness.
Correct. So the state legislator.
Okay,
word is not really
if you don't
explanation.
If you okay, you know what? I'm gonna ask,
actually. I've said what I need to say. We're good.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask people to leave now because if y'all cannot again, well, Isabel, go ahead.
It's going to be an 1108 starting 113499. I'm in service.
Golden Corral right off of 358. William King William 1273.
Gonna be en route to the 914, 2030. 14 Wolf Ridge. 2140 14 Wolf Ridge. ESP 6001 working off of your map. 158.
Corpus. I'm about from 51 to 1061.
So if you can yell, call that. 90. 10-4.
Dispatch 14.
1347.
Marshal. 1250 Logan. Multi-legal and
230, open door at Town of Country. Previous one is 84 ounces.
George Hammond.
10.149. 527 Marie, if you for a 30-year-old fetus mean.
Yes, I'm going to 3556 Carol 57 for
very good. Now, recently,
getting out of her vehicle.
there's sort of another potential scandal, I guess, a politically motivated thing, Arctic frost. Do you want to comment on that? And it appears one more time as perhaps the FBI was getting involved in what would normally be considered political. Very good. Now, recently, there's sort of another potential scandal, I guess, a politically motivated thing, Arctic frost. Do you want to comment on that? And it appears one more time as perhaps the FBI was getting involved in what would normally be considered political events. Okay. Very good. Now, recently, there's sort of another potential scandal, I guess, a politically motivated thing, Arctic frost. Do you want to comment on that? And it appears one more time as perhaps the FBI was getting involved in what would normally be considered political events.
ABC Supply.
C937.
Okay, let's continue. Tracking the latest. As I showed you, Brooke Taylor of Fox News saying sources are telling her, law enforcement sources telling her, that the shooter in D.C. is an illegal migrant from Afghanistan who came in during Operation Allies Welcome under the Biden administration and then overstayed that visa. This is some of the details we're hearing.
Gavin's ridiculous. Is so ridiculous. By the way, if I didn't bring the military in, Los Angeles would be burning down right now. It'd be burning just like his damn houses burned down because he didn't have the water that he should have had. He had so much water. They have so much water. We had to send in the military to free up the water. And we did that right after the fight. We told him to do it in the first term. But just like that ridiculous plan, this is a...
Can I get you en route toward Shorty, 1 Beach Street? It's going to be for an accident hit and run. RP advised of a dark blue black sedan hatchback driven by a white male with long hair was on the side of the road. Your complaint apparently in the parking lot. These other vehicles plate was caught and the
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. This would be a civil situation between the customer and the establishment. There's no offense. We'll be clear. 4910. Mobile.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Okay. I get to the destination. I'm on the access road of SKD, just passing Weber.
Correspondent, looking for Dr. Force any copy?
Yeah, I'm looking at her apartment right now. Her apartment. I know they were there. I know the informant. Okay, good.
Okay.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you.
In light of China's export curbs on rare earths, do you view India as a reliable partner going forward? And are you planning to meet Prime Minister Modi in Malaysia? Are you open to talks in terms of...
Yeah, sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia because that lets Russia continue.
Need express near 2020.
Yes, the gate 127B.
Second plate.
Are we have rotation or out?
That's a 6 receipt.
Okay, AJ was after where the last lower up, AJ? For the plant? Is it on duty?
Not to repairs, so it's have to come back and make better repairs.
This match is probably going to be needed.
David Lincoln 64887 600 you are accounted for. AC 937. Good.
Okay, everybody.
I have like 5 regular work orders if you want to take one or if you want a 16.
What 3 is 1044. Okay.
10-4.
Two 560 cube.
Go ahead.
You got a 16 from Rockport.
10-4.
Coast Engine 3 and 73, Commercial Fire Line, 1804 Buford, 1804 Buford, San Francisco, PSV 3308, working for dispatch 1755.
Show me 1041 today.
10-4.
There's 1041.
We're on scene. Correct numbers are going to be 3554. Can you dispatch engine 71 to our location? We're going to need to stress this vehicle.
10-8. I'm going to be out with 1204 at 113 East George.
10-4. Clinic 73, 3554, County Road 57, 3554, County Road 57. Agent 71 is wanted.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, and the
work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully. We know that there are so many issues when you're issuing search warrants. Dangerous things can happen, and this was carried out safely and securely thanks to all of the people standing around me. They have worked tirelessly on this. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months sifting through evidence that had been sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. Let me be clear. There was no new tip. There was no new witness. Just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust. We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce now Director Patel.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people and multiple officials, innocent civilians, is now arrested thanks to the brave men and women of the FBI and the interagency. I want to take a moment to thank the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Capitol Police, our brave prosecutors at the Department of Justice and our leader, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro, whose relentless work on this case made this possible. As the Attorney General said, we did not discover any new information. What we did, an investigation spearheaded by the Deputy Director and the ADIC of our Washington field office, brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely secure this individual into custody. Remember, we are dealing with an individual who is alleged to have made bombs. We cannot do this sort of takedown in haste because it endangers the lives of law enforcement. And this FBI will never allow the lives of law enforcement and prosecutors to be put in jeopardy. This execution was flawless in terms of teamwork, resilience, and just a good old-fashioned way of police getting the job done. When you let good cops be cops, this is what happens. I'm eternally grateful to the team behind me, to the leadership at the FBI who made this possible. But I do want to highlight, when I introduced the deputy, he made this case and so many others, including Summer Heat, his priority to come in here and solve it for the American people. And today, I'm proud to stand here before you and say, we solved it. He will have his day in court. The American public and the world will learn even more information through the legal process, as we have committed under this Attorney General. We are the most transparent law enforcement operation in U.S. history, but we are also going to make sure accountability is delivered to its fullest extent, and that happens in the courts of law with our U.S. attorneys and our prosecutors. So we will divulge information when it is prudent and constitutionally permissible, while upholding the safeguards of this case to make sure that the people that this individual intended to victimize get the accountability they deserve, and most importantly, to deliver on President Trump's promise to secure our nation's capital and the rest of the cities in this country, to make sure that Americans are allowed to go out free and securely in their neighborhoods, and that people around the world are allowed to visit our nation's capital, and they now have that trust thanks to the leadership of the FBI, the Washington field office, and I'm honored now to introduce to you Deputy Director Bongino, who spearheaded this investigation.
Thank you all for being here for this critical investigation we've been working on for a very long time. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, Attorney General and Director. I appreciate it. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter, and this was a team effort. The Director and the Attorney General emphasized that it was not a new public tip this came from. This was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere gratitude to this Attorney General and this President for allowing us the latitude. I spoke with Ms. Bondi very early, when maybe day 2, and I said, we're going to get this guy. And she said, yes, you are. And we did. I want to also thank, he's not here, but Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who we deal with often as well, who could not have been more supportive. Whatever process we need, Judge Janine, Todd, and Attorney General Bondi, they were there. All you had to do, they were a phone call away. And their team was amazing. We actually never had to make that phone call because they were always responsive. Thank you, Judge, as well. You were amazing. Folks, you're not going to walk into our capital city, put down 2 explosive devices, and walk off in the sunset. Not going to happen. We were going to track this person to the end of the earth. There was no way he was getting away. Well, we didn't have to track him to the end of the earth. It wound up in Woodbridge, Virginia. I want to thank the team. They were amazing. They never let this go. Again, Attorney General Bondi, for your incredible support. Director Patel, Judge, I know they're giving me a lot of unnecessary credit, but make no mistake, they were intimately involved in this and were there for all of those supportive mechanisms, and I deeply appreciate it. The man whose team did the work is the Assistant Director in charge of our Washington Field Office, Darren Cox. Darren's got some comments, and Darren has some more details on the case he can provide. So thank you all for coming. We appreciate it.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the Washington Field Office. Today's arrest of the alleged D.C. pipe bomber is a momentous day for the American public, for the FBI, for our Joint Terrorism Task Force, or the JTTF, and our partners, the U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and ATF. We've also had a large number of other federal, state, and local departments that have worked on this investigation. And last but not least, the U.S. Attorney's Office. We all worked hand in hand to solve this investigation. This has been a long week in D.C. After the terrorist attack last week, the grit and determination of the FBI and our law enforcement partners is an example to the American public of what cooperation, partnership, and selfless service can accomplish. The amount of effort the FBI and our partners devoted to identifying the pipe bomber cannot be overstated. It is the resolve and determination of our investigators that ultimately led to the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous, not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community. Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake, the alleged pipe bomber did terrorize our community. Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, we do not give up, and we do not relent. Though it had been nearly 5 years, our team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips that we used to identify the suspect. I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect. Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support, thank you for your passion, and thank you for your investment in this investigation. From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington Field Office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro. Judge, your team and you are absolutely amazing. You're the type of prosecutors and U.S. attorney, that all of the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive, and thank you for that. I'd also like to thank the American public. The American public for providing tips and leads, not just on this case, but every day on cases across the country that are being solved by law enforcement. And finally, I want to commend all of the members of the Washington Field Office, and most specifically, the investigative team. Their diligence and persistence led to this arrest today. And they are absolutely, totally dedicated not only to this case, but every case they work. So thank you, Washington Field Office. Last, I will say our work is not done. The FBI will continue to pursue every lead and use every resource that we have to ensure that the D.C. pipe bomber is brought to justice. Thank you.
You keep hearing the words partnership and team, and that's what we are. And we could not do this without our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine, from day one, has worked tirelessly for our country and for our nation's capital. It's my honor to introduce my friend, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And you have been listening to a lot of thank yous and a lot of gratitude. The reason that we're thanking each other to the extent that we are today is because we have seen in this case an incredible collaboration around the clock, in the middle of the night, It doesn't matter. We call each other, we make contact, they need a warrant, they need something, someone wants legal advice. These are the men and women who never give it up. You hear about government employees, but I don't know if you really realize what it is that they do. They are incredible, and this case is big. 4 years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, an individual placed a bomb in the vicinity of both the RNC and the DNC. And for that amount of time, that individual evaded accountability. Today, as a result of the cumulative efforts of the men and women in the FBI and the police department and the Department of Justice, we are finally able to make an arrest of an individual by the name of Brian Cole. As the Attorney General has indicated, he is arrested for transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce, as well as the attempted malicious destruction by means of explosive materials. You know, folks, this case involved millions of pieces of data. And it is a huge win because it was like finding a needle in a haystack. So much of this evidence was very specific, but a lot of it was also very general. For example, there were 233,000 black end caps of the type that were used in this case. I want you to think about the fact that the FBI had to go through the sale of every one of them to try to find commonality with an individual, along with the purchase of the pipe itself, the cap ends, the wires, the steel, and the 9-volt batteries. Every one of those had to be mined and remined to the point where we were able to then connect. And make no mistake, it was this administration, it was this president who made the decision that we were going to use all of our efforts to get it done, and get it done they did. Finally, let me say this. Today begins the formal process of accountability, where this defendant will begin his journey through the criminal justice system. And I pledge to you that the United States Attorney's Office will take this case across the finish line. Again, thank you to the incredible work of the FBI, to the Attorney General, and to our local partners as well. This is a job that I think was well done.
Thank you. President Trump's directive to all of us was to not only make America safe again, but D.C., and to make it safe and beautiful. We could not have done that without our partnership with Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith. It is my honor to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. I am Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro, and FBI Director Patel for having me here today. For nearly 5 years, the agencies standing here today have worked together under the leadership of the FBI to locate our suspect who is responsible for the 2 pipe bombs that were placed around our city. MPD members assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force have supported this case from the beginning. That supports include looking, reviewing, and going through countless, probably thousands of hours of CCTV footage from around the DNC and RNC headquarters, and they followed up on hundreds and thousands of leads from members of our communities. What I will say today is that Washingtonians can rest easier today knowing that the suspect responsible for this act is now in custody. This morning's arrest is yet another reminder that committing any act with the intention of harming the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia will result in your arrest. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Capitol Police, and certainly the prosecutors at our U.S. Attorney's Office. will go to the furthest length. I heard somebody say to the end of the earth, but thank God we didn't have to go to the end of the earth today, that we were able to bring this subject into custody. I want to commend the men and women of the FBI and the members of the Metropolitan Police Department and all of the agencies who are standing behind me today on a job well done. I will turn it over now to Attorney General Bondi.
We're going to take some questions. Just remember, as I said in the beginning, this is ongoing. It's very active. The search warrants are still being executed. Many charges potentially to come. So just keep that in mind when asking your questions.
Jake, Fox News. So you said it had been nearly 5 years, we all know that, and that you said there have been no new evidence. So can you say anything about the evidence that actually did lead to this arrest? And then secondarily, you're talking about additional charges possibly. Can you say what those you might be considering, or terrorism charges, or what?
We can't discuss new charges, of course, yet, ongoing. But what I will say is this is why this was so incredibly important, more than any other case, is this is in our nation's capital where this happened. And now, thanks to the FBI, we know that this defendant was living just miles away from here in Virginia. So as to the evidence in the case, I'm going to let Director Patel take that, but it's still very active and very ongoing.
Thank you, General. And as I stated earlier, and as the General has already reiterated, our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to do that, we have to preserve the chain of custody and evidentiary value. What I will say generally is that when you go through 3 million lines of information, y'all can think about the amount of cell phone data that has to be ingested and triangulated and dumped and received. You also have to think of just sheer human ingenuity. We brought in a team of experts who are the best at what they do in their specific fields to reevaluate that evidence, to dive back in, and to not come back with a no for an answer until they have found a suspect. And when you develop evidence, you get a search warrant. When you get a search warrant, you get an address. When you get an address, you hit the house. That's what we do.
Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. So what can you tell us about this person's motivations and whether they were driven by politics or for any other reason why?
Right now it's ongoing. Again, we just executed the search warrant early this morning. It's ongoing. But America's safer, DC's safer because he's in custody.
Mary Margaret,
Thank you so much. So, any theory on why Kamala Harris has never mentioned coming within 20 feet of being assassinated, and any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb at the DNC?
No, but what I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration, Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel. I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre, did you see?
General Bondi, Director Patel, or Deputy Director Bongino, can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made? What was the moment that you knew that you were on the road to solving the case?
Dan, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. I was smiling at you because I certainly remember the moment. Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" He called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he said, "I think we got him." What exactly that tip was, we're going to have to pass on that for right now while we're still, obviously we're in the prologue of a long book. This is just the beginning. This is not the end of the investigation, as you all well know, having reported on these for a long time. There's interviews to be conducted. The search warrant processing scene is not even done. So we're at the early stages, so that's the only reason I hesitate to tell you what the exact tip was. But yes, that was absolutely the moment, and it was due to the diligent and incredible work of a team in the Washington field office that came in and just scoured through this over and over and over and over again.
In general, was it forensic? Was it a phone call? Was it something about a vehicle?
We'll just leave it generally forensic evidence. Yeah, it's fair enough to say. Excuse me?
How long ago that was?
I'd rather not say because of the ongoing interview process, and I don't want. Yeah.
I just want to add something to tell you how thorough this team was. That moment that was kind of like the aha moment, that wasn't the end. This team continued to work and work and work to get every bit of evidence that we could get. We didn't stop at that moment, and that's a testament to the fact that the team wanted every possible piece of evidence that they could gather.
One more?
One more, Kelly O'Donnell and Lisa.
Thank you so much. Have you recovered the notable sneakers? Have you done surveillance of this suspect from that aha moment to when you exercised the search warrants today? And obviously this happened on January 5th into January 6th. How should the public look at this case separate from all of the cases related to what transpired on January 6th and the President's subsequent pardons?
I'm going to let Director Patel take the evidence part. We have to be careful. Again, you've asked very good investigative questions, but this is ongoing, very active. But America should feel safer today. We say a pipe bomb. These are bombs. These were live, active bombs that were placed in Washington, D.C. Director.
Thank you. This shows you how much detail you and the American public have paid attention to this case. Of course, we analyzed everything that you're seeing on this poster board and the information that you will see through the formal charging process and court process. But we want to let that evidence speak for itself because, again, we do not want to disrupt the accountability that we owe the American public. Yes, you heard about the cell phone tower data. Yes, you heard about, of course, we surveil individuals who we think we're going to blow up American citizens. But how and when we do it and why we do it is not something we're ever going to reveal unless the Department of Justice deems it fit at trial. So we appreciate your attention to detail and your hardcore investigative work, but you can just imagine some of those same skills were being utilized by this FBI, this Department of Justice, our partners, the ATF, and everybody across the board. And this is an interagency win for the American people.
Radar before.
Thank you all. And one more thing, this is the best birthday present I think Deputy Director Bongino could ask for today. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me clear, he's going to be headed to Shoreline.
Sure, code 1, spawn Shoreline, starting 0.
Code 1, Shoreline, 0. It's 4-8 on call tonight. Yeah, I'm trying to get him on the phone right now. Thank you.
We're arriving 6.5.
98, 695, thank you. National Common for Metro Dispatch. Okay, well, when you get a chance, can you call us the site?
Definitely.
Medic 2. Medic 2, we're going to be transporting one patient, code 1 Bay Area.
Dispatch, Agent 71.
Agent 71.
The intro is play return.
Copy.
Oh, 140 here, Alpha.
Good one. Units in fast. Taxi message on 520 East Elm. 520 East Elm, for lift assist.
Total 9 event 1 radio check.
My access problem, please.
Good one.
637, I'm in the area. They advise north of the fresh stop.
South.
10-4.
File 4, can you show me if 519 1042?
Can you have them open the gates, please?
Dispatch 1-1.
Check 1.
Have a service to shop.
Received. Correct, so you can be clarify.
It's going to be in the turnaround at 4343.
10-4. Okay. 70.
70.
13, he's 28 minutes down. Other 27 caught up to him at Leopard and Violet. He said he was advised by another street supervisor that as soon as he got caught, to just drop off only and then get on time. I'm not sure if that was you or Michael.
Is that route going inbound or outbound?
Coming inbound.
Alright, let me find out if she has a lot of passengers or how many passengers she has, though.
I think she's only got 5 or 6, but I got his mic open, so it's 10:13.
David, Paul David, 8998.
At a timing point, it looks like she's like 2 minutes behind him.
Yeah, if it's only 6, they can be dropped also so that the other one can pick them up.
Okay, you want me to tell him or you want to get him on individual and let him know?
Well, I'll call, what is it, 1014?
10:13?
Well, I'll call 1014. Can you open up the mic and can you call the other 27 to be on the lookout so he can pick them up?
Yes, sir, 10-4. It's going to be 1013, 1013.
Okay, not 1014.
Correct.
10-4. 1013. 10-4. I'll call him.
He's advising he has transmission issues. He has somebody on the way. Can you run the 28 and 27?
Okay.
28 is Lincoln Frank George 3228. Lincoln Frank George 3228. One 19082867 19082867.
Six 37, both 28 and 27 are clear, negative 29.
Tonight from 10-7.
Unit 73.
1202, radio check.
Roger.
Go 1 control 0.0 with 1 United.
He's code 4 and out of the roadway, Lieutenant. Dispatch mode 10.
Mike 10.
Code 3 shoreline, beginning mileage 0.
Code 3 shoreline 0 with 8.
One 1013.
Shoreline, this is medic 10.
70 transit.
And we come to you code 3 with a 76-year-old male. Chief complaint of dizziness. Patient's current vital signs are as follows. Blood pressure is 220 on 130, 97 pulse, 99% on room air. Patient's symptoms started about 5 p.m. have been getting worse since then. Stroke scales are negative. They will not be established. Reach your location in approximately 7 minutes.
Is the patient on any blood thinners and what's their GCS and glucose?
Passengers from 1013.
Okay, do you know that location where they're at right now?
Airport.
We have Chester 7957 Impala 7957 Impala. UC 1416 crashes making Kodiak. Heavy vehicle from EMS 1 1842.
Advising. Via 1041 off duty, Academy till 2200.
Academy till 2200.
4 is departing shoreline with 3 souls on board. I've got 580 on fuel. You can give me approximately 27 minutes around shoreline. I'm sorry, we're at shoreline. You can give me 27 minutes about the Beeville.
Okay, boy. Status check. Three 1-3 status.
I'm code 4. I'm at the clear.
10-4.
Start shutting down vineyard.
Was there other traffic?
It's traffic, calm showing Gonzalez with David Frank North 1229, David Frank North 1229.
Any mileage 3.7.
3.7 received.
Are we all on event 1? Can you check?
10-4.
Before we check it.
So, before 10-4. Medic 1. Medic 1 showing you route to 806 East Avenue C, 806 East Avenue C. It's going to be for a male possible overdose. Engine 1. Route to 806 East Avenue C, 806 East Avenue C for a male possible overdose.
Oh, we'll be en route. We'll take a while. 15 copy en route. Was that 806 East Avenue B in board?
806 East Avenue C, Charles. 806 East Avenue C, Charles.
Double. Can I get a second?
Copy.
You're coming from 77 in Insertion.
Medic 1, Engine 1, just be advised, RP stating that she did give a dose of Narcan? 10-4, still early by train, we have to go around. On 1847. Medic 1, engine 1, tanker 1, just be advised, she's stating that you have to go through the alleyway. It's going to be a back house.
I know a copy.
Medic 1 copy.
Take it when I know.
Try to isolate shit. What was the dinner shot?
Six three. Sigmund. Sunshine shutdown.
Call shutdown.
Just pass first and J.
Seahorn shutdown. Engine 13, Mike 91 for hemorrhage, 1313 O'Neill, 1513 O'Neill, yes, he's 1303. High Street, Channel Island, Central, working clean up 118, taxi.
Medic 91 available in quarters.
Medic 112, we're in an alleyway behind your house. That's 10-4, she said the alleyway is going to be a back house.
One three up front. Page. I'm going to stand by for EMS page.
How many times?
Speed Route 2, Waterburger 729, Highway 361, 40-year-old subject, male subject, complaining of a headache.
Going down, sitting.
Who's got vineyard?
Medic 7. 10-4. I'm going to be on a consent search.
10-4, 653.
Show me arrival.
10-4.
Can someone get it?
Tanker 51 will be en route to that call on 44 and 70. Is that County Road 44 or is that Highway 44? It's going to be Highway 44. Command 51 will be in the area. Ready.
Go ahead.
Complete on Lake Magori. 24. Did you also get them on out of George? 10-4 out of George. All right.
All right, I have work order 25-827290. Address is 13802 Commodore's Point, and it's for low gas pressure.
Tanker 51 on scene.
Point.
Yes, and if you have a pen, there's a code. They said it's gated. I can give you that code as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
The code is 2580.
10-4, 70.
Engine 1.
Copy 1042.
Airport. Avenue G for a 56-year-old male possibly having a heart attack. 326 East Avenue G.
East Avenue G, is it David?
G George.
326 East G is in George. 10-4. Tanker 1 will be around with engine 1 on high call.
So.
One 34 East Secure 94.
Airport. Case number 2059 2059.
10-4.
Medic 2.
Medic 2.
Who arrived in May area?
10-4.
One 135 traffic.
135 right.
Central Palm Bluff. William Henry Nora 4533. William Henry Nora 4533. Central Palm Bluff.
Tanker 1 is going to be on scene. Engine 1 10 traffic.
10-4. Tanker 1, be advised. Metrocom is advised to send me Joyce.
Engine 1 copies.
Can you pull up service report?
For Medic 72, Medic 72, for mutual aid, chest pains call at 326 East Avenue G George, 326 East Avenue G George, advising 58-year-old male, conscious and breathing, possible heart attack. Work off of this channel 1906. Getting around to the area of Horace Caldwell up here, it's going to be for a welfare concern. RP stated there's a female subject wearing a red shirt and underwear. She stated she's about 70 years old. he did say she was talking to herself, possibly under the influence or having a mental crisis.
Total.
Okay, I'll be in there as well. It's in the call. On 40, I'm 23 County, ending 8703, 8703.
Hey, we got a train. Hold it up. We got a train. We'll be logging out as 1268. We'll be logging into 1201 as stroke 1.
Received.
Victor Frank King 8095. Victor Frank King 8095.
It's going to be at the Horace Caldwell Pier. The RP advised she's still walking around in the area. It's going to be a female, older female, red shirt. Appears to just be wearing underwear.
James, 1226 or 62. Copy.
User 10-4.
Second, last name is going to be Shed. Sam, Henry, Edward, David. First name Leslie, 10-4 of 84. Copy.
Command 51 dispatch.
Command 51, go.
Go ahead, case for all weather responding units at this time. We have the fire under control. We are just cooling it off right now.
That's all other units. I'm just cooling it down, have it under control.
10-4, we're going to have one more of our units show up on scene just to make sure.
Go for a Medicaid. Medicaid, breathing problems, EZ 6004, 5722 Crestmore, 5722 Crestmore, Crest Crest Ridge. On fire dispatch, 1907.
Zero.
70, go ahead.
Yes, sir. 1013 City got back on time at 6:53 at Port and Leopard inbound.
Port and Leopard inbound. 10-4. Airport 31, boy.
Airport, boy.
Engine 1.
You advised mutually was contacted, is that correct?
That's in 4.
Copy.
Yes, it is.
Please.
Trouble. Call on base 10.4.
Ladder 2, Medic 2, Ladder 2, Medic 2, Hemorrhage call, ECs 2007, at 3749 Perry Lane, 3749 Perry, Crusher to Rebecca, -1, 1910.
You receive.
Medic 1 dispatch. Medic 1. Shows clear for call, patient refusal. What was the address for the second medic call? 326 East Avenue G. George, 326 East Avenue G. George. You should sit down over there.
Call for engine 8, Medic 7, engine 8, Medic 7, unconscious call, EZ 7030, 1421 Devon, 1421 Devon, Unit 5, IMS 1, 1912.
Careful.
Report taken. You show me clear. Careful.
Okay, so
Troy. You can send me clear from this call. Proceed. Over. From at Haven, civilian 4, for overture. 16. That's copy, 15 minutes established assumption product. Is her name Melanie? Have you gotten her name? 10-4.
Can you contact 505 and give them my public service number and have them call me, please?
Sure.
You took Melanie Grant, possibly out of California. She's going to be in her 70s.
10-4. We've got a male subject here in the lobby. He said that he's been looking for her all day.
10-4. Does he know how to get to the pier?
I can ask him. Give me 1 second.
70.
70.
Not the regular operator on the 93 going the flex. He's wondering where not to use the restroom is other than the university. I don't know what approved stops there are.
Check her out. Possible hypothermia.
For him to stop.
Hypothermia.
Yes, but he only does that when he flexes.
I don't think we do. We might just have the A&M though.
Okay, 10-4. Let me make a call to A&M and see if I can get the restroom open for him.
All right, 10-4.
District fire and EMS, fire and EMS, 221 seater, 221 seater. Reference to an 81-year-old female. She did fall. There is pain in her right hip and knee. They're requesting x-rays. Attention EMS, need you en route to the pier, 230 north on the beach for 70-year-old female, possible hypothermia. PD's on scene with her.
Medic 4, Pager Chief. What was the chief complaint again?
Possible hypothermia.
Air Force right. 5.
Battalion 3, Engine 14, Engine 4, Letter 7, Battalion 3, Engine 14, Engine 4, Letter 7, for residential light, use Heath 1401 at 5054 Woolridge, Metro Cycle Woolridge, Woolridge 7, 1923.
404. Yeah, I have 505 disregard. We're able to make contact with scope 4.
10-4. 505 redirect.
We're pulling into 1200 East 44. Stand by, please.
Victor 9403, Paul up Victor 9403.
10-4 Paul, Robert Victor 9403.
And call for Battalion 3, Engine 14, Engine 4, Ladder 7, Battalion 3, Engine 14, Engine 4, Ladder 7, residential light, 5054 Wolves Ridge. Repeat advice now, outlet above the garage starting to melt, it's getting very hot. The advice, it's going to be the wall filling behind it that's hot, not the actual outlet. Hazardous materials will be upstairs. Group 7, 1924.
Transporting for water doctors, 8 hours to clear.
5. Make contact with family. There was any contact. You can call back to the PD. Just call 4.
On the street, for a 76-year-old male that came of his legs.
2-story residential. Nothing show. I'll be investigating.
2-story residential, nothing showing, investigating. Proceed.
77 southbound, coming from Louisville County into our jurisdiction. It's a golden colored Tahoe or Blazer with Mexico license plate.
I got a date of birth of August 25th, 1958. 0825, 1958.
Sir Charles 206. I'm on 77. What was that description again? And calling a Tahoe or Blazer with Mexico license plate. I'm on 28.
Yep.
10-4, I'll be in the area. 206, 10-4.
Engine 12, Medic 12, Engine 12, Medic 12, a stroke call, ESE's 1201 at 2722 Ram Morgan, to Arlington Heights Church, ODMS 1, 1927.
Incoming units from command. It's going to be a single outlet on the second floor that engine 4 and engine 14 can handle. Route 94. Grade received.
Under.
Hey, Sammy, just let me know when you get that breaker off. Yeah, thank you. Good. The labels on this panel aren't really that good.
Yeah, give a second, we're pulling it up.
All units for engine 14 tailboard. We have two people smoking outside and probably keep it outlet.
We're still hot. You got it.
Please, 13 started.
Yeah. Six or seven traffic.
637.
35 southbound at the 136 exit with John Norpole 4385. John Norpole 4385. It's going to be a physician's premier ambulance. No tail lights on.
Sure.
Did you get any more information on that subject that was at the PD looking for this vehicle?
We had to give him directions to get out there. He's an elderly guy. He should be on the way over there. Just take him a minute to get there, I believe.
Campfire.
Okay. Hey, Phil, do you hear me?
1044.
I can hear you, 1210. It's 402. Yeah, we got a train coming. It's going real slow trying to get these guys across.
Rick is, Schofield?
He's right here on Lukey next to him. I'm right here on the train tracks. There's a train. It's coming. It's real slow. I'm trying to get these last ones to go through.
Okay. Campfire, Frank.
405, you hear me?
Three on three, Justin. Yeah, on 77 North Frontage, just south of the Lone Star. Yeah, with William King William 0904. William King William 0904.
William King William 0904.
Right here, you got people walking, Rick.
Medic 2 is code 1 to Northwest is 0.1.
Code 1 Northwest, 0.1, Ricky.
Roger, Medic 8, we're arriving 3.7.
3.7, Ricky.
630, tell me where your address on English traffic.
Yeah, 10-4, I was just supposed to call you.
Okay, I was on the line with her.
So,
This is 637 at Route 2, 231 Barcelona, 2301 Barcelona, agency says 637, just for 43, those words are about, that one is a felony.
10-9?
Complete on Atkins, 24.
637, what was the traffic on the warrant?
It's going to be a felony, stand by.
10-4.
No emergencies, only 2 regular work orders. Did you need to take a lunch?
I think it's 22.